The Commerce Casino and Hotel. Experience the thrill of the world's largest poker room, Macau-style Baccarat, and Cal Blackjack, all right here in the heart of Los Angeles. At the Commerce, you can count on more action and more tables than anywhere else in L.A. Not to mention, our players won over $20 million last year alone. So come play your game, find your local getaway, and most importantly, win big at the Commerce. More money, more tables, more action. That's why you choose the Commerce Casino and Hotel.
What's up, you guys? Welcome to Live at the Commerce, presented by Bally Live Poker. I am Kiero. I'm joined by my friend, the comedic of gambling. It is Adam Johnson. How are you doing?
Hey, man. Nice to be here. It's a pleasure to be in Commerce here for this amazing four-card action. I often don't get Pot Limit Omaha streams going, so when they happen, it's a pretty special occasion. So I'm really happy to be in the booth for this one.
Yeah, definitely. You know, when we were having PLO, I was like, you got to have Adam. You know, Adam, you've been playing PLO, especially here at Commerce, for many upon many years. And you love it here. Tell me a little bit more about your experience with playing at Commerce.
Yeah, you know, when I first kind of started playing out here on the West Coast, Commerce was kind of where I went. It's like the kind of biggest poker warehouse in the country, so to speak. So I definitely came here after Black Friday. I was an online poker player back in the day, and when Black Friday happened, I had to either move abroad to continue to play, or I had to move to Vegas or Los Angeles. And I decided I would start playing more in Los Angeles and Vegas versus going abroad. So obviously spent a lot of time at Commerce. I started out as a 10-20 no limit professional, and over the course of time, I kept seeing juicy Pot Limit Omaha tables, and I said, you know what, I should probably take a shot at these. So
action at PLO is crazy. If you guys are a 2-card player, 4-card game is a lot more fun in its own ways. In seat 1, we had Panda. Seat 2, we have retired Navy Marine vet Bo. We got Poker Bitch, not being rude. That is her nickname. Jamie. Jamie's been around the scene for quite some time. All over Los Angeles. Everybody loves Jamie. She's quite the chef.
Okay.
If you guys didn't know, follow her at Poker Bitch. She is cool as hell. We got some more interesting players in this mix, playing in this 10-20 PLO. Gugo's going to be showing up a little bit late. Sean's going to be showing up a little bit late. But we do have some more players, but Jamie is getting all of the camera time before Cosmo sits down.
There we go.
It's your fellow co-commentator from a few weeks ago.
Absolutely. If any of you guys are kind of thirsty for Pot Limit Omaha content, me and Cosmo were in the booth here about a week and a half ago. Perhaps we can get a link posted below, but there was a Pot Limit Omaha stream on this channel about a week and a half ago where Cosmo and I were the co-commentators, so that was awesome to do.
If you're ever in San Diego,
yes,
you head over to the zoo. He's actually a zookeeper there.
Yeah, I think that's his hat that he works with there. So,
but he's not at the San Diego Zoo. We'll talk more about that later. But he's usually wrangling up some PLO players during the week.
We've crossed paths down in San Diego. I went down there for some poker trips during COVID when not all the places were open. So I went down there and played a bit. And there's a thriving PLO community down in San Diego. So hopefully we have a lot of viewers, I'm sure, tuning in from San Diego for this one. Welcome. And you're going to get to see Cosmo's cards tonight. So maybe you can leverage that to your favor next time you play with Cosmo. So. And
we got Lock In, a.k.a. Matt, in seat number 8. He's a crypto guy, but he's also an avid novelist, as we'll get into a little bit of that.
I've played a lot with him, so I'm actually really happy to see him on the felt tonight, because I played probably over 100 hours of Pot Limit Omaha with him at 10-20 or higher. So.
And in seat 5, we have Young. He's been on pretty much every PLO stream we've been having these last few weeks. Made some crazy bluffs, make some crazy decision making. I'm actually really enjoying. He hasn't been running great. I've been trying to say the great things before I got to that point. But he's been in some tough spots. But man, his critical thinking skills are well versed. As we get into the first hand, you guys, make sure you please hit the like button, hit the share button. I know most people say subscribe if you're new, but the share button is so crucial to live poker streaming. And if you're a huge fan of poker streaming, please do your part as a community to share this out to other fellow PLO fans or poker fans that maybe might not know much about PLO. This might be able to get them into your game next week if you just share the link.
Absolutely. Everybody, once more, Pot Limit Omaha, a good way to make that happen is to engage with the show and like and retweet and all that. It definitely puts the people in charge of putting these shows together. It lets people know that, hey, there is an interest for this game to be on streams more often. So definitely be loud and be proud about it. So we appreciate the support.
Adam employed.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I love having Adam here. Comedic Gamble one more time. I'll be sharing your social social media links in the chat. So
I'm not used to making money in a risk-off way. I'm used to having to freaking guess right to freaking put bread on the table. So it's nice to have a means of income not tied to the river cards. So.
You know, there's 3 people who do great things for the game of PLO, and you and Joey Ingram are 1 and 2.
I appreciate that. Joey is definitely on the Mount Rushmore for sure. He's the man. So he's definitely a early founder of it. So definitely.
I would say you're definitely on the did you know facts list.
Yeah.
Like, did you know?
Yeah, I think I'm like the also listed at the bottom, perhaps, but
not the bottom, but more of those when you're traveling. The like, did you know facts? Like, oh, like, did you know? PLO wouldn't really be cracking in LA without Adam Johnson.
I've played quite a bit, but for all those 2-card people out there, even I went into PLO kicking and screaming. I was a 2-card player, and all my friends kept trying to get me, hey, you got to play Pot Limit Omaha, and I thought of all the reasons not to play it. Mainly, you get half the hands an hour with twice the variance. That's challenging math.
That's actually such an accurate statement.
But, I kept seeing really juicy tables, and I was playing with 7 Euro solvers at no limit. And I was like, you know what, maybe I want to play with Savari Bob at the Omaha game. So,
Savari Bob is accurate.
So I migrated over to Omaha, and, if you're a good 2-card player, some of those skills will translate over to Pot Limit Omaha. So it's not like a complete restart from scratch. So.
And it won't happen overnight, but you'll start figuring it out. I thought nobody in PLO bluffed when I first started.
Yeah, there's definitely some bluffing opportunities for sure. A lot of times around blockers or the nut flush blocker. I'm sure we'll see a few of those examples tonight.
This is why Robbie switched to PLO.
Oh, it's
blockers.
Yeah, it's a very fun game.
I also just made that up for anybody who's thinking serious context.
It's a very fun game, and we're seeing some hands here right now. Once again, it's 10-20 Pot Limit Omaha. Looks like it's a 3K min to no max, but a lot of like around 5K stacks. So we should see some 10K 5-figure pots here at some point. So it should be a lot of fun.
Man, last week's game, I know you weren't here, but the action was nuts. We had ace high flush versus straight flushes. We had the most crazy variance of hands happen.
I want to check that one out. My buddy Suited Superman, who I played tons with, was on that stream, so I definitely want to check that one out. I've been too busy playing, but I definitely have that one bookmark on my queue to check out. So
yeah, when you're in the gym.
Absolutely, yeah, getting jacked, trying, but or on the Peloton, so to speak. But that's all right.
That Peloton does look fun.
It is fun. It's a nice thing to do before you go outside and lift weights. I have like an outside little gym I use. So I do the Peloton, I do the weights, but we don't need to hear about that. We got Cosmo in the mix here.
2-pair.
Getting frisky here with top 2-pair. Not top 2-pair, 7s and 5s.
7 and 5s are the nuts.
Absolutely. We got
figuratively
Z in there with the straight draw. He's got a gut shot to the 8. Cosmo in the lead here, but with a very precarious hand. 2-pair on a straightening board.
I'm going to probably blender already.
The blender.
Good bluff there by Z, utilizing position there. Cosmo's in a tough spot there with 2-pair on a straight board.
You guys, I just got Adam his own iPad for the chat.
Oh my gosh.
And he's being spoiled rotten today. So make sure you guys say what's up to him in chat, and he'll be reading your comments.
Appreciate that.
Out loud.
Yeah. Here, you can have mine. Give him all 2.
Can you spread those for me?
Yep.
You always got to spread.
60.
Got it, spread them.
5 calls, 9 raises to 60. 1 call, 2 folds.
Some interesting first couple hands to kick off this stream. Did you know this is Cosmo's first time playing on stream?
I did not know that. He's such a poker lifer that I was kind of surprised to hear that. But me and him are similar in so many ways. I've only played on like one stream up in Reno like years ago, like a 25-50 no limit stream. I think that Christian Soto was actually in randomly. But yeah, I've kind of avoided playing on streams too. I think that's my silly old school nature. I think I need to get over that and start playing on the stream. I guess maybe Cosmo's thinking similarly, perhaps. But nice to have Cosmo on camera here on the felt.
Well, Panda's open-ended, but Z has top pair with a king-high flush draw.
Pretty big hand here for Z.
I mean, obviously, if you look at the math, you'd rather have Z's hand in the cutoff. But, in poker gambling, the open-ended straight draw with a flush draw, you would think it would be really good. But a 6-high straight flush draw.
Yeah,
or 6-high draw.
The straight draws, he's got the queen jack on that, wrapped around that king 10. You know, the straight draws a bit diminished on a flush draw board, obviously, because, you know, 2 of those straight outs are going to make flushes, which makes, you know, the draw not as compelling. But he also has top pair to go with it as well, so it's a continue.
Jamie turns 2 pair, and Z cannot get there with that flush draw or a better 2 pair, and Jamie is going to take that down. It just sucks when you have Z's hand and you're like, oh, I have the whole world here, and then nothing comes through for it.
It's a pretty nice hand having top pair and a second nut flush club draw. It's a pretty nice hand, but obviously if you're playing, like, it's not as relevant here because it's short-handed, 5-handed, but you got to be very careful. Just general advice, you got to be very careful of non-nut flush draws and multi-way pots, especially if you're playing 8 or 9-handed and you got 4 or 5, 6 people to the flop. You know, if you flop top pair at the queen or king high flush draw, you might think it's a monster if you're coming over from no limit, but in pot limit Omaha, you got to be very wary of your non-nut flush draw hands. So
yeah, it's so deceiving. It's not fair.
Yep, the more multi-way it is, the more of a concern it is that your non-nut flush may not be good. So
I had to learn. My education in PLO was quite expensive in the beginning.
Yeah, it takes, you know, just takes some hours behind the wheel to kind of figure out the rules of the road, so to speak. But
the good thing about being new at the PLO table is everyone thought I was only playing suited aces, double suited aces. And then it took me, like, I think the second day of me showing up to the felt of being like, oh, I could bluff my image range here a lot of the time. And I started printing.
Yeah, it's definitely a game where you can get away with some bluffs on, for sure.
Here we go,
with the
nut
blocker.
flush draw for Jamie with the ace-jack of clubs.
Yeah, big hand here for Jamie.
9 bigs, 100.
And a nice spot here for lock-in. He's got top 2 pair, kings and sevens. He's got a flush draw as well, though. When you have this low of a flush draw, it's almost like you're more kind of blocking other people's flush draws versus playing for that flush coming in yourself. But having top 2, it's a nice spot here for lock-in.
The ugliest of ugly turn cards, the 2 of spades.
Absolute orphan turn here, deuce of spades. Nobody going to connect with that too strongly.
3 calls.
360 is the bet by lock-in.
Pretty standard continue here, Jamie. She's got the nut flush draw, but she's got nothing else to go with it, so just a standard call by her.
And his
pretty
2
fair.
pair gets counterfeited by a random 3 on the river, bringing in the 4-5 for the straight to the 7.
The low side open-ender comes in. Look at Bo here. Bo knows the river. It looks like he's going to pot out here, or at least bet half pot here. He's throwing out those stack of white chips. Let's see when that bet comes in. He's going to bet 1,000 into 1,500. A lot of people with clubs here, but they were bested by Jamie's higher club draw. But, of course, the straight draw came in here for Bo. Tough spot for lock-in because, you know, the primary draw is bricked. You're more thinking about an 8-9 than a 5-4 per se. So it's kind of a brick run out in many ways.
But it's Bo.
But it is Bo. And how often is Bo going to be leading out into the field on a pure lark here? Maybe not as often as you might think.
No Superman?
Looks like lock-in is really tortured here.
And Bo looks comfy.
Yeah, Bo's got the arms crossed, you know.
Just the nuts.
He's a former veteran, so not many runouts going to scare Bo too much. He's seen a lot over his time, so he's pretty happy with this, though, making the nuts on that offsuit clean 3. Tough spot for lock-in here. A lot of draws missed, but is this guy going to be leading out as a bluff here into 2 other people?
Adam, I would say lock-in needs to unlock right now and just let his hand go.
He does, but again, it's very tough. He's got top 2 pair. You know, all the clubs missed. 8-9 missed. 10-8-9 missed. 8-5 missed.
I'm not sure if they played together before.
You know, there's so many draws missed here, but really good disciplined fold there by lock-in.
And he brought a book with him. And he told me he was going to be reading on stream when he's not in hands. And I said, prepare for the roast from me and Adam today.
I hope that doesn't happen. I don't understand.
No, he's for sure going to do it.
People that bring books to like the gym or to the poker table, I'm like, what are we doing here? I don't understand. Are we trying to like look smart or something? Or I don't get it.
Playing for hours.
Yeah, I guess so. But really good fold there by Locken. That's he lost the pot there, but he's making money making folds like that. That's a lot of people are in that same spot are going to call and lose. So that's a sign of a good player and a good play there by Locken.
Shout out to Adam, Mike, and Richard in the chat with a lot of shout outs. Mike saying Cosmo definitely sits down when he pees.
You know, I'm unfamiliar. I know Cosmo pretty well, but we usually don't do bathroom breaks together just yet. We're not quite there as a friendship.
Weak.
But yeah, it's nice to see Cosmo. He's a full-time Omaha player. He's a winning player. So definitely if you're wanting to learn the game of Omaha, he'd be a good person to kind of monitor his plays and how he kind of navigates. So
he's a good table captain from what I hear down in San Diego, keeping all the unruly, wild PLO type of characters in check.
Absolutely. He's a good steward of the game. He plays a lot, but he's a friendly guy at the table. He kind of fosters a good vibe and a good environment, which is very important playing poker. And that's what I like about Omaha. It's more of a casual vibe. People are more flinging in chips, talking while they're in a hand. Whereas No Limit, you know, everybody's wearing a mask, covering their face. There's 7 seat change buttons. It's a lot more cutthroat at No Limit. Omaha's a more casual, fun vibe, and Cosmo definitely exemplifies that in many ways. So,
well, we have a 3-bet to 60, and Panda putting in a very silly 4-bet to 80.
Yeah, very bit of a sprinkler here.
Some people might think we're playing limit PLO.
Yeah, that was an interesting little raise there.
He's got it up. Well, can you...
Interesting hand for Locken. He's got the trips, which is what you don't want in Omaha, because obviously that takes away half of your set outs. Can make for some interesting blocker bet situations where if a king comes out, a king makes a straight, obviously having 3 kings can be pretty compelling. But
all kings are in play right here.
Absolutely.
So if another king comes out, Adam, I think we're going to have a bigger issue.
Sure, yeah, but I'm more speaking on like if there's like an ace-10 queen hand where a king-jack makes a straight. If you have 3 kings, then you greatly reduce
from a player's perspective
the likelihood of somebody having a straight.
We have the cheat codes of graphics.
Yes. So yeah, I try to speak from the as if because when you're in the cockpit playing, you don't have all this information. So
this is true.
But yeah, it's an interesting spot. Flops pretty well for having a king queen hand. He's got a flush draw here, but he gets out of the way. Hand diminished on that straightening turn.
Oh.
And here we got a run out of a 4 and a 6, but the primary club draw did not come in. Jack still in the lead here. He's got top set, but a bit of a messy board. He's going for it. Best in that kind of bombing out here on the river. And
both snap.
Let's go of it. Panda had a straight blocker in his hand with the 6. So
where were you at, Sal? That was for you.
He wasn't going to win with ace high on the river, so a good option to lead out there and try to win the pot with the bluff. Ace high is not going to do it on the river, so.
I would have loved if he showed Bo a bluff there.
It's pretty,
I highly doubt Bo's going to go back and watch the stream.
A lot of people get married to, he flopped the nuts there with a set of jacks, but good discipline there by Bo to let it go. I mean, of course, he's had the best hand there, but oftentimes he's going to be beat. So interesting peek into how Bo thinks about the game. He's probably going to give people credit for having the hands.
I don't care what you guys want to do.
Oh, gotcha. I remember my first 2 PLO games ever playing in the casino. I'll never forget them because there was high effort of thought being put in, and straight gets there on the river, flush gets there on the river. I've been betting with top set on the flop and the turn. This guy just puts me all in on the river, and I just look at him. And, I had one of those decision-making moments. I was like, everything got there. Yeah, I was like, if I was you, I'd put me all in too, and I call. And he goes, you're good. And I was like, I didn't pay $1,500 on this river for you to just tell me I'm good. I want to see your cards, or you may muck them, sir. Flips over a bluff, missed everything. Show him a set. He goes, you called me with a set? And I was like, this is my first bout here. This might not be a good call in the future, but.
And we got a spot here. Panda flopping the nut flush here. Bo in there with top set. This could get messy here.
They get a rematch, or Bo gets a second chance with a set of jacks.
Panda leading out with aces, and he flopped the nut flush here. Bo in there at top set.
Bo is praying for a 9.
That's not it. Offsuit king on the turn, brings in a queen 10 straight, but not as relevant on that flush board.
And Panda's going to play this fast. Yeah, all the players laughed about having time chips. They're like, Kiero, we do not need these.
Standard bet and call here by Bo. He's trying to fill up here at that top set. Panda hoping to hold here with the nut flush.
Sunny, I hadn't been up here since 2018.
3 of hearts on the end. Panda's flop nut flush holds here. He's just going to continue to plow forward here.
And is Bo in a folding mood? Two hands in a row.
Looks like he's going to be betting 800 into 17 here, a little less than half pot bet. A spot where you can hero call there with the top set, because obviously somebody could just have the ace of diamonds and be just kind of barreling through there with the nut diamond blocker, but he had the other diamond to go with it there, and he flopped the nuts.
And Bo tells Panda, he goes, I had a set of jacks, both hands in a row now.
I used to play
But Bo started with 3K. He won a little bit. Now he's back to even.
Yep.
And the swings in PLO are more reckless than it was on the jungle gym for me when I was a kid.
Swings are very big in PLO. I definitely think PLO is a more fun game to play than No Limit Hold'em, but one thing I would say is if you're kind of an aspiring grinder, it's definitely a lot easier to play No Limit on a smaller roll than Pot Limit Omaha. No Limit, you can kind of dictate your session more, so to speak. In Pot Limit Omaha, you're just kind of forced to be in there mixing it up, which is why I think it's a better game and it's more of a gambling game, but that's also a reason why it's it's a little more swingy than No Limit. You can kind of just play super tight No Limit and just only play big pots when you have massive 80-90% equity. But you can't really do that in Omaha. You're always going to be 60-40, you're flipping or whatever. So, but that's why I think it's a beautiful game, because you can't really hide in Pot Limit Omaha like you can in No Limit. If you want to be a No Limit nit, you can do that. It's hard to be not as easy to be a nit in Pot Limit Omaha. You're kind of at risk a lot more, so to speak, in Omaha.
Yeah, you're going to be hemorrhaging chips if you just knit up.
And huge flop here for Jamie. She's got open end straight draw and middle set here. And Z with a double draw here. He's got a gut shot to a 10 and a jack high diamond draw. He's also got a little gut shot with a 6 here. He's got the 5-4 around the 7-3. So pretty compelling hands butting heads here. Cosmo in there with top and bottom pair. Very precarious spot in Omaha. Not a very great hand. He does have the king of diamonds blocker, but not enough to continue. Good fold there by Cosmo. Flop 2 pair and folds. If you're from No Limit, that might seem odd, but that's a pretty standard fold there with top and bottom.
Here
straightening turn, yeah. Brings in that jack 10, 10-6.
Jamie now 2 pair as well. Bink.
Flush on the end. Flop set down in flames.
3 hands in a row, flop set has just gone down in flames. This is an informative episode of.
Definitely happens often in Omaha. It's a drawing game.
Picasso played PLO.
Yeah, absolutely.
So did Da Vinci.
And he's leading out here. He's betting small, betting 500 into 1,400 with his jack high flush, just hoping to get called by a lower flush here. It probably would be folding to a raise if you happen to got raised here, but gets a fold by Jamie. Tough spot there for Jamie. Flops huge, flopped second set and open ender, but tough turn and river there for a flop set.
I thought you either had top set or flush draw. Flush draw, yeah. Probably should have raised you on the flop.
I would have called you. I would have called you the whole way.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
Now, I usually ask everybody in No Limit what their favorite poker hand is, but in PLO, Adam, do you even have a favorite hand?
Not really. I mean, obviously, you love to get aces, love to get double-suited aces, but that's what's cool about Omaha is the rundown hand's really fun, like a jack 10-9 8 double-suited, or ace jack 10-9 double-suited is nice. It's nice having the ace blocker. It's less likely to run into aces. So a lot of times, sometimes if it's a shorter stack Omaha game, it can be a game revolving around somebody getting aces pre-flop where they can 3-bet or 4-bet and get a lot of their stack in. So it's nice to have an ace in your hand, but obviously you want to have all 4 cards working for you in a perfect world. So you want to be connected and suited, and obviously higher suits, higher cards have a better value. Nice hand here for Jamie, double suited to the high side here. Ace, king 8-7, ace high diamonds, king high hearts.
Mystery hand.
9-6-4 rainbow flop. Nice flop for Jamie, flopping an open end straight draw. She's got backdoor diamonds as well. You always want to be looking for your backdoor outs in Pot Limit Omaha. You can have a sneaky amount of equity if you're coming over from no limit, not realizing kind of the power of backdoor draws. King of spades on the turn here. Nice, huge turn for Cosmo. Now has kings up with the queen eye flush draw. Jamie connected with that king as well.
Still open-ended, too.
Absolutely.
That was the spiciest turn card we could have had.
That was a very spicy action turn card. Queen of clubs on the end, securing the bag for Cosmo. It's got kings up here, kings and queens.
And you would be thinking in no limit ace-king right here is like, oh, it's still a good hand. Nope.
Absolutely not. You know, she blocks, you know, the top set. You know, she blocks 2 pairs oriented around the king X, but not much else here for her hand.
Good fold,
she's going to find a good fold there. Nice result there for Cosmo.
The turn was...
Now, did you hear the big news that happened yesterday?
Did not.
BallyLive.com has just launched this week, officially yesterday. If you guys are enjoying poker content, similar to how some other premium poker services are out there, but this one, no paywall. It's absolutely free. We'll be showing you guys some ads in a bit. Go to BallyLive.com. You can watch this show on the Bally Live app in its highest quality. You know how we get 1080 on YouTube? You get the real 1080 on the app and now BallyLive.com. You can watch on your laptop or computer. The audio sounds better. The visuals look better. The chip shuffling even sounds better, Adam.
Fantastic. I mean, this is a great way to learn. I mean, when I was growing up in poker as a youth, I would, you know, living in Missouri, not having access to bigger games, I would watch these streams back in the day, and it's a good way to kind of get poker experience without kind of risking your roll and your money. So it's definitely really informative to watch these streams and kind of raise your overall kind of level of poker intellect. So
that's how I got in.
Absolutely.
In my early days of watching poker streaming, I was just watching, but when I decided I was actually going to start playing, I would watch streams like this, Adam, and before a player made a decision, I would hit pause, and I would say what I would do or what I would bet or if I would check or fold, hit on pause and see what they would do. And over a few years of doing that, it really was a free education.
Yeah, definitely can kind of increase your kind of visibility, so to speak, in poker, whatever kind of game you're kind of watching streams on. Definitely kind of shows you how games are played live, which is different than online. There's tons of online, you know, tutorials and online classes that kind of can show you how to play, but they're usually revolved around online play, and online games play so differently than live games. So if you're a live player, there's kind of nothing more kind of relatable to what you rate to experience at a casino than watching casino games that are streamed. So,
well, we have a gut shot and a flush draw for Cosmo, middle set and 2 pair for Z.
I think this will shut it down here for Cosmo. He's got a flush draw, but basically doesn't beat any flushes if he makes it, and he's got no relevant blockers at all. So he's just going to have to relinquish the hand. Nice bet there by Z.
How do those set and 2 pair type hands really work in equity in PLO? I don't know if I'm being too vague of a question.
Well, I mean, like typically if you have a set and somebody's got like a straight draw and a flush draw, it's a pretty fair fight equity-wise. Obviously, but if you have a set and you have a flush draw, that can diminish, you know, somebody's outs. If you have a flush card in your hand, you know, if you have like 1 flush card in your hand and somebody has a flush draw, that's removing roughly like 4% equity from somebody's hands. So it kind of can depend on what all 4 cards are. But like if somebody has top set versus a flush draw and an open end straight draw, it's like a flip, so to speak. So.
Oh, okay. The more I can learn, the better.
Yeah, and there's tons of you know, books and you know, programs online and stuff where you can just kind of punch in hand matchups, and that can kind of give you a rough idea of, okay, if I have top set and this person has a double draw, what's their equity and what is it on the turn and things like that. So there's tons of resources out there. Yeah, there's tons of sites.
Not a commercial for Phil Galfond, but I swear social media and Phil Galfond is so influential of like the education of PLO in a short format.
Absolutely. There's tons of websites out there that can definitely help you raise the bar, so to speak. Nice flop here. 9-7 deuce, Panda flopping top 2 and a gut shot. Jamie in there with an overpair. She's got a gut shot to a 10 as well. She's got the Jack 8 wrapped around the 9-7.
Or a heart.
Yeah, heart turn here. Might spook both players a bit. Might end up going check here potentially. Looks like it's going to check through. Jack on the end.
Not really going to help Jamie much, but she is going to bet out.
She's going to lead out here. This is a bit of an interesting bet.
Panda now losing to a lot of Jack X combinations.
She's got no heart in her hand. I guess this bet does maybe accomplish perhaps getting some straights to fold, like a 10-8 that gets there, but she has an 8 in her hand as well, so it's kind of
He
an
used
interesting
all
bet.
his time. Not just one. He just grabbed a stack of them. Oh, that's great. Do you have
finds a fold there?
More about you in between these hands?
Sure.
Do you have any favorite PLO players that are currently like maybe crushing at WSOP or PLO cash game players that the general public wouldn't know about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much a cash game player by trade. I play a handful of tournaments a year, but I'd say the people I always respect a lot are a guy named Len Ashby, who's a Las Vegas professional. He has a kind of his own kind of game he curates now at the Win, but he's a longtime Omaha live player who's been playing, quarter 50 or bigger for probably 10, 15, 20 years at this point. He's a phenomenal player. A guy named Pat Walsh out of St. Louis who won the 10K PLO maybe 5 or 6 years ago is a phenomenal player as well. So those are really great players that you can check out. Len Ashby's on Twitter. He's really funny on Twitter. He's always posting videos of people who bring dogs into the Bellagio or the Aria or the casinos. He gets so mad about that.
I actually know exactly who you're talking about.
He's got a southern accent as well. He's a really funny guy and a good follow, but he's a phenomenal Omaha player. So I definitely look up Len Ashby.
Cool flop here for Cosmo.
Absolutely.
Open-ended, backdoor flush draw.
Turns hearts with this king of hearts on the turn.
And is this going to get Jamie into any trouble with a 5-high flush draw, maybe?
She's got the king here. She's got the lower hearts, which kind of more blocks other people having higher hearts than her wanting. She's not really wanting to make a flush on the end here per se, perhaps, but it's kind of interesting here. Cosmo with a 3-heart hand. Good spot to bet here. He just has queen high.
Jamie gets out of the way.
But when you have position in a nice draw like that, you don't want to check back and take queen high to showdown. So good spot to bet there, as Cosmo did when check 2 with just queen high, but a lot of good equity to continue in the hand. So good bet there by Cosmo and good fold there by Jamie.
And the cheers. Cheers. Similar to No Limit, would you say position is fairly, relatively the same in PLO, or is there any differences?
I'd say maybe position is probably even more powerful in Pot Limit Omaha, just because it's the board's always changing, and given people have 2 extra cards, it's easier for them to kind of connect with runouts more than they can when you're playing 2 cards. So I think Omaha is definitely very difficult to play out of position, especially because Omaha, a lot of hands are multi-way, so being out of position in a 3-4-way pot is very difficult. Whereas No Limit, it's more heads-up pots, I would say, so it's not as likely somebody's going to connect with a runout and No Limit in a heads-up pot versus these 3 or 4-way Omaha hands. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Shout out to our dealer Eric from Richard in the chat, his brother from another mother. I didn't see you, or I see you out there. We see you, chat. King, Queen, 10, 2 hearts, King of clubs. There's 3 that nobody ever wanted.
Absolutely. Nobody having the ace-jack or jack-9 straights here. A lot of people do have blockers to straights in their hand, but nobody's connected too strongly with this board. And Cosmo's going to take a shot at it here. He's got the ace of hearts. He blocks the ace-jack straight. He blocks the nut flush draw, which makes it less likely somebody's going to be able to continue in the hand. So it's a good bluffing hand that Cosmo's utilizing here. He gets flatted by Jamie, who had 2 pair. He's going to wave the white flag here and check, it looks like.
2 pair versus 2 pair, but Jamie's 2 pairs better.
Yeah, I guess Cosmo was a 1-pump chump there. Didn't follow through on the river.
I'm sure the chat is going to love that you said that.
He just had a pair of 10s. I guess perhaps he thought his 10s and 8s were going to be enough to perhaps win at showdown, but it would have been cool to see Cosmo double barrel that river there after the flop checks through. It's probably not super likely Jamie has ace-jack. You could perhaps run into a jack-9 that checks back the flop with the second straight there, but with 10s and 8s there, I think maybe I wonder if Cosmo would have bet that river had he not connected with 2 pair on the end, but we shall never know that one.
He had a little showdown value, as the kids say.
He got a little more for sure making 2 pair. I would have been curious to see what he would have did there with just a 10 on the end, which would have assuredly not been good enough at showdown. But
it is 3:30 p.m. here at the Commerce Casino and Hotel in Los Angeles. Traffic is probably not the best right now, but the vibes and the weather is quite nice compared to Vegas right now, which was just like 110 degrees.
Yeah, it's insane. What's funny for Los Angeles people, they're complaining now because it's like, oh my gosh, it's 90 and it's hot. It is hot for LA standards, but nothing compares to the blow dryer on your face that Vegas presents often. So.
Oh yeah. The sands of time out there.
And if somebody tries to dismiss that by saying it's a dry heat, just tell them they're being...
The only dry heat I know is my Buffalo Wild Wings flavors.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Dry heat my face. It's not
both players with a 4 here, Adam.
Absolutely.
This is going to get good.
This is Cosmo in the catbird seat here. He's got the ace kicker. Now, when you flop trips in a multi-way pot in Omaha, if you have like low kickers, that's not a spot where you're looking to pile in a bunch of money. So... but looks like Jamie is going to play it as a raise here. It is a heads-up pot, so it's a little more reason to play it aggressively than if it's like a multi-way situation. But on a board like this, I'd like to see her just play it as a check call personally. Just keep way worse hands in and not re-isolate yourself against the stronger parts of the range. I'd rather just kind of play it slow here and just call with my low to mid kicker 4x hand.
But they're drinking together.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean,
that's the good part about this group but they're drinking together.
They are tossing a few back.
And Jamie says that famous word that Bob Marley was known for, pot.
She's potting it here. 1.5K in the middle. She has 2.5K behind, so she's kind of getting married to the hand here by potting it. She's got 1K behind the 1.5K bet. Cosmo has trips here. Obviously, you're always concerned about being up against a full house, but with the ace 4, it's probably maybe going to be too strong for him to find a fold here. He's going to be beating king 4s and queen 4s.
Would you say with the ace 4 here, you're still just dead to only 10s and 7s, though?
Yeah, I mean, he's maybe concerned that she could have a 4-7 and stuff, or possibly pocket 10s. But he might think if she has 10s full here, is she really going to be potting?
And he goes for it.
He's going for it. He thinks his ace kicker's probably good here, and it is.
And now it slows her down. When you don't get snap called, that's the best feeling.
Oh my gosh! And yeah, when you pot back here with the trips no boat here, you're just hoping to not get snapped off by pocket 10s or 4-7. So he's happy now, obviously, and Jamie's feeling very concerned because she has trips, but she really can't beat anything whenever Cosmo comes over like this. So she knows she's probably in a very bad spot here.
Listening to Cosmo and Jamie's conversation.
But if I have Jamie's hand, like trips, with middling kickers, I kind of rather just kind of play my hand slow. Somebody has an overpair, they only have a couple outs against you. If you're the way ahead or way behind, kind of, so to speak, in a hand like this. So I might have played it a little differently than Jamie did, but she's definitely going to rate to lose money in the hand, either way you slice it. So.
Yeah, one more card. Yeah, I want to see a river.
And I believe Jamie folded.
You win.
It looks like she got away from it, which is why I would just prefer to just play it as a check call versus putting a bunch of money in and then
he has like over 5,000.
And then folding like she actually had 28% equity there, but in some instances she's going to be near dead.
Oh no,
so.
she called. Yeah, she did call.
Okay, she did go with it, and she did not improve. Cosmo holds there. But a bit of a cooler, a tough spot. You're not super deep. Trips versus trips. It's only a heads-up pot. It's not like there's 5 people in the hand that can connect with the flop. So just a tough spot there for Jamie.
That's why there's a lot of shallow buy-ins in PLO.
Absolutely. But, yeah, she was going to lose. She was going to get dinged in the hand. But she played it as like a check call all the way down. Maybe she could have lost, she could have saved herself 1,000 or 1,500. But
the zookeeper stacks up some more animals to wrangle.
Yes. Cosmo racking in the chips.
J.G. Garcia in the chat saying it's 120 in Texas right now.
That's pretty hot. That is pretty insane. That's Texas, growing poker economy. Thanks for all the Texas viewers. Hope you guys are spreading the great game of Omaha down there. Here you guys are. So I'm going to be doing a trip down there at some point at the end of the year to play some Omaha and perhaps do some commentary as well. So yeah, looking forward to my pilgrimage to Texas at some point. And it's nice to have everybody tuning into these streams. So
Cosmo up top, Jamie throwing the party currently, everybody else just kind of in the mix. Sean just joining the table. The poker in Texas is good. The PLO game out there, I think a 1-3 PLO game is like a $1,500 buy-in. It is not for the faint of heart.
Yeah, I heard everything plays bigger down there, so to speak. And, of course, to the slogan, everything's bigger in Texas, so no shock there. So thanks for all the Texas viewers tuning in.
Yeah, JG saying come down to the lodge. And whenever I go to Texas, that's the first spot I go to.
Absolutely.
Love the lodge. Love Slick Rick. Shout out to Skull Mike. Obviously, Andrew, Doug, and Brad.
Oh, I have my...
But they need to come down. Brad is supposed to come play here at the Commerce soon once WSOP's over. If you guys are a big fan of Brad Owen, which many of us are who have YouTube, he'll be making his way down here. Can't wait to have him.
You know, Commerce is the epicenter of West Coast poker. So, you know, if you're any kind of a poker player worth their salt, you're going to find at some point you're going to end up at the Commerce, whether it's for one of these amazing tournament series they run here or just for the full gamut of cash games that they spread. So Commerce is definitely a place that you're going to find yourself if you're any kind of poker player. So definitely look forward to seeing those folks stop by at some point.
Yep.
It looks like we got a double board bomb pot here going.
No, so
it looks
it's
like
single
it's a flip
board
here.
Single board flip for a collection.
Okay.
And Cosmo just has top boat.
Oh, wow. Cosmo, man.
I thought I needed only the 8.
Looks like Cosmo brought his lucky hat today, so Cosmo off to a nice start.
Speaking of tournaments here, we recently just concluded WSOP Circuit Finals.
Absolutely.
And they're coming back. The WSOP Circuit will be back here at the Commerce in November. We have been doing hot seat drawings every day, giving away main event seats to not only Vegas, but the main event here for the series in November. If you guys would like to participate in that, all you got to do is be playing in a cash game here at the Commerce. You're entered. If your table's selected and you draw the high card, you'll be getting free rolled into many tournaments out here at the Commerce Casino and Hotel. And shout out to Jenny, the best server at the Commerce, always taking care of us. She just brought Adam one of these wonderful chicken kebabs.
I've probably ordered this no less than...
You and Jared are twins when it comes to this chicken and kebab.
No less than like 69 times I've ordered this. So definitely
69,
one of my favorite...
Hey.
There we go. One of my favorite orders here. So if you're wondering what to get at the Commerce, there's tons of great options. Galby's good.
I just had some of the best sashimi.
The food here is phenomenal. There's a lot of great reasons to be at the Commerce. The food's always awesome. There's a hotel here that you can stay at. There's a spa as well that's attached to it, and you're only 20 minutes from downtown. The location is absolutely prime here, so it's definitely a great poker destination spot if you're looking to make a summer vacation to do playing some cards. It's a very compelling place to be. So
you can send your significant other to the Citadel outlets to spend your poker winnings.
Yes, you can. Just a short walk down the street is the Citadel. So yeah, definitely a place where you can come here and, if you're a poker professional, you can stay here and play a couple weeks. You got the Citadel down the street. There's a Chipotle, a Jamba Juice. So.
And there's a Costco.
There's a Costco, yeah.
So before work, I usually on Wednesdays will stop at Costco to fill up my gas tank and try to grab a hot dog. But today, the missus packed me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Oh, very kind. I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that?
Shout out to all the poker misses out there keeping up with all their poker partners. We keep odd hours and have weird lifestyles, so they're doing the Lord's work being with us, but we appreciate them. So.
Yeah, mine will be in the chat room shortly.
Mine's working at home remotely, but she doesn't know anything about poker at all, but she's like, I'm glad you're doing well at it.
My girlfriend, true story, has only played poker one time, and she beat Patrick Antonius.
That's pretty amazing.
I made her retire immediately after that. I was like, you're done.
Quite the bucket list. Look at Cosmo squaring off with Jamie yet again here. Pocket Kings versus a really nice Broadway hand. Cosmo's got the Ace King Jack 10. Now Jamie does have a bit of a motley Kings hand. King 5-3 rainbows, probably
well, she just flopped it straight.
Bottom of the barrel for a King's hand, but when you flop the nuts here, her danglers, so to speak, the kind of less useful cards in a 4-card Omaha hand are called the danglers, and her danglers came in a very meaningful way here, flopping the nuts with the 5-3 on this Ace-4 deuce rainbow flop even as well. So dream scenario here for Jamie to get some vengeance against Cosmo here.
And she just turned the ultra nuts.
6 on the turn. Nothing changes with that 6. Still, the 5-3 on the flop continues to be the nuts here, and even more so on a rainbow board here. Not often in Omaha do you get a rainbow board through the turn. Definitely very helpful when you have a set or a straight to not have to fade any potential flush draws. So
if you do the math statistically, it's hard as hell.
Yep, that is one statistical number that you will come up with. So no doubt about it.
See if Cosmo will give Jamie a little bit of a rebate from that big hand.
He flopped the ace. He got the he's got the Ace King Jack 10, but has not paired no other compellingness to go with it. No 2-pair, no draws. He's getting potted into here, it looks like. So tough sledding here for Cosmo.
And the hand's over when they hold it up and show the opponent, like, look what I had.
Yeah, that's a pretty good tell there for sure. So. I think that was kind of a great spot to kind of slow play a straight there. I mean, it's a non-flush board through the turn. I think, your opponent's either going to be drawing dead or only having some outs to make a full house on the river there. So I'd like to see her check or kind of bet small. with a hand like that, but you're always worried about getting outdrawn on Omaha, so I understand the instinct there, but good spot to slow play, I think.
Double suited.
I don't know, I never played with double.
That would be hard to have.
The other guy, yeah, he's pretty good.
Hard to have.
Well, he wants to play.
Not even possible.
When you go into like the 4 cards.
Oh, he doesn't want to play today?
One of our proud sponsors, GG Poker.
Okay. What is good?
Nice to have them in the mix here live at the Commerce Bally Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media.
Poker bitch form.
Been a poker professional for coming on a couple decades now, not to date myself, but switched over to Pot Limit Omaha probably 5 or 6 years ago full time, and that's my main game. I play No Limit probably 20% of my hours or so, but predominantly Pot Limit Omaha is what I'm looking to play when I walk into a casino floor. So happy to impart my wisdom from being a weathered 20-year cash game reg at this point. So nice to be here behind the curtain here, detailing the action on the mic. Heads up pot here between Lock-In and Panda. Nobody connecting it in any kind of way here. 8-3 deuce, all spade flop. A Lock-In taking the aggressive approach. He takes a stab at the pot and takes it down. So well played there by Lock-In. It's always nice to see kind of who wins all these hands on the margins. It's obviously easy to kind of complain about, oh, my top set lost to an ace-high flush draw or whatever, but that's all kind of, you know, those hands kind of play themselves. You know, you really want to focus on who's winning all these hands on the margins, all these pots where nobody has much, who's picking up that loose money on the table is kind of what's going to determine your win rate a lot. So definitely want to focus on players that are picking up these pots where nobody has much. That's definitely going to determine a lot of your win rate, is who can have the instincts to kind of sniff out those spots and pick up the pots. So.
Raise.
80?
Interesting spot here, Cosmo with trips. This is kind of a weird spot when you're just, you know, come over to Omaha, you're wondering, how do I play trips? Pretty bad to have trips, but obviously when you have trip aces, you're pretty much always going to be a favorite if you know, get all in pre-flop versus somebody, although your odds will be a little less than they would be otherwise. You know, having an ace, having that third ace in your hand diminishes your equity, so to speak, a bit, but still a hand you want to play. And we're going to see an interesting spot here. Cosmo's getting 3-bet, and like I'm saying, you know, it's still a spot to try to get it in pre-flop. You'll be at an equity advantage, even with that third ace. And Cosmo fully realizing that, he's going to put in the 4-bet here. It's going to make it 1.5K here. See, put in the 3-bet with king, king, 3 deuce. Kind of not amazing kings. The 3 and the deuce is pretty poor cards to have. It does have spades to go with it. But obviously, when you're trying to run down aces, you don't want to have kings or a pocket pair. You'd rather have 4 unpaired cards in your hand to try to snap off aces versus having a pocket pair in your hand. So that's kind of a good rule of thumb to think about whenever you're getting 3-bet or 4-bet by a hand that's likely aces. You know, you don't want to have a pocket pair in your hand, ideally.
You're an underdog. You're an underdog.
Looks like Cosmo's reminding everybody how behind they are. So gotta love Omaha. 4-bet to 1,500, and it looks like you're going to get 3 calls here. I mean, it's a gambling game here. Everybody trying to see a flop here. Obviously, 2 people having kings is a dream scenario here for Cosmo. Having 2 players kind of cannibalize each other's hand, both having kings. So
no, never mind. Actually, Z's hand is much better.
Again, another orphan flop here, 4 deuce deuce, but not with Z here. His dangler, his 2x spikes trips here. Nightmare scenario for Cosmo. This is about as good a flop as you can get with aces here without improving your hand.
And Z just moves it, ships it.
And Z just moves in. This is a puke scenario here for Cosmo. Cosmo knows that his hand looks like aces, and if somebody's jamming over your bed, it's not a great spot. But
how does the 4 play in his hand?
Cosmo finding himself in a bit of a math problem here, though. He might have 2 compelling odds to fold here, but he realizes he's probably up against trips here. He's still going to call it off
so he's
for the pot odds here.
He's literally drawing for a...
Having the 4 is helpful because he can outrun trip deuces with the 4, so that's helpful to have, you know, a 4.
Go once.
As you can see, he's got 20% equity here, so given the pot odds...
Does anyone have an ace?
Looks like it was a good call off here by Cosmo, obviously, so, but not a great spot.
8 is not going to help, but it does bring in a flush draw, actually.
All those backdoor outs, like I mentioned, having 3 hearts in the flop. That heart pinching off on the turn definitely helps his cause here.
Ace or a heart. That's it.
Needs a heart that doesn't make a boat, or an ace or a 4, but he does not get there.
Yeah, kings also. No wonder the kings didn't come up.
Tough luck for Cosmo. The dangler spikes trips on this 4 deuce rainbow flop. The pot was so big pre-flop with all the callers, and then after Cosmo bet the flop, he kind of got pot stuck in the hand, so to speak. So tough one there for Cosmo.
Great one for Z.
Great one for Z.
We have kings. Yeah, that's what you have.
I mean, that's as good as you get in Omaha. You get a huge pot pre-flop, you have aces, and 2 or 3 people in the hand have kings. That's a great spot, but did not come in there for the zookeeper. Tough luck there for Cosmo. Looks like he's reaching for a rebuy, something you're going to have to get accustomed to when you play Pot Limit Omaha. You better have your standby stack ready, because it's likely going to get put on the table.
31.
Fireworks right when you sit down.
Yeah, Sean walked into it.
Nice to see some blood getting drawn here early at this 10-20 Pot Limit Omaha game. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. We got Kiero in the mix as well. If you're just tuning in, I'm sure you're familiar with Kiero at this point. Kiero loves poker, I believe, is his handle on social media. So.
Kiero loves you.
Kiero loves you. That's what it is.
I do need to lock in Kiero loves poker as a secondary page.
There we go. He's on GoDaddy right now, locking up that domain name. If you don't front run him.
Over to X or Twitter to get the link for Comedic Gamble.
But definitely. Now he's locking up my domains. We got a domain turf war going here now.
Just gonna go ahead and share the link to your Twitter in the chat.
Appreciate
you guys
that.
Give Adam a follow.
Absolutely.
He'll also make you ha-ha every now and then.
Yep,
so.
I also do some stand-up comedy as well here in Los Angeles.
3,100.
Jack of all trades, master of none. So just trying to make sure I don't get great at anything by doing a lot of things. So
you guys check me out on X. I'm consistently needling Christian Soto, so you guys can always check out my page for that.
I saw that the other day. Something about a meatball eating contest.
Oh, yeah, him and Vertucci in a meatball eating contest with no hands allowed.
Yeah,
his wife had to break it up.
That struck a visual there, that's for sure. As looks like we got another multi-way pot brewing here. We got Bo with a nice little hand. Ace, King, Jack 3 suited to the ace here. Got some middling hands in the midst here. Standard multi-way flop it looks like here. Looks like it's going to play as a multi-way limp here. Everybody calling 40 here. 6-5-4, 2-diamond flop. Bo flopping the nut flush draw here, although a bit precarious on a straightening board. 5-way. Pairing 6 on the turn, bringing a double flush draw now. Panda locking it up. He had top and bottom pair, but he makes a boat with that 6. Great turn here for Panda. He's got it locked up here.
A whole lot of wop, 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 wop.
So he's going to bet 200 into 400 is Panda. Or, I'm sorry, looks like he's raising to 800. There's a $200 bet. Looks like Sean just took a stab at this turn with ace 10 high. No blockers of any sort, but he's a gambling man of Sean. We like to see Sean in the mix here. He was on the game. I commentated a few weeks back. He's definitely not afraid to get in there and roll up his sleeves and mix it up. So I got to like to see that, but he ran into a tough one here versus Panda, turning the boat. Pretty easy pitch there from Sean. He took a stab at it. Nothing wrong with that, but he ran into one there, so to speak. Panda with the flop 2 pair, turning a boat. Nice result there for Panda. Once again, those are $10 chips. Those yellow ones, and the whites are 100. You might see some teal chips. Those are the 1Ks. And if you see a pink chip, those are 5Ks. So those are kind of the denominations here at the Commerce. You'll see some of those time buttons as well. Each player can throw in a time chip to get an extension.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. But again, you don't see that as often in Omaha. I think No Limit people are a lot more kind of cutthroat and tank and try to get tells. Omaha's people more flinging in chips and gambling, so I don't think we'll see as many time chips tossed in.
Yo Viral does not play PLO.
Oh, wow, yeah.
But
he played a very memorable hand recently here.
Yeah.
Two-card hand there at the final at the World Series. But I'd like to see those. I always want to see people play Omaha. When I see people play Crazy, No Limit, I'm like, man, I want to see you dance in the Omaha streets, so to speak. So.
Well, Yo Viral will be making his return and premiere to Live at the Commerce at the same damn time this Thursday.
How about that segue? That'll be interesting to see there. The guy with one of the most memorable hands in the history of World Series of Poker. He's going to be here on the stream mixing it up here in a matter of days. Very exciting to see that.
Top 2 for Cosmo.
Absolutely. Great spot here for Cosmo, flopping top 2, turning the boat here. Obviously leading out, hoping to have somebody else have a King X that's going to continue, but no such luck for Cosmo. Nobody has much to continue with there. Even if he checked and slow played, probably going to be tough to...
Needed a queen to really, or something straighty to come on the river.
Yeah, but he took a shot out there, took a stab on the turn, but probably wishing he checked now, but not much there for anybody to have, so probably same result. Zooming in on those green 1K chips. Hope to see those tossed in the middle here at some point. I'd like to see those chipped up to a pink 5K at some point as these stacks grow to the ceiling here in this 10-20 pot limit Omaha game. Looks like it's going to be 10-20-40 basically with the straddle. If you play pot limit Omaha, whatever you see listed on a certain type of casino tracking site, just go ahead and imagine the game's going to be twice the listed size. It's a pretty good rule of thumb in Omaha, so get used to that dynamic.
I love it when it's 10-20-40.
Absolutely. And also for the same size, pot limit Omaha will also play bigger. So a 5-10 pot limit Omaha game will play bigger than a 5-10 no limit game as well. So that's another kind of thing to keep in mind as well if you're kind of Omaha curious, so to speak.
Yeah, it's that type of month for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Looks like we got a multi-way pot brewing here per usual. Nobody connecting too strongly here.
No, I think you just need to do it once.
Bo with a pretty amazing gravelly voice. Hope we hear more of that from Bo as the stream continues.
I was thinking it, but I didn't.
Got that radio voice. That's an incredible voice there with that gargle. I love it.
Triple up. So fat. I pocket 10. I did 10-10 jack for 1 suit, and the flop came out 10-10 4.
80 times 4.
And Jamie and Cosmo both had a 4.
Cosmo some backdoor draws here. He's got backdoor clubs. He's got backdoor straight draw as well. He's got the 9-7, so if an 8 pinches off, he'll have an open ender. You always want to be looking for these backdoor straight cards that can add additional 2 to 5% equity or so to your hand that you might not initially think of. But like if you had, a 7-8, obviously is pretty meaningful with the 6 out there because you got, 8-7-6. There's a couple different cards that can turn open enders. So you always want to be thinking ahead in Omaha about what kind of coverage your hand can have. You want to be able to have a lot of different runouts covered in your hands. So that's a good thing to think about when you're playing pot limit Omaha is really reading that board and seeing if you have, what all your backdoor draws are. Definitely all those additional pieces of equity add up.
What you have? I just want to get one bluff on stream. Impossible.
And then just replay it at home.
I reckon we're going to see a pretty nice bluff here at some point. At some point, somebody's going to have an ace, the nut flush blocker or straight blockers. So it's going to be very interesting to see that unfold when it happens. We had a really nice nut flush blocker when Cosmo and I were in the booth here a couple weeks back. So definitely always fireworks, and people have a really key blocker in a big pot. Yet to see that yet, but it's kind of the early stages of a boxing match, so to speak, when a stream starts. People are kind of dancing around the ring, kind of getting a feel for each other's styles and stuff. So definitely imagine we're going to see a lot more fireworks here as the players get more familiar with each other.
I will steal it for you and see it. All right. I'm good too.
What up? Damn, you came loaded up today.
Yeah, good stuff. Oh, what's up?
Ruben, banks are open today, bro. It's not Juneteenth.
Hi. What's going on?
How are you?
You ready, huh?
No.
Another standard multi-way limp pot here. Ace, king, king with 2 spades. Cosmo with the nut flush draw, but not much else to go with it, and it is a paired board, so obviously flush draws are not as compelling when the board is paired.
Let's see where everyone's at. Kind of thing.
But if the pot doesn't get too big, obviously the less interest people show in the pot, probably the more likely your flush draw might be live on a paired board. But the pot starts getting bigger and bigger, that's definitely going to be a issue of concern here if you have a flush draw on a paired board. But Cosmo's going to take a shot at it, and he gets a fold there. Jamie folds. She had an ace, but obviously, is in very bad shape to anybody having a king X, which is very possible in a multi-way pot. So good fold there by Jamie. Obviously, she was ahead and was ahead of Cosmo, but of course, she doesn't know that.
It's like all the time. It's like all of those chips.
That's a pretty easy foldable hand there with an ace no kicker on a ace king king flop.
Yeah, you're like, oh gosh.
New player sitting here. He's got the Supreme Streetwear to the max, looks like here. He looks like he's got a rollie and all the trendy designs going on. So looking forward to seeing his outfit in full detail here. It looks like a SpongeBob jacket, I think, from catching that side of it. But I'm not a big cartoon guy, but I know that one at least a little bit. I'm more of a Beavis and Butthead guy for my cartoons, so I'm dating myself a bit there, although I did realize that show's got rebooted, I think, on Paramount. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm a big Beavis and Butthead fan. Still like South Park a lot as well, but curious to see that SpongeBob jacket here as we get some different camera angles. Panda with a big hand here. He's got a double suited ace, king, jack 4, ace high diamonds, king high hearts. A lot of connectivity there to Panda's hand. He's going to make it 70.
7 calls. We got a fold in there.
And we're heads up to a flop.
All right. Yeah, 2 folds. Pretty strong. Five boards? Oh, yeah. Closing.
Standard Omaha Open and 4 callers here. 5-way to the flop, and big flop here for Panda on this ace, jack, deuce, 2 diamond, 1 heart flop. He's got top 2 pair and the nut flush draw. He's got backdoor nut flush draw as well. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this here for Panda. What a dream flop for Panda. Cosmo there with top and bottom pair as well. Definitely a bit of a treacherous hand, not a hand you're wanting to raise and pile a bunch of money in. He knows that. He's just going to play it as a call here. Even if you're ahead with a 2-pair hand on a board like this, there's so many hands that are going to have a lot of equity to outrun you, even if your aces and 2s are good. King on the turn. Panda now with aces and kings.
If that card was a heart,
He's going to continue to bet here. Pretty bad turn for Cosmo's aces and deuces, and obviously now queen 10 gets there. Ace king, king jack, so many hands. That can continue. Not great spot there for ace deuce. He makes a good fold up against the better 2-pair. Nice fold there by Cosmo.
King hearts, yeah. Heart.
No heart, please. I didn't want a heart. I was completely joking about having a heart. Heart was awful.
I've been watching so many videos.
See why?
I look forward to this day after now.
You like it now?
Yeah.
I actually do a lot of work now just to come to this. It's fun.
Double up on Monday?
No.
Does anyone have any live tells?
Live tells?
Yeah.
I can't tell you that right
Study?
now.
Whoa, no sharing.
Table starting to fill out here at the Commerce Casino. Bally Poker here live at the Commerce. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media if you're just tuning in. 4-card action here. Pot Limit Omaha. So far, we got the resident pro Cosmo. Big loser so far. He got dinged in a big spot. 4-bet pot pre-flop with aces. 2 of his 3 competitors had kings. Great spot for Cosmo, but one of his opponent's danglers spiked trip 2s on a 4 deuce flop. Of course, Cosmo had a 4 in his hand as well, which made it even tougher to get away from with some additional outs to outrun the trip deuces, but he did not realize that equity and lost a big one.
Never let them know your next move.
Exactly.
King 3 deuce rainbow flop. Nobody connecting too strongly on this board here so far.
Shy, if you're watching.
Big turn for Panda. He did flop a gut shot to the 5. Now he picks up a diamond draw. Sean, probably the most aggressive player at the table, I would say. He is not afraid to take stabs at pots when check 2. He's going to bet 500 into 800. Panda, who did pick up some equity, but he folds away that equity on the turn. Jamie with nothing at all, and Sean picking up the loosely held money there, taking a stab at it and winning the money. Great play there by Sean. Willing to stick his neck out there on many occasions, and at that hand, it definitely paid off for him.
I was about to ask you, too. It's so funny. I was thinking it. We'll do it every time. Yeah.
It's on all night.
Who picks up those kind of pots when nobody has much? That's a big determinant in who's going to do well in Omaha. Z, big winner, up almost 11,000.
No.
Jamie and Cosmo stuck in the basement, stuck 4 and 5K respectively.
Yeah.
Everybody else kind of evenish.
You made it?
Yeah, you know, like the flip we're about to do. And last week, I go to him, like, hey, you want to chop all night? And he goes, yeah, let's do it. And then I won 5 flips in a row.
Z was the big winner of that 4-way, 4-bet pot where Cosmo had aces. He had king, 3 deuce, I believe, king high spades, and it was 4 deuce flop. And I think that was like a 15K pot or so. So that's why he's up 11K.
How'd that win? That's mine.
Good luck.
Live at the Commerce. If you're familiar with the Commerce, we got this awesome poker studio, formerly in the Arena Bar. If you're familiar with that, if you're a long time
8 of diamonds is good here.
Commerce player, you'll definitely remember the Arena Bar. That's now where this really high-tech, awesome poker studio is now.
It's a black card. Black cards are never good in this box.
Quite the transformation here going on at the Commerce Casino.
Oh, that's a good card. Oh, that's a good card for me. 8, running 8s?
Well,
Running 8s. Like, no running 8s, I guess. Never mind.
Spade.
Running diamonds. I need running diamonds here.
Spade.
Oh, ace. I got the ace.
Looks like we're doing a flip to divvy up who pays the collection.
It just comes out of the pot.
If you play high stakes, Omaha, or even no limit, a lot of times they'll do a double board bomb pot for collection. But it looks like they're just doing a flip here. They're not even playing for it, which definitely helps. It definitely speeds it up when you do a flip versus a double board hand where it can kind of take some time to play out. So.
Oh, Jack, I got another. Wait.
No spot.
okay, you've got everything.
Would you
You
scan
got
it
everything.
across? Would you scan it across, honey?
Oh,
You
yeah.
got it all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Pocket 8s are good.
The Ochos.
No spotter on the end. I had to do something. Actually, the big font. I would know.
Got a very active chat here on YouTube.
Deuce or 3 on this.
Get in there and mix it up. Got some San Diego players, I assume, making fun of Cosmo there in the safari bob hat there with the green zookeeper hat and the camouflage shirt. He's second biggest loser so far on the stream, but he's got a lot of game. I've played a lot with Cosmo. He's a great Polybat Omaha player, so he's a very tough out. Definitely think I'll have a good chance here to get winner here before the end of the session. That's a good thing about Polybat Omaha is if you get stuck, you definitely have a chance to get it back. People are not knitting it up. There's gonna be a lot of hands played, a lot of multi-way pots. So even if you're stuck, there's always a ray of hope in Polybat Omaha. You get buried in a no-limit game that's nitty. Not many worse feelings than that. So definitely
They got to crack it out of a can.
one of the good things about playing Polybat Omaha.
Apple juice is always
Kind of live by the sword, die by the sword game in many ways, but you're always live to get it back.
But like cranberry juice, they could just pour it out of their little bar gun and it's garbage.
Yeah, you clear it. Get it.
They're fine about being correct. Fine, it's
Okay, that's the
outside.
game. Okay, thank you.
First, I'm looking at that. Cut the pineapple, throw it in the blender.
Lock-in looks like he just came back from a mergers and acquisitions meeting here. I don't know what company he just acquired, but hope it goes well for him.
Here in LA.
Yeah. Are you from Vegas? Where are you?
From here. I only come to Commerce when I want to watch people fight out there on the floor.
Definitely seems like anytime you see drama at a casino, no matter where you're at, it's always the limit tables are where people are always getting in knife fights. It's always the limit tables. I don't know what it is about limit poker, but it brings out the angst in people, that's for sure. But that's what's so great about Omaha. People are so accustomed to winning and losing and going on swings that it's just kind of, you kind of go into an Omaha table expecting that, so people don't get their panties in a bunch much in Omaha. It's just you go into it knowing you're going to be in on a wild ride, perhaps. So it's everybody kind of goes into it with that understanding.
I walked back into the booth to you talking about knife fights and limit poker was great.
Yeah, it's I don't play limit poker much, but I'm always around tables. And anytime there's a disagreement or something, it's 80% limit hold'em.
Yes, 200.
So math, it's just the math, man.
Yep, it's death or life by 1,000 cuts playing limit poker. It's you go on a lot of swings in that game as well. So it can definitely be frustrating playing limit where you've lost every hand for like 3 hours in a row. You can't really will your way to win hands like you can in No Limit or Pot Limit Omaha. You're just kind of beholden to the deck and the kind of the poker gods in some ways. Like obviously there's skill to it, not saying there's not, but
set of jacks here for Z with the flush draw.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, huge flop here, middle set, got a flush draw to go with it.
Of course you have ace with queens and suited ace, and the flops just comes disgusting.
Yeah, Gugo's got backdoor nut clubs, and if a king or 10 pinches off, he'll have some pretty relevant straight blockers. And here we go, just on cue here. 10 of diamonds on the turn, so obviously king, queen makes the straight. So when you have 2 queens in your hand, that's pretty relevant. So definitely a spot where you could use those 2 queens as a bluffing type of hand.
22.
But obviously that's not going to work in this spot because Sean has it. He's got the king, queen, turned the nuts.
And Google doing the math of, I have 2 queens. How does he have king, queen?
It's definitely true. There's a big difference between having the nut flush blocker or having straight blockers for obvious reasons. Obviously, when you have the nut flush blocker, it's impossible for somebody to have the nut flush, whereas in this scenario, it's just greatly diminished that somebody can have the nuts of king, queen. So it's a bit of a key distinction there to understand when you're transitioning over.
Z in the blender.
Absolutely. He's got the middle set here, and he's got jack high spades, but obviously probably fully aware he's having to outrun his opponent here. And obviously when somebody has king queen, they can easily have king queen with a flush draw as well, which is a bit of a concern when you have jack high spades, but he's just going to send it in here.
Thank you. Oh, that sounds so good.
Oh, and the 3 on the river, Adam.
And the river gods. Board paired up. Nuts go down in flames.
The chips were supposed to come this way. What happened?
I said this last week, but I'll say it again. You know, Sean was holding the nuts, no diddy, but his nuts got cracked.
They absolutely did. Like we've mentioned here many times, Pot Limit Omaha is a great game because you're often always at risk, even when you have the best possible hand. There's a lot to fade.
And Z is running hotter than the weather in Vegas and Texas and California combined right now.
He is running like Usain Bolt so far. Just absolutely got the wind at his back here today.
Olympics are coming up, Adam.
Absolutely.
Are you excited? I'm actually genuinely excited.
I'm very excited. Me and my fiance were watching some like swimming trials and stuff. I didn't realize my girl was that into the Olympics, so she's all into all the, a lot of the events. She's a big fan of, I forgot her name, something Richardson, the sprinter.
Shari.
Yeah, she's a really big fan of hers, and yeah, we're definitely looking forward to the Olympics. I'm kind of just starting to learn all the faces and stuff. So
skateboarding's in the Olympics, and I'm like a big skateboarding fan. So I've been watching all of those qualifiers. But you know what's very interesting they added to the Olympics this year?
What's that?
Breakdancing.
Oh, wow. That should be very entertaining.
I cannot wait to bet on breakdancing.
I like to be curious to see who what the betting odds and what countries are
I cannot wait because that's going to to be the most degen betting of the Olympics this year. I'm calling it now.
That's it. That's very interesting. Yeah, definitely.
When you're sweating somebody from China and Japan versus Netherlands and America in a breakdance competition, it is. Yeah.
My girl likes to dance, so she'll definitely be keen to watch that one for sure. Which means I'm going to be watching that one. So.
You know, I've heard the term, pop lock your way into a gold medal is just taking on a new life now.
Yeah, they're definitely expanding the criteria, adding some cool new events, which is cool to see.
Do you think WSOP is the Olympics of poker?
I think that would be fair to say, for sure. It's definitely, when people are kind of judging people's greatness in poker, when there's like a Hall of Fame case being made, obviously, the World Series of Poker is definitely a very big part of that discussion. And unfortunately, kind of to the detriment of cash game players, kind of all your success is kind of anonymous, so to speak, which can be kind of frustrating when you're a good cash game player. There's no way for anybody to really verify or corroborate if you're actually good other than,
reputation.
Other than your reputation or your peers, so to speak, whereas, tournament players kind of have that Hinden Ma page.
Well, now we have live
TV
streaming.
appearances. So, yeah, the live streaming has definitely helped
They're tracking it, trust me.
Yeah, live streaming has definitely brought cash game more into the forefront, which is awesome to see, because most professional poker players make their living playing cash games. It's something you can do on a daily basis. You don't have to travel for it. All the money isn't condensed into the top 3 spots. So if you're, it can be a bit of a crazy enough thing in of itself to tie your livelihood to playing poker. And obviously, if you're going to be doing that, it makes a little more sense to be a cash game player. It's kind of a bit more like an index fund, so to speak, whereas tournaments are kind of a bit more of a lottery. So, if you're playing poker for a living, it's kind of nice to be able to play cash games because it's a little more steady and consistent.
Locked in with finally a good hand here. He has
absolutely.
That flush draw. Bets 230 on the button. It's back over to Gugo, who has a flush draw with 9s and a jack 9 suited.
Yeah, not kind of a clunky hand. He's got a club draw, but it's a pretty poor one, and he's got a pocket pair in his hand, which isn't very useful on this king high board, obviously. So he's kind of a bit of a meh hand, so to speak. Pretty good prudent fold there by Gugo.
Do you think there would ever be a way for the Olympics to integrate poker into an actual Olympic event?
That would be really cool. I mean, that was obviously the kind of natural thing we're thinking as we're talking about Olympics and adding events, and then obviously thinking, that'd be cool if poker could get in there. So that would be interesting to see. I definitely think it'd be great for the game, obviously, bring a lot more eyeballs to it, notoriety. So I'd be here for it, that's for sure.
You see just Philhelmuth won gold for America, or Daniel Negreanu
for Canada. Yeah,
Canada.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what's cool about the World Series and poker in general, is that it's a game that kind of unites people from all walks of life. So that's really nice in that way, especially when you go to the World Series of Poker, or even like the World Series Poker event that was here recently. I mean, you'll see at the Commerce, you'll see people from all over the world come to play poker. So it's really cool to, it's a great way. I've got so many friends I've met through poker. Like I've done so many Europe, trips to Europe where I've got to stay with all my different online poker friends in different countries. And it's just really cool. That's what's really cool about poker, is it kind of unites everybody all across the globe. And that's what's awesome about poker, is really has a good way of unifying people in that way. So
lock in now with the aces here, suited ace-4.
Absolutely nice spot here for a lock in here. He's got aces suited to clubs here, and he's got a 2K stack as well. So if he catches a favorable flop, it'll be pretty easy for him to play for stacks here.
Ship it.
One says, love.
All right, 6 and 8. Would you scan your both the cards, please?
I assume Sean's going to do a flopsy here, trying to spike a set of queens. Gugo with a nice kind of rundown hand, jack 9, 7, 6. King 10, 7, 2 spade flop. Nice flop here for Sean. He's got a nut straight draw to the jack and a second nut flush draw. 800 in the middle. Checks through, repeating king here on this turn. King of clubs. Nobody holding a king. Might be a bit of a scare card for everybody involved, but Sean loves to bet. He might take a stab at it as well. We shall see. Looks like it's going to be checked to Gugo here. He takes a shot at it with the straight draw. He can make a straight with an 8 or a queen.
Queen would be the money card.
That would. He's definitely hoping to just get this bet through, hoping nobody has a king. But lock in with the aces, wants to see this river, a non-believer. 1600 in the middle as we head to the river. Deuce of clubs on the end. 1600 in the middle. Can Gugo fire another shell? Obviously, unimproved Jack High is not going to win at Showdown. He's got every reason to bluff here, but could easily be betting into a boat or trip kings as well.
It looks like he might knuckle it.
We shall see here. Will he double barrel? He needs to. It would be really put lock into the test here. We'd love to see a bet by Gugo if he can find it. He's grabbing those $100 chips, portioning out a bet here, but can he follow through? He's gonna bet 600 here.
Snapped.
And gets snap called by lock-in.
What is it? Hold on. Oh, shit. What? No.
Gugo seems a bit confused. Not sure if he misread his hand or
no, he just wanted to see what he got called by.
Okay, well, perhaps he wanted to see all 4 cards. Perhaps sometimes when people show their cards, you know, you can maybe only see 3 of the 4 cards or whatever, so perhaps he was asking for a spread of lock-in's hand. But I thought Gugo, if he was going to bet that river, I thought he'd bet a little bigger there. He bet, I think, like a third or 40% pot. Kind of made it a little easier for Matt to click call there, but still got to applaud both their efforts. I like how they both played it, obviously.
Gugo with the please call me bet and lock-in took not even 0.2 milliseconds to be like, okay.
Yeah, he snapped that off real quick, did lock-in, so.
Good read.
Absolutely.
He does read books a lot, but it looks like he's reading Gugo.
He might subscribe to the theory of you lose 100% of the hands that you fold,
Yeah.
which sucks. You know, every time you fold, you lose the pot, which isn't fun. So when presented with compelling pot odds, it looks like lock-in decided to go that route, so it did not work out for Gugo there. But it would have been interesting to know if lock-in would have gulped down a pot-size bet or a 3/4 pot bet on the end there. But obviously betting like a third or 40% pot made it a lot easier of a gulp down there for lock-in. So
gulp down sounds so provocative.
It's a bit of a dynamic phrase.
Very dynamic.
Take it a lot of different ways, but definitely when you're facing a big bet with just an unimproved pair of aces there and a paired board, it's not a thrilling spot to be in. It's definitely something you're kind of gritting your teeth on, so to speak, but he came to the right conclusion there to lock in, so well played there by him.
Queen 4-3 rainbow, and Jamie with 2 pairs sneaking in there. A wrap hand for Cosmo.
Yeah, Cosmo with a big wrap here, and obviously even more powerful given that it's a rainbow flop. He's got backdoor spades as well, so he's got a really powerful hand here. With this big wrap on a rainbow flop, he's got backdoor spades as well.
And of course the king comes.
King comes on the turn. No improvement for Cosmo. But nobody having too strong a hand on this board, so perhaps Cosmo can find a route to victory here, but probably going to need to improve his hand given this is a 4-way pot. Panda did a bit of a chump bet here, bet $20 with his open-end straight draw and backdoor hearts. It's kind of an interesting bet. Obviously, you're...
A younger Cosmo just rips it there.
Yeah, I thought Cosmo might have...
There's a chance to rip it now.
But look at Cosmo, finds that 7 on the end for the nuts. Very helpful that it wasn't the 7 of hearts as well. $500 in this pot when checked to. Looks like Cosmo's going to bet about a third a pot here. He's going to bet 120, hoping to get called by some kind of 2-pair hand. Looks like nobody's home here on this river.
Definitely feel like he missed the bet on the turn.
Jamie does have 2 pairs. She's got 7s and 4s, but looks like she's maybe seeing through Cosmo here with this kind of call me bet.
Yeah, he definitely should have bumped it up on the turn, and he knows it.
Yeah, he's you know, if he had a great deck read, he would have raised that turn knowing what was going to come on the end. But he
underrated.
Yeah, he wasn't as sure about the river, so he just kind of played it as a call there. But it is kind of weird when someone makes a really small bet like that. Sometimes you can see people do that with like top set or something, hoping to induce a raise, and then they can come over with another raise. Definitely not a bet you face often, like a $20 bet into a $300 pot or whatever it was on that turn. But definitely makes it interesting. I appreciate the bet size there by Panda. Spices up a little bit with the 1 big blind lead on the turn there multi-way.
Limping is pimping.
Absolutely. I guess when you make a really small bet like that, you're kind of forcing people to define their range, so to speak. You know, when you make a really small bet, you're kind of forcing somebody to either call or raise. So if somebody has like a really big hand there, it might be hard to just call with like a set there. So you kind of force people to define their hands, so to speak, when you do these really small probes. I'm not sure if that's what he was thinking there or not. Like, obviously, he does a really small probe and everybody calls. Maybe as he heads to the river, he can rule out, top set, second set, thinking, hey, if people had those hands, they're going to always raise this tiny bet. So definitely can get some information betting real small like he did. Multi-way pot here once again. Queen 9-8, 2 clubs. Nobody having the very ever-present Jack 10 straight. Cosmo flopping the nut flush draw. He has the 10 in his hand as well, which blocks the Jack 10 nuts, which on this 10 turn now King Jack is the nuts, but nobody has the King Jack. But Panda does have 2 kings in his hand. He's got some pretty relevant blockers. He's going to put those to the test here, betting 400 into 600 here with King, King, Queen. Should be interesting to see what Cosmo does when it gets back to him here. He's got the nut flush draw. He had relevant straight blockers on the flop, but not any straight blockers on this turn. Obviously, King Jack is the nuts. Jack 7 is a straight as well. Looks like Cosmo's gonna play it as a fold. He has the nut flush draw, but obviously he has 3 clubs in his hand, so has a little less equity, and obviously you don't want to be just check calling bets with no additional equity. You just had a flush draw there and with 3 clubs, so pretty easy trivial fold there by Cosmo. Has players behind him as well. Back to Sean. He's got 2 pair here, 10s and 9s. He does have a straight blocker with the king in his hand. He's gonna play it as a fold though. Looks like he wants to do a rabbit and see if he would have filled up there, but.
What's the river? Club?
9.
Did it pair the board? No, I had the lower straight. I just felt like I could call.
10, 20, 40, pot, Limit Omaha.
Voluntary.
Live at the Commerce, Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Have Kiero in the booth with me as well. He's been chiming in here as well. Nice to have Kiero here alongside me. Definitely give him a follow on social media. Kiero loves you.
Yeah, man.
C1 raise 8.
Wager the maximum amount.
Raise that.
What was the maximum amount of dollars? Something like that.
390.
390? Oh, it's so close to a lot, man.
I got a name board shift soon, Sonny. Let's see.
C4 raise.
And I don't like it.
Stuff about you.
How good of a player?
3-bet here from Cosmo, spicing it up with the Ace King 6-4 on the button. He's going to 3-bet to 400 here, roughly. Gets 4-bet by Sean to 700. He's got this beautiful little snapper hand, Jack 10, 9-8 double. Hard to be at too much of an equity disadvantage with a hand like that, even if you're up against aces. Hand that flops really well.
Explain the play.
Cosmo playing his hand as a call, so Sean could probably deduce that Cosmo does not have the ace-ace XX hand here. Heads up to this flop, 1,600 in the middle. Sean with about a pot size and a half bet left, and he connects massively on this flop. Ace, 8, 7, 3, 2 spades. He's even got a backdoor heart to go with it. Absolute monster flop. This is just what you're looking for with the rundown type of hand. Flops absolutely epically here to Sean. Not much for Cosmo. He just got an unimproved ace king high here. He's got a gut shot here to the 5, but not much to continue with to that bet size. Great deck read there by Sean. Puts in the 4-bet with the jack high rundown. Absolutely smashes the flop. It's obviously nice to do that with hands like that because obviously your opponents will often put you on an ace-ace heavy range. So it's nice to be able to kind of rep the smaller or medium boards that maybe your opponent might think you didn't connect with, given they're probably putting you on an ace-ace XX. So it's nice to be able to connect on boards like that when you 3-bet or 4-bet pre-flop and not having an ace-ace X hand. So definitely kind of balances your range out and makes you tougher to play against when you're capable of 3-betting and 4-betting hands like that. Obviously, some players kind of fall into the trap of just 3-betting or 4-betting ace-ace XX only, and then obviously they can get attacked by really good thinking aggressive players on these kind of middling lower straight boards that often will favor the call or pre-flop versus favoring the 3-bet or 4-bet, which often is an ace-ace heavy range. So nice to mix up your play and 3-bet and 4-bet hands that connect on those boards as well. Well played there by Hesham. Nice hand here for lock, and he's got the ace-queen, jack-8 double here. Awesome hand here in Parliament Omaha. Flops so well. Lots of board coverage with a hand like this for lock-in. Once you start playing Omaha a lot, you almost like these hands better than ace-ace XX hand, just because they flop so well and have so much board coverage.
Told me not to do it, I did it. I played
He's going to 3-bet to 520 here. Gets a couple calls 3 ways to the flop. 1600 in the middle. Jack 7-7 rainbow flop.
My head is big.
Nobody connecting strongly on this flop here. Lock-in does have a jack in his hand here. He's got the ace-queen jack-8. Nobody with a 7X though.
Yeah, whenever you open it.
Check.
Hey, hold my phone on you. Just in case, like, let him hold my phone. Just in case people trying to come or...
Action to Cosmo here. He does have a gut shot here. An 8 makes him a straight. He's got backdoor diamonds as well. Looks like he's going to rep the 7X hand here. He's kind of got one of those middling hands. He's looking at have a 7 in his hand. He does not, but he's obviously hoping to get people to fold ace-ace, king-king X kind of hands with this bet here. Obviously has additional equity with the straight draws and backdoor diamonds as well, though his diamonds are covered there by lock-in. Cosmo turning an open-end straight draw here with this king of clubs turn. Gives lock-in queen-high clubs as well. Lock-in with a hammer lock in the hand here, as you see 90% equity. Cosmo perhaps fearing somebody could have king-king XX in their range as well, given the pre-flop action. But he's going to plow forward here. He's going to bet big here on this king X turn, and he's going to get lock-in to fold. Great leverage play there by Cosmo using his position.
Good call.
Ace of clubs, that help you? Ace of clubs probably helps you.
Who wants this channel?
Great spot there from Cosmo using his aggression and position. Lock-in was the last aggressor pre-flop. Cosmo's probably thinking he had an ace-ace heavy range there. Of course, he didn't have an ace-ace heavy. He didn't have ace-ace. He had a ace-high Broadway kind of hand, but worked out either way there for Cosmo.
Oh, yeah. I'll scan.
That was a little funny.
Yeah?
The fans love you, Cosmo. Everybody loves you in the chat.
Cosmo is the people's champ. He's the mayor of San Diego poker.
Are you famous?
Do you like the outfit?
No.
I
said, Cosmo has a baked potato in his hat, and he said, Cosmo definitely sits when he pees. Ever?
That's why I play tournaments. I'm trying to final table to see, people are like, oh, you play some poker? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, I haven't been on TV. I'm like, never. Because I can't final table anything. Just tournament buy-ins. It's so hard to final table.
Are you going to WSOP this year, no?
I was already there.
Okay, to play.
A lot of tournaments.
A lot of lottery tickets burned over there.
I'm 0 for 12.
Damn.
In getting above starting stack.
Looks like Cosmo's 0 for 12, picking up a lot of tax deductions so far as Cosmo this World Series of Poker, something I can relate to as well. Speaking of that, Cosmo knocked me out of the main event last year. I think it was like Jacks versus Ace King. I don't even remember who had what. I just remember walking away with some walking papers in my hand. Cosmo had a favorable board on that occasion, but
I'm gonna play the 10K.
hope to see some better luck for Cosmo this remaining series.
Has like
Where?
tomorrow in Vegas. There's a tank
Yeah, bro. You're gonna play that too?
Yeah, but all the re-entry events, those are like no one cares about their tournament.
Yeah, they just
Lock-in, flopping 2 pair here, aces and 4s. Flush turn here with this deuce of spades.
You just want to run it up as fast as
I
possible.
got like
Jamie with the nut spade blocker here. Let's see if she utilizes it.
Like build up your stack as soon as possible.
I'm getting murdered in the chaos of the beginning levels. That's my
1100 in the middle. Lock-in's betting 900 into her here. He's got no spade in his hand at all on this 3-spade board. It is a heads-up flop, so not as heads-up hand, so not as likely to run into a flush just betting into one player. But you prefer to have off spade in your hand at least. But he's sticking his neck out there and betting near pot and gets a fold from Jamie, who has the nut flush blocker.
straight to.
Are the bigger events unlimited entries too? No, right? One rebuy?
Given her stack size, there wasn't a lot for her to rep or do there. So she was kind of handcuffed on her options, obviously. It would have been really interesting if she was deep, seeing how that would have played out. Of course, I don't think lock-in probably makes the same bet on the turn if stacks are different, so.
That I don't know. I never played any 10K event before, ever.
like I mean all the events. Like where they had like
no, I think the 1,000, like the Colossus or whatever, they always had like multiple rebuys. You could qualify for like multiple day ones.
Oh, your size is here. Oh, good.
Yeah, this is my. I only get to play tournaments like in the summer, so it's, I get like to build up the tournament itch year round, and then.
Where are you staying at?
My friend lives out there, so.
Oh, lucky.
We stay. You get to.
Z, big winner so far, up 15 dimes. It's been smooth sailing for Z.
Red card, I win the
It's a therapy session.
I gotta win one of these.
Oh, shit.
Why is it so high? Why can I
Okay.
never win?
It's also really hot there.
Let me go get some more chips. Yeah.
Live at the Commerce, Bally Live Poker.
Oh, you have 3 cards.
Playing some 4-card today, pot limit Omaha.
Off the top.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Must use 2 cards in your hand to make the best 5-card hand.
Destroy
Oh,
that.
I like this hand.
It's okay.
I felt like that was coming.
I double suited ace.
I felt like that was coming.
How many times have you?
This is where I learned how to play pot limit Omaha. I was a 10-20 no limit cash professional here, playing all the no limit games, and eventually
Really good at holding.
got my arm twisted enough
Just because I'm
to play some 4-card. I decided just to jump in the 20-40 game that was running here a few years ago, and was a bit worried about how it would translate for me, but I ended up getting the hang of it eventually. But definitely a really fun game to play, and definitely a bit sentimental coming in here at the Commerce, because I've definitely played probably more poker here than anywhere else, and this is where I definitely learned how to play the great game of Omaha. So
I want to draw one.
nice to be here behind the curtain, recounting the 4-card action here at the Commerce.
They told me about you.
I've played a lot of hands here over the years, so.
They said, you're friends with Adam? I was like, yeah. They're like, ugh. And by them, just nobody. No, everybody says only great things about you. I'm only kidding.
Oh, that's very nice. That's
even our head of poker management here. As soon as he saw you here, he's like, "Oh, Adam's here for PLO. That is amazing." Like, your name carries weight, obviously, in not only the PLO community but the Commerce community.
That's very humbling to hear. But I really appreciate that. That's I definitely played a lot of poker out here, and so many great people that I've got to rub shoulders with at the table. So it's the affinity is universal. That's for sure. It's a lot of great people I've met at a poker table out here. That's for sure. And the floor Jonathan being one of them, who's definitely jumped in our pot limit Omaha games here. It used to be a half 10-20 pot limit Omaha, half $30 Annie double board bomb pot, and I think they're going to get the Omaha games here restarted on the casino floor shortly, so definitely stay tuned for that.
A lot is coming for PLO here at the Commerce.
Very excited to see how that unfolds here. with the pot limit Omaha on the casino floor.
You guys could come take Adam's chips very shortly.
Absolutely. You can relieve me of my chips and have me walking back to my box here, unloading it.
Drop a 1 in chat if you want Adam to play on the stream, though.
I'm definitely looking forward to doing that. I'm definitely looking forward to playing on one of these Omaha streams here in the coming weeks. I'm definitely excited for that. That would be fun. I would love to get in here and
I'm gonna ask Cosmo to commentate next week.
That would be great. I would definitely like to see some have it kind of get a little alternating between the booth and the felt. So that would be pretty cool to see. I'm wondering if he will be in Vegas. That might be around the main event. Actually, this is gonna be the first time I'm unable to play the main event this year. I think I probably played it 14 years in a row, so I'm a bit bummed by that.
Damn, must be nice fucking problems to have.
Yeah, I got some family stuff percolating that I have to tend to here, but so I'm a bit bummed by not being able to play the main event this year. A lot of World Series event. I got some stuff at home I got to tend to, but there's nothing wrong with that. The cash games are always great, and nothing wrong with being home. Get to spend more time with my fiance as well, and all my chickens and my chickens in Chihuahua and all that. So it's always hard being on the road during the World Series. So it's
I think next year will be my first year playing the main.
Oh, it's really exciting, man. The main
I'm only
event's
speaking
awesome
it into
thing.
existence.
The main event's awesome. So
every time I've been at the World Series of Poker last year and this year, I'm doing all media coverage stuff, and I don't have any time to play. And I'll tell you, my poker competitiveness, it eats at me. And I kind of said to myself, after all the bookings and everything this year, I was like, next year I'm going to make time to play the main and not hold the camera.
That's funny you mentioned that poker media. I actually got a journalism degree from University of Missouri. My whole life I thought I was going to be like a sports writer or sports radio host. Started playing poker in college during Black Friday, or I'm sorry, during the poker boom. And then after I graduated, I kind of just kept playing poker. I kept winning and doing well. All my friends that were applying for newspapers were getting laid off or fired because the newspaper industry collapsed. And at some point, I just thought, shoot, maybe gambling's the most stable thing I can do.
It's crazy how that works out, right?
The newspaper and magazine industry kind of tanked as soon as I got my degree. So, but the following 2 summers after I graduated, I worked for Pocket Fives and Bluff magazine. So my first couple World Series of poker, I was literally waking up in the morning, pushing like a dolly full of poker magazines.
Yeah.
And I was on the rail, kind of recounting, these hands, doing hand history write-ups. So when I was 21, 22, my first 2 World Series, I was a poker media person. And eventually it got to the point where once I got up to like 5-10 no limit, it kind of no longer made sense to continue to do media. But here 20 years later, I'm finding my way back in the poker media game. But yeah, I definitely have some humble beginnings starting out as a poker reporter, loading up the dolly full of magazines at 9 in the morning before the World Series. That was kind of my background early on in the World Series. So
that's where I'm at now.
Grinding my way out of it, and nice to be back as a broadcaster, finally using my degree 20 years later. So
yeah, my first 2 years of poker have really just been media and playing on streams, having a blast.
Yeah, it's great. I met a lot of players that way, as I know you are as well. So it's there's a lot of gateways and side doors into poker. So
well, this year is really special because it's the first time Commerce said we're taking our Commerce Poker Pro team. I don't know if you know, I'm the team manager. They wouldn't allow me to be on the team and play, so I was like, the next best thing I could do is be team manager.
Absolutely.
And so we have 20 players that Commerce has put into the main event.
That's awesome.
And we're hoping one of them bring back a nice, pretty bracelet for the Commerce to celebrate.
That would be fantastic. Hoping we see some Commerce logos on these World Series streams here. That would be really cool.
Set for Bo. Let's see what he does here.
Absolutely. Bo, the veteran here, looks like it's a Navy veteran per the shirt he's rocking, but definitely hope to see Bo get some gold here before the end of the session. Nice flop here. Flop's top set. Still the nuts on this turn. Ace, 8, 3, 10. 2 diamonds on the flop here.
Register for WSOP anymore. Where are you?
Cosmo's got an interesting hand here. Cosmo's got a big wrap. He's got diamonds as well.
You have to register in Paris?
He's going to play it as a call as we head to this river. King of diamonds on the end. Nice development there for Cosmo. Bo's top set up in flames here.
Do you think Bo knows?
I think Bo may know. As a Kansas City Royals fan, I'm very familiar with Bo Jackson. I've got every jersey he has, the home and road. So
I'm glad you caught that reference.
Absolutely. When you see me on these streams, I will be wearing a Bo Jackson jersey almost assuredly. I don't know if I'm going to do the baby blue or the home white. I guess if you're in the chat, let me know which I should rock on my first Live at the Commerce appearance. Should I rock the baby blue Bo Jackson, or should I do it the traditional home white? But stay tuned for that. Definitely give me your input on what you want to see me rocking on that occasion. But
I think I'm going to vote baby blue.
The baby blue one's pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
Because the white one's an away jersey, and this is your home court.
True, very true.
So logically, my decision wasn't based on color preference. It was based on, you know, where you're playing now. If you go to Texas to play, take the white jersey.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I might play better down there. We shall see.
Yeah.
But,
I got to go back out to Texas. Austin owes me money.
That's a great city. Austin is a great city. I did a South by Southwest trip there moons ago. It's definitely a fun time to be there.
I have like DJ'd everywhere in America except for like Louisiana.
How many kids?
Oh, interesting.
And Hawaii.
Call.
Definitely have to hear
Before
about
poker, yeah, I was touring concert DJ.
Yeah,
and I was watching poker all through my DJ career though, and then so when I kind of after COVID was just like, what's next on my bucket list of life was poker. And 2.5 years later, you see me here. So
things can change in a hurry, like they do in Omaha. You have aces pre-flop, but now you see the straight board staring at you. 7-5-4 rainbow flop.
So you're
Sean open-ended, 2-pair for locked in.
Wait, why? What's the point of you driving? Just have your wife drive then.
I just want to make sure they're.
Definitely, despite having aces, Sean connects with this kind of low straightening hand here. He's got the 6-5 in his hand, so he's blocks the straight with the 6, and he's got an open ender as well to the lower side.
I'd like to have mistakes, but my wife.
But obviously 8-6 making the nuts here on this flop. He's got the 6-5 in his hand, but he's going to bet 300, hoping to just take it down and get it through. Lock-in calls with the ace 8-7-5.
Flush draw opens up on the turn.
Lock-in flopping top 2 pair, but we got a queen of spades on this turn now. Almost 1,000 in the middle. Be interesting hand to see how this plays out here between Sean and Lock-in.
So they're closing the Mirage, right? Mirage.
Sean just plowing through here.
I only heard about Circus.
And wow, Lock-in let it just rip into the flop.
He's folding it there, which obviously, you know, he had top 2 pair on the flop, but obviously a straight board. And then when that queen pinches off on the turn, now there's all kinds of higher 2-pair hands he can be up against, hands that have turn spades, pick up a lot of additional equity. So it's a pretty not ideal spot there for having 7s and 5s in your hand.
No gamble, no future.
I don't blame him there for the fold at all, and you really got to tip your cap to Sean there for just continuing to bet fearlessly. It definitely can work out to your favor, especially if it's a heads-up pot, it's a lot more likely to get that through than multi-ways. So
it's dangerous when the punters make hands.
It is, man. Sean's a very tough out. Definitely hard to play against. He takes shots at a lot of pots.
Would you say you're more of a punter or a Hail Mary type player?
That's a good question. I don't know how I would describe myself. I can be a bit of a counter puncher at times.
Counter puncher, I like that. A counter offensive player.
Yeah.
Is that a fancy way of saying nit?
Perhaps. I'm not some super willy-nilly, super aggro crazy guy. I'd definitely say I'm definitely capable of unloading the clip, but it's not. I'm not going to be playing like I'm not going to be having the highest VPIP, at most tables. I'll probably be somewhere around the middle, I would assume, VPIP wise. Or
Sean open-ended with another straight draw on this hand, bets 200. Cosmo gets the F out of dodge. As we go back and revisit Adam describing why he's a nit, he's not the highest VPIP at the table. Well, when we see you on the stream, we hopefully see you get into the mix, show some
for sure.
exquisite, expert, professional play, but also bring some fun.
Absolutely. That's definitely something that I often do at the tables. I'm always cracking jokes and talking when I'm in the hand and stuff. I probably, quote unquote, lose a little bit of my hourly, so to speak, from a nerd perspective. But I'm here to have fun. You play a lot of poker, and you've been playing poker as long as I've had. You want to make it fun. You want to make it enjoyable to show up to the casino every day, and you want to make it a fun environment for everybody else at the table. You want people to keep coming back and playing. So, some online players, look at everything as like, oh, this is plus EV. I can't talk in a hand because they might pick up. It's just
as the kids say, we say, shut up, virgin.
Yeah, I don't play like that. I'm playing to make money, but I'm also trying to have fun and foster a good fun environment at the table. And if me talking in a hand maybe makes me a little distracted where I, don't follow every single detail like some pro with headphones on, that's just not the way I want to live.
If you have over-the-ear headphones at my table, it's automatic, no action.
Yeah, you're not going to see me show up with Bose headphones and a freaking backpack and Tupperware with food in it at the poker table. It's not the kind of vibe I want to put out. I want to be talking and joking and mixing it up with people, and you know, it just makes it fun. When you play a lot of poker, it's more fun when you play it that way. And Cosmo is very similar in that regard. Cosmo talks a lot. He's, you know, having fun. He's not just, you know, focusing just on his cards and stuff.
We have a open-ended gut shot straight flush draw. I don't get to say that often.
Yeah, you don't.
240.
And here we go, lock in, sending in the troops, trying to represent what Cosmo actually has.
He's firing this turn here. A lot of times when people kind of lead in Omaha, you at least want, often you'll see people have at least a diamond in their hand, lock in with no flush blocker at all. But hey, we got to appreciate he's got the blenders on. He's got some
and the board pairs. That has to be disgusting for Cosmo.
Yeah, it kind of is tough for lock-in because he's obviously repping a flush on this turn when he leads. So now in the board pairs, it's a little tougher to kind of rep a boat on this river, given that he led the flush turn. So he's going to wave the white flag and check back.
Cosmo said, sure, you're going to give me a free showdown?
And Cosmo's going to happily knuckle back there with his kind of 9-high flush on now a paired board. But
how would you describe Lock-in's glasses with that suit combination?
It's definitely, I think if you're into crypto, it's called like mogged or whatever. I think that's the meme. I think he's mogging right now. So
I'm so glad I asked.
That might intersect with maybe 10% of the audience perhaps, but definitely a lot of poker players are into that kind of crypto Twitter culture, so to speak. But he's rocking the shades. There's kind of a bit of a trendy thing for the youths nowadays to be rocking the blenders, I think they're called, is one way to categorize those shades. But looking very stylish is Lock-in, which is tough to match Gugo's streetwear today as well. So they're definitely battling on the red carpet here, so to speak, tonight with the fashion tips. So. And then, of course, you got Bo rocking the Navy shirt. I mean, he knows his lane. He's not going to be wearing any Supreme shirts as Bo. So
yeah, and you can't even see Cosmo at the table with the camouflage.
Absolutely. It's just you can't even see the guy. He's blending right in. So the chameleon of poker, Cosmo the chameleon.
The zookeeper. To the flop we go. It looks like we got a little bit of a family pot situation. And what a flop for Sean and Z. Here we go.
Battle of the trips. Now Z with a terrible, about as bad as a trip hand as you can get. He's got King 4 deuce deuce in his hand. So I mean, he has trips, but he can't beat any trips. He basically just blocks trips with his hand in a way. It's kind of a way to think about that kind of hand when you're, you know, having trips in a freaking 6-way flop here. Obviously, somebody else has trips as well. Sean with the King 10 4 deuce.
Blocking.
Also kind of motley trip kings as well. Both players kind of with meh kings, but Z with as bad a kings as you're going to get.
Pocket 10.
Well, it doesn't stop him from leading out on the button.
No, your hand's going to often be good with trip kings, so it's, you know, definitely a worthwhile bet. But once you get called, you're kind of thinking, crap, this is not a great spot because I'm beat by a lot of things that are going to continue here.
3 of spades killing the action here now. Another 3 on the river. And the kicker plays.
King 10.
Perfecting my lean forward still.
And that spade on the turn kind of killing a lot of the action.
Absolutely does. And both players with kind of mediocre bad kings, so they're obviously fearing being up against kings with a better kicker, or King 9 for a boat, or Pocket 9 for a boat.
What could have been.
Yep.
They had the best hand there.
That's an interesting thing, too, when you flop the underboat in Omaha. Like if he had Pocket 9s there on that King 9 flop, you only have like 60% equity versus anybody that has a King X hand. And that's something that's kind of depressing or interesting to learn when you just start playing Omaha, because you think, oh my God, I got Pocket 9s, and the flop comes King 9. You're thinking unbelievable. But as that pot starts to get bigger and bigger, you realize that, oh shoot, I'm beat now by a King X full house.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something to be aware of when you flop the under full, like if you had Pocket 9s there, that you're not really much of a favorite versus trip kings at all, and you could already be dead
to King 9.
So
which,
definitely be aware of that.
If you run like many of my friends that run in PLO, they'll tell you, I flopped a boat with 9s, and of course he had King 9 because I'm unlucky.
So yeah, that's definitely something to be aware of there if you're kind of a bit of a newer person to Omaha. It's kind of how these
let him pile it in.
Yeah, hey, it's a great hand.
It's a great hand. Let it pile in. Maybe you run good.
Yeah, maybe I'm leaking too much alpha, so to speak, here to channel that culture even more. But I'm here to,
as my friend would say, you are feeding the fish steroids.
I am trying to, I'm being an honest broker here. I've played a lot and want to just kind of give some useful information. I'm sure other pros might be hating what I'm saying, but hey, that's all right. I'm trying to help out people that are wanting to learn the great game of Omaha. So
Bo with a pretty hand here.
Absolutely, nice little hand here. He's got ace, king, 8-5. He's got backdoor clubs to go with it.
Now everybody with a draw to a straight.
Yeah, Bo with some very relevant blockers here. He's got 2 queens in his hand. Obviously, king, queen makes the nuts. So it's nice to bet this hand here and get any ace-x to fold. It's a big win. So that's kind of hoping what he's hoping to accomplish.
There's the king.
And he fills it in on the end with that king. He makes the straight.
It's hard to beat a man getting a massage. One of my principles of poker.
He went from betting blockers to having the nuts here on the end here with that king. Not much for Sean here. He's got 2 pair, but not what you want on a straight board. He's going to relinquish the hand, and nice result there for the veteran Bo. He's rocking a Navy shirt underneath that massage pad. If you're just tuning in, he was rocking the Navy proudly earlier, but that's hidden from view now. But he's a Navy man. Nice to have Bo in the game, and I'd like to thank him for his service as well as any other veterans as well that are watching on the stream. Definitely appreciate your service, serving the country in one of our military branches.
$20,000 cash.
Let's get a roll call from chat. Where are you guys tuned in from? I usually like to do this around this time. Me and Adam will give you a shout out along with to your city or location or you may be watching from or country.
Definitely have a strong San Diego and Texas theme so far in the chat with a lot of people tuning in, chiming in from Texas, and a lot of
the Whale's Vagina folks.
Absolutely. A lot of Cosmo fans from San Diego.
What do you guys eat?
Tuning in to try to see, hey, how does this guy play that's winning money down here? We want to know what he's doing to us. So perhaps that's why Cosmo hasn't played on any streams. That's kind of why I was hesitant to play on streams for a while. I was always afraid of kind of showing my stuff, so to speak. But I think that's a bit of a silly, antiquated poker fear, and I'm kind of getting over that.
I had to work around very early to that. Is I realized poker streams were a commercial for myself to get into games. So I habitually started playing hands blind.
That is
on stream.
One side benefit of playing on streams. And look at this action flop here. Gugo flopping the nuts here. He's got top set of queens. Cosmo in there with a open-end straight draw, though to the low side. You'd rather have king-jack open-ended versus jack-9, but can't be too picky. He's going to get in there and perhaps continue. We shall see how the action develops here. Sean just leading out here with his pair of 10s and 8-high club draw. Sean's definitely off and out here on a lark, taking shots at pots. It's done him well so far, but he's running into it here in this hand. Gugo with the top set. He's playing it as a call, and I think this may drag in Cosmo with the straight draw here. He's got a lot of relevant future blockers on potential turns and rivers as well. He's going to continue with the bobblehead action, and he finds it here on this 8 turn. Obviously, if it was a king, it wouldn't be as awesome of a development, because if it was a king, ace-jack would be the higher straight, but he catches it to the low side.
Now, does he protect his hand by leading out with a donk?
Yeah, I think he is going to lead here. Obviously, he wants to charge people with sets or club draws that have, that are present on the flop here. So he's going to continue and lead here. Let's see what kind of sizing he opts for here.
Sean snaps.
It looks like Cosmo bet 800 here, and we're getting a call from Sean as the graphics fill in here.
And there's a all-in from Gugo.
And Gugo, interestingly, is jamming his top set here. I guess it's the dealer. Not afraid of anybody having jack-9. I mean, he does only have 1.6K behind, so I guess he perhaps is shipping it in here maybe to be able to run it twice is something people think about, perhaps. But
well, the thing is about this stream is max pain only.
But obviously with the stack size, if he can get 3-way action here at top set, it's not, a terrible result. But I thought he was going to maybe play this as a call with top set, but that's often how people would continue here, would be just a call with top set in position. But
this is 800.
Now, with 2 pair here, what does Sean do with a flush draw and 2 pair?
Obviously, it's pretty dangerous continuing here with an 8-high flush draw, but it indeed is actually good here if he makes it. Although, of course, if it's a pairing club, that will not be a good result for him. But at least a non-pairing club, he is live here. But often you will not be live here with an 8-high flush, so be careful about extrapolating this particular hand on other hands that you may play. But runs out true for Cosmo here. He continues to have the nuts here on this brick 7-in, and he's betting here, hoping to get called by perhaps a lower straight now. Somebody has like a 6-9, a club hand. Somebody has some kind of club hand with 6-9. They now have a straight that they're going to maybe have a hard time getting away from. But Gugo was all in on the turn with his top set.
Sean was debating on potting it.
And Sean gets out of the way there, and Gugo's going to see the bad news. Cosmo gets a very favorable turn and a very favorable river there.
Changing room is, and I'll get my my other stuff.
Tough sledding there for Gugo. He flopped the nuts with pocket queens, but Cosmo pinched off that straight instantly there on that turn.
And I think he's a little bit closer to unstuck now with that big pot.
No flush, no.
No, that flush is good if it is.
Nice hand, Zookeeper. Nice hand.
It would have been interesting to see if that was a king. Would Cosmo bet his non-nut straight on the turn? Obviously, having 2 jacks would have make it less likely somebody has an ace jack for a higher straight, but that would have been interesting to see if Cosmo would have checked on a king or if he would have bet. But thankfully for his sake, he caught the perfect card and got the low side 8 there for the nuts. So no such quandary for Cos on that turn, but king would have been interesting to see how he proceeded there. Obviously, if you have just jack 9, you would probably want to check more often, but with 2 jacks, you know, less likely somebody has the ace jack. So
and he doesn't want to give anybody a free river card, so leading out there did pay off.
It absolutely did.
You got Gugo to jump off the deep end.
Yeah, Gugo just decided just to sling it in there multi-way. It's typically a spot people are just going to play that as a call and try to fill up on the river there. But typically people are going to be having a straight when they're, you know, when the straight card turns and they're leading into the field.
That stack, he must be up so much.
Often going to be somebody holding a straight in that type of scenario.
Gugo is not familiar with the word typically. He is not your typical player.
He is definitely not. He is a man of action, that's for sure, is Gugo. He's rocking the awesome streetwear as well. Hopefully we can get a zoom in on that SpongeBob windbreaker at some point.
Temporarily Genius is watching from Hawaii. Shout out to Temporarily.
That's an amazing handle. Hats off on the handle there.
No avatar picture though. You gotta definitely update that.
Yeah, it's got a lot of equity there with the handle. Let's go all the way with it here. And
yeah, man, full send.
Oh shit.
Maybe you're a tech dummy like me and you don't even know how to put the avatar on. I've just now learned how to. I'm starting to get the hang of posting hyperlinks. So
that's your second account. You should have tech dummy.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm an underdog to change a light bulb, but I can play some cards. Thank goodness, or I'd probably be I don't know what I'd be doing, but maybe working at McDonald's.
Check. Cosmo's going to take this down as he rivers 2 pair, and Bo bricked it with his draw. Small pot.
Small pot, you know, just a little
massage tip pot.
Yeah, just a little some ashtray money for whoever happens to rake it in.
Ashtray money. How old are you?
I am. I just turned 40 recently.
I always thought me and you were like close to the same exact age, and so like this is our first time commentating together.
Yeah.
So it was like. Yeah, it was just like an afterthought. I was like, some of your references today where I'm just like, huh. I was like, I just realized Adam's older than me.
Yeah, I've got a lot of colorful little phrases and
I could have swore we were closer in age, though.
Yeah, I got a young man spirit, perhaps. So.
How old do you think I am?
Well,
I won't be offended.
I'd say probably 32.
34. You're
34?
Good. Yeah, you gave me 2 years younger, though. So this is why you're always going to be booked for the PLO.
There we go.
See job security right there.
Absolutely.
You guys, but speaking of job security, hit the like button so we can keep more of these PLO games coming. And Adam, in the booth or on the felt. I really am leaning towards on the felt at least once out of these games a month.
I'm looking forward to at least once a month would be great. And then obviously it'd be amazing to kind of get in the rhythm of alternating with Cosmo in the booth and then me playing and vice versa. Obviously, Cosmo and I both have played heaps of live Potluck at Omaha, so it definitely is awesome to be able to recount the action commentary-wise. And then obviously it's nice to put all that experience to test on the felt as well. So
2 pair for Panda here.
Love these double paired hands, 8-8, 5-5. When you have a double paired hand, you're going to flop a set roughly 1 in 4 times, which is pretty compelling. Yeah, you have a double pair hand, you're going to flop a set about 1 in 4 times. So.
Oh yeah, because 1 in 8, but then you have 2 pairs.
Very,
you know what? It took
compelling.
me 10 seconds to do the math, but I was just like, well, how's that?
I remember that from some Jeff Wang, I think, Parliament Omaha book I probably got from Barnes & Noble while we're dating ourselves here.
Crazy question, or crazy comment, Cosmic Bunny saying, do you read the chat? I don't think we do, actually.
We do read the chat on occasion, although
you gotta close the poll.
Oh yeah, see, I didn't even know how to get around this little pop-up window but I got it now. So yes,
I gave him an iPad, and obviously, you know, being the age you are, you're unfamiliar with the iPad technology.
You know, often I would type, but it's a little hard to commentate and do like the hunt and peck finger by finger keyboard thing. I don't have like a traditional keyboard at my disposal to fire off replies, but we are reading the chat, and we've been giving some shout outs as well. So. Definitely appreciate you guys tuning into the chat and engaging with the show. We appreciate all the likes and shares, retweets, and all that. It definitely helps the show gain traction and momentum. And obviously, if you're an Omaha person, obviously get loud with it. Let's see more Omaha games on the stream. The more people chime in and engage, the more likely we'll get even more of these.
Without your support, we cannot keep it going.
So we appreciate all the engagement, all the likes and comments. We appreciate the participation in what's been a really fun 4-card Parliament Omaha game here, featuring Cosmo from San Diego. Him and I were in the booth about a week and a half or so ago doing some Parliament Omaha commentary. So if you're enjoying the Parliament Omaha stream, definitely check the archives here at Bally Live Poker. There was an Omaha game. This is our 3rd Omaha game here. There's been one Omaha game a week here the last 3 weeks. So a lot of we're building up quite the Omaha archive here.
Did you see that chunky reload by Jamie?
I did not see. What did Jamie add on here?
A nice little 10K rack coming in, all white. It's a high society rack.
There we go. Rack City doing her best Tiga impression here.
Tiga.
Hey, I'm a white guy from Kansas, and I just showed it. So there you go.
True story. I'm playing at the MGM Grand a couple months ago, actually, and love playing a little poker there.
Sure.
But it's right next to Hakkasan. Tyga starts walking by with his entourage, and I was like, "Hey, Tyga!" And he looks over, and his whole crew looks over. I was like, "Let's flip for 1,000." He's like, "What?" I was like, "Let's flip for 1,000." I was like, "Just put in the money and see who wins." He goes, and he starts laughing. He looks at his security guard. The security guard just looks at him and goes, "No." And I was like, "Hey, quit being a hater, man. I'm trying to flip Tiger." He walks to Hakkasan. On his way out of Hakkasan, I'm still playing. A couple hours go by. "Tiger, my money's still good. If your money's still good, they just paid you. Come gamble." And he's just like, starts laughing. He's like,
Pyro has a locator on me.
That would have been cool if he would have done a flip. And of course,
would have been great content.
$1,000 for him is truly ashtray money. So.
Ashtray money, for me, it's 2 buy-ins. So I was hoping for it, because you know me, I make poker content. It would have been great content.
Oh, that would have been awesome. It would have been.
I have great content with Sean Marion playing at the MGM Grand as well.
The Matrix. I had definitely seen him a lot at poker tables. There's a lot of athletes play poker. I played 2040 Parliament Omaha here with Westbrook probably a few years back.
Russell
Westbrook.
We're working on a game for him and Anthony Davis. He actually taught Anthony Davis how to play, and they play frequently at Anthony's house. Yep. I was there a while back, and I was asking him if we do a game after the season, so it might happen.
Westbrook loves some 4-card. I've seen him play a lot of Parliament Omaha, and I've been at the table with him a few times. He's nothing but a gentleman at the table. Very nice guy. He's obviously a fiery competitor on the hardwood, but on the felt, he's a true gentleman, a class act. Russell Westbrook, one of my favorite players, is a lot of fun to watch. He goes all out every play, and he's definitely fun to watch.
Yeah, we're working
at the poker
on
table.
Him and Big Baby Davis, Glenn, playing some PLO. Obviously, Paul Pierce, a few people out in the LA area, always playing PLO. Yeah. And
that's the beauty of LA poker. There's always a star around that can find themselves at a poker table. Don Cheadle plays a lot of poker here at Commerce. I played a lot with Don Cheadle. I played with Bruno Mars here.
Yeah, and, that's before he blew up, man.
It was really, really cool. I mean, I remember Bruno Mars showed up. He just got back from a tour in India, and I was still playing poker like 10-20 no limit, like 3 in the morning. And Bruno Mars showed up, and I was just like, if you're a poker player, you relate to this. I was like, well, I guess I leave when Bruno leaves.
Yeah.
And I think I stayed up till like 11 a.m. that day and showed up the next day at that time as well. But
all in moment.
Big spot here, brewing here. Sean all in for 2,000.
And Z has enough to go for it.
And he pinched it off on this king turn. Z with the heart draw on the flop. Sean with the Broadway-oriented ace-high hand on the ace-high flop.
And Sean just looks at him and says, "You got it?"
The heart comes in on the end.
That was nasty.
That was nasty.
Could we blame Bruno Mars for that?
I think we maybe could blame Bruno for that. That was a pretty good run out there for Z.
Again.
Nasty.
Tough luck there for Sean. He also has a 10 of hearts in his hand, so he's strips away about 4% of Z's flush draw equity on the flop with that 10 of hearts in his hand. So
and Z was trying to give it to Sean, not in the bad beat sense, but he was trying to.
Hey, Z's getting there gambling. He's up. He's big winner on the stream so far, and what we don't want to see is somebody up locking it up. And Z is not doing that. He's getting in there with 5 high flush draws in the flop. So you want to give action. You want to get action. You got to give action, and Z is definitely doing that.
Sean down about a little over 8, I believe. I believe the graphics removed him just because he busted, but he's going to reload.
Absolutely. Cosmo was stuck like Chuck, about 5K to the downside, but look at him now. He's up 2,000, working his way up that leaderboard as Cosmo. Jamie's still stuck the most, but
she reloaded 10K.
She's down like 6.9K, I would say, but she's
interesting question in the
very
chat.
Live out to get winner by the end is Jamie, so we shall see.
Cosmic Bunny asking you and me a question, saying who's the best basketball player, poker player?
That's a great question. When I play with Westbrook, actually, he's so crazy on the court that you might think he was a super wild one. But I remember him playing like fairly solid and somewhat solid pre-flop, which kind of surprised me. He definitely seemed pretty capable when I played with Westbrook. But after, you know what, I'm gonna table that and think on that.
Well, recently
probably go with Westbrook so far though.
Recently, we just saw Jimmy Butler give it to Dan Blazarian.
Yes.
And Dan Blazarian not very happy about how quality of poker Jimmy Butler was playing, because as one of the biggest leaks in poker, not knowing when to get up, Jimmy Butler was very aware of getting up and not playing in the game when he's not comfortable. It was very controversial online and with Dan Blazarian, but I actually am not opposed to Jimmy Butler playing the way he did and handing out $100 bills to the fans.
I saw that on an Instagram. That was really cool to see him kind of doing the Santa Claus impression there after the stream, handing out money. It's awesome to see people kind of be charitable with the fans and stuff. It's awesome to see.
Oh, wow, quads here in the flip for Cosmo.
Whoa, that was...
What a hand for Cosmo. As you guys, if you're just tuning in, we do collection bomb pot flip.
Nice hand.
Straight, no action, straight to the river, best hand wins, and Cosmo with quads there.
152 collection.
I would love to know about more of basketball poker culture, as in after talking to Anthony Davis privately, he told me, he goes, Russell Westbrook did teach him the game, and while the players are traveling, they often play on the plane.
Absolutely.
They play in the locker room before and after games, and it's a bigger culture in poker than many would think, because their competitive nature for the skill game is always going to be great. And when you go to the WSOP and these larger tournaments, you'll often see a lot of athletes there, including basketball players.
100%. I mean, gambling's a big part of sports culture. Obviously, these guys are just cutthroat competitive, and obviously there's a lot of downtime, a lot of long plane rides, and obviously, if you saw that great documentary called The Last Dance on Michael Jordan and the Bulls, obviously you'll see a lot of kind of stories and scenes of them gambling on the plane and playing big. There's all kinds of other crazy gambling games like Unk and all these dice games that they play as well, but obviously poker is one of those games that's in the mix as well. Yeah. And it's really cool to see. Obviously, you see a lot of these guys on these streams as well. I see Calais Campbell, one of the best defensive linemen in the NFL. He's been playing for like 15 years. I've seen him like 5 World Series in a row. You can't miss the guy. He's like 6'8", 300, but he's a super nice guy. Every time I talk to him at the World Series, Calais Campbell, love to see him on this stream, but he was a true gentleman and one of the best football players of all time. A phenomenal defensive tackle is Calais Campbell. But yeah, you see everybody. You see Neymar, soccer players, basketball players. Yeah, gambling and sports culture definitely
Neymar crushed
intertwined a lot. Absolutely, yeah. Neymar.
It was one of the greatest poker moments I've ever
loves
witnessed.
Flipping. He's the flip god as Neymar. But
yeah, they need his new nickname will forever be Flip God.
Absolutely. Huge flop here for Cosmo here. He's got the nut flush draw with aces here on this 8-8-7 flop.
I'll see a turn.
Is there any hope for Panda?
Panda. needs to catch a non-spade 10 or that gut shot, and he pinches it off instantly there. He had the gut shot to the 6 on the turn and just instantly fills in there on that turn.
Oh, and then on the river, Cosmo binks it.
Binks it on the end here with the 9 of spades. Cosmo now with the nut flush here.
And Panda announcing he's got it, but he doesn't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He's counting his straight cards.
200?
Cosmo betting 200 into 470. He's getting over 3-1 on a call here. It's kind of a nothing check down pot here. So I wouldn't, I don't hate a call here. It's a small bet. He's getting good pot odds. Nobody's really breathing the pot till the river. So obviously it looks like a bad call because we see he has a nut flush. But Cosmo's a good aggressive player who could be just taking a shot at it when checked 2-3 times. So
do you think that if Panda bets that turn, he could ever get Cosmo off that hand?
I have to review it.
Probably not, because I think it's harder to get people off hands when the pot's small. So I don't even think the pot
size bet wouldn't have been effective.
Yeah, it would have been pretty small compared to what the stacks were behind. So I assume Cosmo would continue. Cosmo also would have 2 outs to a full house with his pocket aces as well. So I assume he'd always see a river there.
Equity was too rich.
Yeah, he's got too much equity, and the pot's so small, it's hard to blow him off a hand there. So.
Or Jupiter.
What is the more questions for Adam? What is the biggest pot you've ever played? And if you're in the chat, please let us know the biggest pot you've ever played. We're not going to shame anybody. We're just, let's share a little bit with our community.
I think probably around 50-60,000.
That's a very large pot.
Yeah,
so
probably around 50-60,000.
Now, I don't want to rip the Band-Aid off, but did you win or lose this pot?
You know what's funny is I don't even know. Like, I know I've played really big, and I know what my biggest win is, but it's kind of funny. Like, if you're a professional poker player, people that are interested in poker will often ask you these hands. They'll be like, I played this hand versus you, and it's like when you play poker for a living, and you played so much, literally you kind of forget a lot, and it all kind of blurs together. Like, that's a great question. I'd have to think back on if it was when I played these big private games in Wichita, a no limit game. That was my biggest win, a private game in Wichita, a no-limit game, a quarter 50, 10K min buy-in. But I've also played some 100, 200, 300 pot limit Omaha here at Commerce. That, of course, started out as a 25, 50, 100 game. And, the big catalyst in the game, makes it 1, 2, 3 by the end of the night. So I've definitely played a handful of pots over 40 grand, but I can't remember specifically what my biggest win or loss in a single hand is. I just know my biggest win and my biggest single day loss pretty much.
2 open-enders versus a 2-pair for Cosmo here. Panda with the low-end open-ender. Bo with the high-end open-ender, and Cosmo with the 2-pair.
Bo with a nice little wrap here, wrapped around this 8-9, but of course on a flush draw flop, obviously a lot of his straight outs are going to make flushes, but a lot of people would continue with this hand, but he's playing it a little cautiously there. And obviously against a good player like Cosmo, it maybe makes a little more sense to be a little more careful, because a good player like Cosmo is going to be able to sniff out, what to do versus you best, so kind of lowers your potential in the hand.
He also had a flush draw to go along with his 2-pair, very low flush draw at that.
But yeah, I think Bo is also getting a great massage, it looks like here. I don't even know if his eyes were open on that turn card. Maybe that's why he folded the wrap, but he's in a full immersion mode now.
He's getting the Vertucci special right now.
He's getting the forehead rub. He's got the eyes closed, so I don't think he was one to get mixed up too much in that hand versus Cosmo. And that's a bit of a tell, actually, when you're playing poker. If somebody's getting a massage or eating a meal, and, they've been pretty inactive, but now they start to put chips in, they might have a bit of a stronger range than otherwise. So definitely there's some tells you can pick up on, if somebody's getting heavily involved in a hand while they're getting massaged, or if they're eating a great steak or a nice meal that otherwise had them occupied. You can kind of suss out some things there. So
that's definitely part of my pillars of poker. It's hard to beat a man getting a massage or beat a man eating a meal.
That's very, very true. So definitely.
Now those are some of the best hands to crack, because that wonderful massage or meal that tasted great or felt great immediately starts to sour.
No doubt about it. It definitely can take a turn there.
One of my favorite things.
I don't like getting for that reason. If I get a massage at the table, I usually do it before my session starts or afterwards. I feel like I'm diminishing both experiences. I feel like I'm enjoying the massage less because I can't fully relax because I'm focusing on the game, and I feel like my game isn't as sharp because I'm not as focused because I'm worried about because I'm enjoying the massage. So I tend to have a separation of church and state, so to speak, on my poker and massages. So I don't want to be distracted in either event. So, but a great spot here for Bo, picking up double suited aces here.
3 bets.
3 bet into 450.
During the massage. How about pre-flop 3 bets, getting a massage?
Yeah,
Is it usually this hand?
I think everybody's probably fully aware Bo's carrying a big stick here in this hand, and everybody quickly folds like a cheap tent to Bo's 3 bet there with the double suited aces.
That's a good read. No. Shout out to Sean in the chat chiming in. He's agreeing with us on the tells, and he says if someone is eating or getting a massage, they do seem to bluff a little less.
That's definitely true. So definitely keep that in mind.
We'll see on the review.
And as a professional, when you're playing poker 3 or 4 or 5 days a week, you can definitely end up with a way bigger massage budget than you realized in real time. I know I've had a couple friends that end up being like, man, I spent $40,000 in massages this year. It can definitely add up in a hurry if you're one of those people who has I get a massage every session type of thing. So definitely that can be a thing as well. When you're playing poker professionally, it's hard to not fall into all these little traps of getting a massage every hand. You got to walk by all the table games and not get caught up in that. There's a lot of pitfalls.
There's an unverified rumor that Nick Vertucci spends all of his YouTube revenue on massages.
I would not doubt that. He's definitely his muscles are probably Kobe beef grade at this point, as much as they've been getting rubbed on. So it's tender muscles for sure for those that enjoy a table massage. But I like keeping that stuff.
Next hand, boys.
I don't like mixing them personally.
I actually don't ever play poker without bringing my massage gun with me.
You know what? It's funny. I have a Theragun, and I think it was like $700 at the time. I think I've got like $250 back from renting it out to people at the table. I was worried about getting kneecapped by the massage union on my way out to the parking lot. But
they actually tend to hate that when I bring it.
Yeah, so I kind of it was partly like a bit in a way, like bringing a massage gun to the table. But obviously, it's not a great thing to do to the massage the people that are working the casinos. For the the IRL massages. But
whenever they give me a dirty look, I hold up my finger with the ring. I was like, "You're not allowed to touch me."
That's for sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. But yeah, the massage guns. I'm a Theragun guy. So, but some people like the Hypervolt. I
have the the different model, but the high price.
But yeah, I enjoy a good Theragun. I haven't got the Norman Tech boots yet. That's another kind of thing where you.
What? The legs?
Yeah, they're things you put in your legs that athletes use.
It's called talking about
Norman Tech. Yeah, I haven't got in that cult yet, but
I'm down.
Poker players are often into optimizing their health and well-being. So I'm sure a lot of high-end poker players have a dry sauna in their backyard or a cold tub or something like that. So I've got like a livestock metal tub in my backyard that I fill with ice, and I do an ice bath in my backyard. But at some point, maybe I'll also add a dry sauna to the backyard.
Adam, 3 players here flopping a flush.
Unbelievable here.
Cosmo with the ace-high blocker, but Jamie with the king-high.
Yeah, this could get very interesting here. Cosmo with the nut.
Gugo with the queen high, which might cause him to send it.
Yeah, given how he played top set on that straight board, I don't think Gugo is going to be a live candidate to relinquish a flopped queen high flush. So Cosmo might get dinged here, but Jamie with the king high flush as well. I mean, this is crazy. Flopped king high flush, flopped queen high flush. Cosmo in there with the nut flush blocker. This could get messy here. Hand 50. This 10/20/40 Parliament Omaha stream live at the Commerce. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Got Kiero joining me as well alongside detailing the action here today. This is going to be a very interesting hand here. I cannot wait to see what unfolds here.
And I had a feeling with Cosmo having the ace of diamonds that he would somehow get in the mix here.
Absolutely. He's not afraid to pull the trigger. This is a great spot to leverage with the nut blocker here. He's going to make it 400, but obviously Gugo with the queen eye flush line in the weeds behind as well. I mean, Sean's got top 2 as well. He can make a full house here, but he's going to have to pay for it. He's only got 1,800 behind as well, so not a lot of meat on the bone for him to make, even if he does.
But when you're 2 buy-ins down, Adam,
That's true.
That decision making is kind of, it forces your hand to get in there.
He wants to get unstuck, and he does know that he's drawn to the best hand. He's drawn to a full house here, but
3-pair.
He's going to have to pay a lot for it here, it looks like. But
3-pair not actually being a real hand. I just love saying 3-pair.
Yeah, you know what? I missed that. It was a good point out by you. I missed that deuce there. I was locked in just to the best part of his hand, but he does have 3 pairs, so he's got some additional outs to make a full house here.
That was straight flush draw.
This is going to get very interesting. Looks like Gugo calls here with the queen-high flush. He's got the 5 of diamonds in his hand as well. It just blocks the ace-5 straight flush with a 5-6 straight flush, but obviously
Jamie has all that.
That's not too big a factor, obviously. Its stacks aren't super deep, and obviously, you know.
What? Did the graphics just get that incorrectly?
It looks like, I assume it looks like
Jamie's
everybody
out the
called
hand.
here.
King high flush is gone.
13 Jamie.
It's like Jamie got out of the way. Yeah, that's a very Jamie.
Cosmo's ace. I told you, messing things up.
He spooked Jamie off the hand there with the king high diamonds. Although it's a very reasonable fold to make with the king high flush to a lot of pressure in a 5 or 6 way to the flop scenario. But
well, with the stack sizes of Sean and Gugo, she's literally only scared of Cosmo's stack.
That's very true. That is very true.
That is very sad.
But she gets out of the way, being fearful of that ace-high flush, and that's, you know, a lot of times somebody is going to be holding an ace-high flush here, so she's experienced in knowing that that's very possible. But
and then Cosmo using that experience against her, how unruly of a hand this is. If you're in the chat room right now, let me know if you flop a straight with the king-high flush, which is straight is irrelevant, but you have such a strong hand. Do you ever release your king-high flush on this flop?
Checks to Gugo here. He bets 1,000 with his queen-high flush.
This one's going to the review.
And Jamie.
And Cosmo relinquishes his nut flush blocker, perhaps thinking that Gugo's not the kind of guy that's going to fold to my blocker bluff. Perhaps he's remembering that hand where he sent it in with a top set of queens on a straight board. So I think that's actually a great player-dependent read there by Cosmo. If somebody else had Gugo's hand, I think Cosmo probably raises, but I think Cosmo correctly realized that Gugo's not somebody that's going to be folding hands here. So
Straight on the flush.
No.
Off the flop.
You got a set. No? You didn't.
And Jamie even announcing, did I have the best hand?
See it online.
Yeah. You got a set. Review number 50.
very interesting hand there.
I don't think I could ever let go of Jamie's hand. I'm not even that good. If someone does have the ace-high flush there, I'm paying off their flop bet at least. At bare minimum, I'm paying that flush. Yeah, I'm not flopping that good of a hand and just being like, the boogeyman is real. Like the boogeyman, I am the boogeyman in that hand.
Obviously, the shorter your stack is too, the less harmful it is when you do run in that ace-high flush. So, but she also realizes, Cosmo's a great player. He's a pro, so he's obviously, if he just has the ace of diamonds, you have to realize that a pro's often going to utilize that hand and bluff with it. But
I'm torching $400 there. If that's the case, I'm torching the 400.
Two of you guys called like, fuck.
But to be fair, Jamie's played a lot of Omaha, and she definitely knows that that's a treacherous spot, and she's got a pretty deep stack as well. So, as does Cosmo. So I think she's just
I had the green light in my hand.
getting out of the way there because stacks are really deep, and she's out of position to Cosmo. So she's probably just thinking, you know what, I don't want to just call off 3, 4, 5K here with the second nut flush. So I don't totally blame her for getting out of the way there, but as it turned out, she would have behooved her to continue with it. But
Actually, I don't know about Google. But
Yeah, no, I was like,
they keep my name out of your mouth.
there you go. were you a fool with the turn?
I don't know. I mean, if it happened, I would have thought about
They
it.
all check the turn, huh?
Yeah.
Stop asking me questions. It's my second hand now.
140.
I think that ended up being a good no-go with there by Cosmo, but I definitely think he's going to put in that raise versus, like I think if Bo, for example, had that hand, I think Cosmo would think he has fold equity versus Bo and would use that blocker bluff. But I think Gugo he has as somebody who's got a big call button and a small fold button. So
He doesn't have a fold button.
I think that was a good fold there by Cosmo. As tempting as it always is to go for it with the nut blocker there.
Yeah. Hey.
That was a smart fold. If I was in your position, I would.
Gugo is definitely dry clean only. He does not fold.
That is very, very true. A lot of wrinkly clothes there for Gugo.
He's probably not lying right now.
And Jamie is not all in for 20. Just if you're looking at those graphics, that's not true.
It looks like Jamie reloaded. It looks like she's got about an 8 to 10K stack, which I think was partly why she played her hand so carefully. I think if Jamie had, you know, a 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 stack or something like that, she would just call her hand down and just go with her hand with the second nut flush there. But when stacks are really deep and you're playing against a really good, tough player like Cosmo, who's you're out of position against, it's not an amazing scenario to just be calling off all the way down with the non-nut flush, especially when the hand's like, you know, five, 6 ways to the flop.
Please don't do it again.
7:30.
And Sean sends it in with the mystery hand. What do you think he has? Do you think he's just on draws?
That's a man. I tell you what, Sean has got such a wide range. He's a pretty tough guy to pin down to an exact hand.
Well, we know he doesn't have an ace or king high flush draw, so I'm gonna probably think he has a club draw. That is my bet for the mystery hand.
Yeah, I guess we'd have to kind of use our 7-card stud skill, so to speak, and kind of read all the visible cards out there and kind of go the other way with it, kind of seeing what's unblocked there and kind of give him that. And I agree, a club hand seems possible.
And I would assume, as I heard Jesus announce that he did not hit.
We shall see what Sean
I see a
tables here.
diamond on top. Nope, he wins. He flopped a straight, or he turned a straight.
Nice.
Maybe some ace-3 or 3-6 hand that turned a straight there. Nice to see Sean with chips. He's a very fearless, aggressive player, so it's obviously really fun to see people like that have a fuller clip at their disposal. So I'm rooting for Sean to run that stack up, because he is tougher than a $2 steak. As Sean, he's
tougher than a $2 steak.
He's getting after it. He is not afraid of Sean, so he's a fun guy to watch.
Gotta love that one. Tougher than a $2.
So again here, we're playing 10, 20, 40 pot limit Omaha live at the Commerce. Bally Live Poker, brought to you by GG Poker, one of our proud sponsors here.
95.
Thanks for tuning in. We've had a super lively chat. We got Sean Keller chiming in with a lot of good comments. A lot of people from San Diego and Texas mixing it up. Been a lot of fun here so far. Pot limit Omaha. Get dealt 4 cards. You must use 2 to make your best 5-card hand.
It's always good when you see people have like a 1 ace of diamonds in their hand and 4 diamonds on the board. They're like, I have the nuts. And they table their hand and like, nah, buddy, you just lost your stack.
Yes, that's one thing. And no limit hold'em. If you have 1 diamond in your hand and there's 4 diamonds on the flop, you have a flush. But not in pot limit Omaha. You must use 2 cards to make the best 5-card hand. And look at Bo here, waking up with ace, queen 6, ace high hearts. He's gonna pump it up to 170. Panda in there with pocket kings.
Okay, 1, 2, can you call, please? Yes, 64.
The marching band.
Yes. Kick off.
Yeah, what is that?
10, 8, 4, 2 diamonds.
Right there.
Nobody connecting meaningfully with this flop. Bo's pocket aces are in the lead. He's got the ace of diamonds in his hand as well, which is useful in the event that he can kind of represent the nut flush blocker. But it's also helpful in that, you know, when you have the ace of diamonds in your hand, you kind of block the continuing range from your opponent. Obviously, when you have the ace of diamonds, it means that, you know, nobody else that you're betting into, or, you know, nobody else can have an ace high flush draw to continue in the hand. So there's also that way to look at it as well. He's gonna take down the pot. Nice result there for Bo.
Like I fucking
denied his opponent's equity there with the bet, and he takes it down.
fucking every hand I pulled, I would hit instead.
No way.
Yeah.
Just be careful, bro. You're doing good.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I fucking folded like 5 hands and I hit all sets every single time I folded.
Card never came out?
I know, the cocker, I don't know what's cocker.
You're always 1 hand away in this game.
No, I'm saying,
Which mic?
you got it out last time. Now it's okay again.
I'm gonna take a lead.
Me too.
Started with 400. He had shoes and he had 8K.
I'm moving. I'm supposed to.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I think I was going to.
Just 2 big blinds.
I'm big blind.
I played a World Series tournament last year where the button got screwed up that hard. It went from like there to like there somehow. And I cannot tell you how that happened. Like I have no clue how the button traveled 4 seats. It was wild. Yeah, World Series.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's not a shocker. The dealers there are not the greatest.
Yeah.
No, but then like, none of the players really remembered like what happened the game before, and so we were all just kind of sitting there for like 3 minutes, like
I just trust her and hope for the best.
Reconstructing the murder scene. What
You should create a game where if you win the pot, you get the button.
We have great dealers here at the Commerce. That's definitely one thing that's nice about playing at casinos. You get such great dealers, and Commerce is no exception to that. Phenomenal dealers. They're talking about some World Series of Poker dealers that weren't up to code, so to speak, on knowing how to legislate the game. And that's tough when you're in the World Series. They have to hire so many dealers. You're liable to get some inexperienced ones when you're dealing with a lot of short-term kind of new dealers. So very difficult proposition for them to kind of find the number of competent dealers you need for a series as long as the World Series, especially with all the different game variants and types. It's a very tough hiring situation for sure, but no such issue here at the Commerce. A lot of great, awesome dealers here at the Commerce, so no such issue here, but nice to see players here tell some World Series of Poker tales. Obviously, we had a World Series of Poker event here at the Commerce prior to the World Series of Poker. I'm not sure when the next World Series of Poker event here at the Commerce, but probably not too many months away. But thanks
November.
Oh, no, there you go, November.
Jamie with the nuts here. Ooh, and she just rivers. The top
Rivers,
boat.
the boat here, the Sean. Jamie's straight up in flames here. Sean finding that skinny ace there on the river.
You think she could get away from it?
You know, if there's anybody you want to make a loose call against, it's Sean, because he's in there so much. So if there's anybody to make a looser call against, this would be the person to do it against, but still not easy to do. But she does block boats with her straight, so this is exactly the kind of scenario you want to make a hero call with, because she's got a strong hand, she's got a straight, but she blocks a lot of boats with the ace in her hand. So, and then obviously Sean is very aggressive and liable to bet a lot of hands. So all the ingredients in the making there for a hero call. Well played there by Jamie, really well done. And obviously Sean wasn't going to win by checking either, so he gave himself a shot at it. But
I don't want it from you, hon.
Jamie just sniffed it out like an old school vet. So once again, we're playing 10, 20, often 40 pot limit Omaha here at the Commerce. Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. Have Kiero in the booth with me all night. It's been a lot of fun here having a person alongside me here. Kairo's been a real fun person to be in the booth with tonight. So
why don't you go eat?
You know what? I think I probably will eat at some point. But I just love poker so much, man. It's so fun watching these hands, especially Omaha. We don't get a lot of pot limit Omaha streams, so I don't want to miss any hands. But I think I'm gonna sink my teeth into a really savory kebab here. So I will be back shortly.
You guys, Adam Johnson, great PLO player and commentator. He'll be back soon. You guys are locked in with me until then.
You posted big blind last.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate everybody. Make sure you hit that like button if you're enjoying this PLO action. The stacks are swinging left and right.
Two big ones.
Cannot wait for some more action hands. Make sure you're following us at Bally Live Poker on all social media, and with the new launch of BallyLive.com, you guys can enhance your viewing experience in poker entertainment. Head over to BallyLive.com. There's also other sports on there that you guys can tune in and watch. There's an app on the Google Play and Apple Store, App Store.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody in the YouTube world, though.
Can you call, please?
At least they know where the button goes and the blinds go.
Okay. Find out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 6-8.
You wait till Cosmo gets one more shot in him.
Option?
I can see
cards, chips flying.
Chips flying, words flying, tips flying, cards flying. 7, 10, 6, 2 diamonds out there.
1 check.
Cosmo with the flush draw.
4 checks.
Needs the 5 of diamonds for a straight flush. Can we will that into existence?
1, 3, 2, 4.
What?
Huh? 4.
Jamie repotting it here.
420. 420 is pot.
with the nut straight. Cosmo immediately pitching his straight flush draw into the muck. Sean with 2 pair here, 7s and 6s.
Very good.
Nice hand, Jim.
Takes it down.
Somebody would have hit the flush.
And 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
Protecting her hand wisely.
I gotta get back.
Let's hear.
All right.
Yeah.
Being super
Same
tilted.
technique, same
If the one time I don't do it, the one time I don't do it, I fail.
This game is brought to you by GG Poker. It's a great game. Check them out if it's available in your territory that you stay at. And if you're in America like me, you can play on Club GG. I have a blast on there on the frequent evenings when I can't leave the house to make it to the casino. I like to play with some friends on Club GG.
Only on the
It's nothing better than playing poker online and while watching live stream poker. The only better it gets is being in the casino here at the Commerce and watching it on the big screens around the casino as the game goes on in the middle of your game. As we get a look at our chip counts, Cosmo in 77% of the hands here. Gotta love that VPIP action. Something Adam Johnson would not be doing. 77%. He'd be closer to Google, who is at 34%.
Can you get it?
He may be like locked in, 42%. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Z, our big winner of the evening so far of $15,000. Jamie throwing the party around a little bit down $8,000. Bo and locked in down less than $1,000, which in a PLO game is basically even. Long-term results, not immediate results. Google and Sean stuck a bit, but Panda and Cosmo in the green. The show is not possible without you guys in the chat and the viewership tuned in. I will always say that poker is for the people, and that is our tagline here for BallyLive.com. Check it out. There's a little preview of the website. You can check out MLB, poker, table tennis, so many cool things. I love watching professional table tennis on the Bally Live app. It's wildly entertaining. Every time I think I'm good at ping pong, I watch pros play table tennis, and I'm like, I am dog shit.
That's us for right here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I guess
yeah, Danny repping Argentina. I gave him props on the Messi jersey earlier. I want to buy a new Mohamed Salah jersey. That is on the top of my list. And if you are in LA and not an LAFC fan from MLS, we cannot be friends. So shout out to LAFC.
It's 14, right?
Random MLS shout out.
I think it's 14.
Hand number 55, 6 ways to the flop. Queen, 3,
Jack.
King,
Jack is good.
Rainbow.
Oh, they're doing so bad.
Jamie flopping. Top pair with a straight draw.
Check. No, just run it all the way through.
Clean.
8.
Panda with the top pair, 2 pair actually. King 3, and there is another queen, but it is the queen of hearts bringing in the backdoor flush draw for Cosmo.
I hope the rest of these hearts.
Like shit.
Oh, there's 2 hearts right there. Oh my gosh, red.
Oh, was this a collection pot? This was. The dealers did just change. I was wondering why nobody bet.
You?
King 7?
So during our dealer changes, we do a time collection pot, and players put in some money for a bomb pot, and we go straight to the river. Best hand wins. Cosmo, after winning the last bomb pot with quad 4s, wins the next one with a 10-6 for a flush. What a luck box.
I'll take it.
Shout out to Nancy, floor supervisor. She is a riot.
What is that 100 from?
If you're down here at the Commerce playing and you see Nancy, tell her what's up. She's very friendly. Salute to our Commerce team here and staff doing wonderful work.
You need to get
pleasure to work with them.
It's the only way to get it out.
Black cut card.
Being one of the many reasons why Commerce is the premier place in LA. If you have a choice in card rooms to spend your time at.
Did you get all the...
Yes, I got it. Thanks, I got it.
Live from the Commerce Poker Arena. Under the lights. PLO 1020 with a $40 straddle action. I am Kiero loves you, as Adam Johnson said early. If you don't know, if nobody loves you, Kiero loves you.
No, I'm actually going up to the Bay Area. And then I'm flying to Vegas tomorrow. Me and my wife's parents are up there. We have our parents up there. So we're like just staying for 4th of July party up there.
JG Garcia in the chat trolling everybody at this table, but he says P. Diddy is backing Panda in the game because they are quote-unquote buddies.
Yeah, I'm going to say that on the...
Explains why Panda has been holding the nuts every time he's in a pot.
Oh, yeah. He came down to San Diego a bunch. He used to play at...
I gotta head down to San Diego, play with these guys.
Rest in peace, Panda. Yeah, everywhere in California.
Catch Cosmo at the zoo, managing the animals.
I'm like east. Like
There's a double straddle from Cosmo.
Oh, okay.
Putting on the 80.
Yeah. Oh.
Gotta love it.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I don't like Archie. I'm not very good at Archie.
There's Wayne. Shout out to Wayne.
That's the game. I can't figure out Archie. Archie just screws in my head. I like all the other games. The other games are fun.
Yes. So C4. C4 straddle. 2 is a big line. All right, C6 raise 200. C9 C1 fold.
Here we go as the graphics get caught up. Sean with kings and nines. What a beautiful hand. Double suited kings and nines. He has 2 patrol dogs with him. Oh, and what a nice hand for Jamie as well. Oh, there we go. Mystery card was hiding.
Just walked in there for a second.
Check it. 3 check, 4 check. Everybody.
Flush draw for Cosmo here. Along with a straight draw. Needs a 10, and as I was going to say it, the 10 comes in. Giving Cosmo, not the nut straight. 9 queen would be the nuts. Sean blocking the straight with 2 9s. Might be enticed to keep going. Oh, no, he doesn't. Will we see a queen on the river? Will there be Max Payne? Find out this and more on the river. We're going to go 3 ways to this river. Give us something spicy. It is the 4 of diamonds, and it is a brick. Cosmo still holding the second nuts. $1,400 in the pot. Would like to see a $600 bet. He goes even thinner. Oh, he was 1,200. I did not see the teal chip. Just $200 shy of a pot-sized bet. Gonna get no action. Super pro. Shows Jamie a card. Bo, very talkative at this table, man of very little words. After that massage.
LP had a kid. Huh? LP had a kid.
And the stacks keep growing for Cosmo after getting stacked early. Now there's, I see 12,000, 13,000. He bought in for. He's unstuck.
Brenna, please.
I did the math. Don't quote me. Gugo licking his wounds in the corner and probably a prime rib.
How much you need?
2,000.
I see 9 added 2,000.
Bank of Panda.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you guys are in the chat room, I know it is a wonderful Tuesday, a hot Tuesday here in California. Wherever you guys are watching from, just know that you are appreciated. Please join us in the chat room by hitting the like button and give Adam Johnston your best needle about him as he joins me back in the booth.
Building.
Nice to be back. It looks like I missed a couple fun hands, but I was enjoying a kebab. And I tell you what, you can tell the food is good when it's still good when it's cold. So I had it waiting there for me for like probably an hour and a half, but I got so transfixed with the Omaha action that I could not peel away from the headset. But it was pretty good. As usual, food here is fantastic. One of the perks of being a professional poker player is you get to eat a lot of squares at the table, a lot of meals via the casino and your comps and such. So nice to enjoy some casino fare while you're grinding away, whether you're in the booth or on the table. So Interesting hand here between Cosmo and Sean. Sean with the overpair of kings. He's got an open and straight draw as well. He's got the king of diamonds flush blocker as well. Let's see if he utilizes this on the two of diamonds turn card. Cosmo makes a flush with his 9 high diamond hand. He had 9-7-6-5. Had a little straight draw on the flop, though kind of a diminishing one, given that giant Jack 9 flopped straight. But he's going to play it as a check on this two of diamonds turn. And Sean going to bet fairly big here. He's going to bet 740, putting Cosmo to the test here. He could be drawing dead to a higher flush, or he could have his opponent drawing dead. Obviously, that's the interesting quandary he's in right now. It's such a bad fold to fold when your opponent's drawing dead, but he obviously just as easily could be up against a higher flush as well. But so that's why you got to play some poker and kind of suss this out. So far, so good for Cosmo. He finds a call as we head to this river card here with about 2.5K in the middle. Offsuit 5 on the end. If he thought his hand was good on the turn, it's still good on this river. We shall see if Cosmo has to face another barrel from Sean, who's been the most aggressive player at the table by far. Sean realizing his pair of kings is not going to be good enough here with that king of diamonds blocker, though. Definitely cuts into a lot of the higher flushes Cosmo could have. He's going to want to bluff this, it looks like. He's going to bet 1,900 into 2,400, really putting Cosmo to the test here.
Wow, interesting.
It looks like Cosmo snap called there with the 9 high flush. Well played there by Cosmo.
Yeah, they try and come after the zookeeper.
They made him earn it in that hand. Sean put him to the test, but passed it with flying colors. Obviously, Cosmo had 3 diamonds in his hand as well, which makes it harder to fold. Obviously, if you have an extra diamond in your hand, it cuts down on the combinations of 2 diamond hands that Sean can have. So it's an easier call with 3 diamonds than it would be if you just had 2 diamonds, for example. Otherwise, equal pre-flop, you obviously would prefer to not to have 2 diamonds versus 3 diamonds. But once you find yourself in a hand and you turn a flush with 3 of a suit, it's less likely your opponents have a flush as well. That in conjunction with Sean being very aggressive probably made it a fairly trivial call there for Cosmo.
She said she gave the $5 to the dealer, then the dealer will you.
Looks like we're having a break in the action here. Perhaps some people are doing a coordinated bathroom break, perhaps. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we are playing Pot Limit Omaha, the great game of Pot Limit Omaha. 4 cards pre-flop. Must use 2 cards to make your best 5-card hand. I'm sure we have a lot of no-limit players probably watching curiously, trying to learn the great game of Pot Limit Omaha. It's definitely a good way to do it. Obviously, there's tons of great instructional sites and content online that you can kind of get up to speed on Pot Limit Omaha strategy, but and a lot of those are great, but online games play so differently than live games. It is nice to kind of watch these live streams to kind of get a feel for how live games play, especially live Pot Limit Omaha games. So obviously it's really good to take advantage of all those tools at your disposal as well. That'll definitely sharpen your blade as a poker player and make you a better player, but it's definitely nice watching these streams to kind of get an idea how these live games play out in practice. So these streams are great for that. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble online. I've been playing poker full-time for coming up on 20 years at this point. I've been playing primarily Omaha probably the last 5 or 6 years or so, I would say. So probably an 80-20 guy, 80% Pot Limit Omaha, 20% no limit, I would say, as far as my cash game hours are divvied up. Good look at the stacks there. Those beautiful teal 1K chips and the $100 white chips. Also, the 5Ks are pink chips. Maybe you'll see one of those as the stacks get deeper tonight. We got Bo, the veteran, here with us, Navy man. Nice to see Bo mixing it up. We got Matt Morgan here with the Vipers. The Shades. For the culture, Matt is repping it here. Looking good in those shades. That gold really plays off that black suit coat he's wearing there. Perhaps he had some big business deals earlier. Never know what he's got up his sleeves. Man of many talents. This is Matt, a.k.a. Lock In. This is handled here today on the stream. Man, I've played probably well over 100 hours of 1020 or bigger pot limit Omaha verse in this great city of Los Angeles. A very fine player is Lock In, a very worthy adversary. Nice to see his whole cards on this occasion. I believe he used to be a professional stock trader. I'm sure he still probably dabbles in the stonk. I guess I said stocks. I misspoke. Stonks, if we're going to be technical about it. But a lot of traders and poker players, a lot of overlap in that. A lot of poker players kind of get burnt out of poker and become traders and vice versa. So Matt is very much of that world.
Kids are going to community college more. Can I Chips!
Looks like the players have resumed here.
1950, 1950, 1950, 2000, 2250. All right, C1 rates 2250.
Can you draw one more card?
I'll trade one. I think I want to draw this one.
That one?
I think, but I don't know what the...
I'll trade you for this one.
And you're running so hot, I'm surprised you don't
Dude,
pop
that's for sure the winner. Like 100% the winner.
Yeah.
It's either a flush or a six.
Or six.
Yeah,
Or you get hit
C1 rates
six.
2250
what are we
and
splitting?
C4 fold.
650.
Now it's all in a call.
Are we going to hide until the end?
Okay.
No
Joe,
tell.
what do you think?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even hold it. I don't even have a pair.
Shit. I mean,
I'm
I have a monster.
Looks like we're having some pot limit Omaha degeneracy here. Looks like they're getting it all in pre-flop in some kind of flip situation, it looks like, perhaps.
what am I doing?
Sixes are good there.
No, he had flush draw too.
I had Jack. I had Jack and that flush draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, ace jack.
Yes,
Both players with kind of spicy little double-suited hands, so looks like Sean had a shorter stack here, a little less than $800, so it looks like they decided just to fling it in and run it.
Here comes the six.
You good?
Never matters.
Oh, we open now.
They have to wait for that.
Oh.
The commentary.
I had pocket seven.
There we go. Turn the king high flush to Sean.
I had pocket seven. Oh my God.
Oh
what
my
I
gosh.
Oh, yeah, pocket sevens?
I mean, I'm not getting there.
He was in pretty good shape there after that jack high flop, though, but nice to see the shorty triumph in the hand there. No need for a reload just yet for Sean.
Yeah, you're running hot. I'm surprised you didn't.
Yeah, you're running high.
I know. I knew it was
What'd you have?
ace, jack,
Six.
6-6.
Hearts.
With
two
hearts.
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 You didn't know hearts?
Yeah.
Hearts, yeah.
I know. Look at that flop. That flop.
He showed you the ace
Thank
of
you for
hearts.
repotting.
He showed you the ace of hearts.
I know, because I was snapping. The sick thing, if you flatted, I was repotting.
That repot was amazing.
Yeah. Oh, man, I hated it.
Yeah.
I forgot how much you had on that. I was like, oh, shit. Got
It's
teed up.
650. Yeah, 650.
I teed myself up there.
I might blind it hot, blind pot it, depending on how the action goes here.
Oh, you want this in?
Yeah, let's leave those cards right there for now.
89 one fold. Honey, would you scan your cards, please? Thank you. All right, 2, 3, 4, call. 5 call.
No blind pot?
Moment of reckoning. Go ahead.
Check it. 5 pair.
Check.
4 check. 5 bet 2. 6 call. 2 call.
Be careful with that one.
I don't know why I checked, but I'm glad I did.
4 pairs left.
Check.
4 check.
Check.
5 check. 6 check. Check. Everybody check.
Check.
5 check. 5 check. 6 check. Okay,
2 pair.
everybody check.
I have 2 pair.
Oh, wait, I might have a flush. No, I have 2 pair.
Queens and 4s. Oh, and just no queen now.
No,
Jack and four.
Jack
Jack
4. You have
four,
Jack
Jack
4,
four.
but you got Jack 8.
Jack 8.
Jack 8.
You got Jack 8 too.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was like. I don't know why I checked the flop. I looked back and I was like, oh.
You had Jack 8?
Yeah.
Hey, what?
But then dick.
What?
It was chop.
Yeah, you mucked Jack 8.
Jack 8 was
Jack
a
8
chop.
was the winning hand.
That was the winning
Queen
hand.
check.
There was no queen.
There's no queen.
You had Jack 8. Jack 8 was
Jack 8 was a
chop.
tie.
Yeah, you had chopped. Because he had Jack 4. He had Jack 8.
What was
and
the
you-
turn? Or what was the river?
Not a queen.
Blank.
There was no queen.
Yeah. Did you turn your hand over and put it on?
I mean, it turned over 2. Is what I
Oh.
I don't know.
I blanked
The river
out.
was a queen.
No, it wasn't.
They just both
They
had
both
queens.
had Queen Jack, but his Jack 8 played.
No, I think you heard him say queen.
What
Queen.
was,
Yeah, I heard
what was the
him say
river? What was
It
it?
was not a
Blank.
queen.
Nothing
He said
card.
queen.
There was a queen.
Yeah,
He said Queen Jack.
yeah. Yeah, you thought it.
What was the river?
Shadow.
Wait,
Oh, you bluffed
You
him.
chopped. Yeah, you bluffed him.
You bluffed him.
Send it down.
wait,
It worked.
wait, but no one told me what was the river? The river was a queen.
It was not a queen.
There's no queen.
Then what was
Because
it?
they would have chopped because they
No,
both
but
had
what was the
Queen
river?
It
Jack.
was a 4.
Like a 3.
4.
No,
It was a 4.
Yeah, there's some low nothing cards.
It was 4 clubs.
Scan your cards. Everyone's
Put that one up for the hand review, Cosmo. That's hand review.
I'm losing my mind. I was 100% sure that river was a queen.
You could be famous like the guy on the Hustler stream who mucks like $500,000 with the nuts.
That was crazy.
That was insane.
How much?
$90.
Cosmo waking up with a nice hand here. Ace, king, queen, 10, king high clubs. He's going to make it 90 on the button. Dream scenario here for Cosmo. Waking up with a premium on the button.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's kind of you.
Let him build his stack back up.
Stop it.
Sean with a 7-7-3 deuce hand. Probably not advisable to call with these hands if you're playing in a casino trying to make money, but obviously we're on the streams here trying to wet our whistle, having a good time, playing wide ranges. Sean's going to peel out of the big blind here, but not a hand that flops very well, the 7-7-3 deuce. Cosmo will rake in some table scraps there. Add it to his winning session here so far. He got dinged early, did Cosmo. He got roughed up pretty good in a 4-bet pot with aces. 4 ways pre-flop. 2 people had kings even, but the king, 3 deuce hand found trips. On the 4-2-2 flop, Cosmo had aces, backdoor hearts, and a 4 for trips.
Yeah.
For potential trips as well. So he got kind of pot stuck in the hand, betting and calling it off versus the trip deuces. That
You picked the.
stung early. He was stuck 5K was Cosmo, but he's very much in the winner's circle now at this point.
This on a min cash.
2, 3, 4.
Which helps when you're 0 for 12 at the World Series, as Cosmo is thus far, as you mentioned earlier on in the stream.
Sure.
Just a lot of tax deductions so far for Cosmo this World Series, but we shall see. A lot of time left for that to change for Cosmo.
Can I get a drink, please?
Sonny, give me a drink. You get the waiter, waitress.
6 check.
Looks like a multi-way limp pot here. 10-7-6 rainbow.
9 check.
Gugo with the straight blockers here. 8-9 makes a straight. He's got 2 of them in his hand. He's got the 9-9-6-3.
So good.
Sean turning 2 pair here. He's got queens and 7s. He's got an 8 in his hand as well, which reduces the likelihood of somebody holding that 8-9. He's going to lead this turn here for 240. Pot size bet. Action on Gugo, who's turning hearts here. He's got 9 high hearts.
I did not like it. Yeah.
Lock-ins got the straight draw wrapped around that queen 10. He's got the jack 9. He's got a 10 as well for some trip outs to outrun the queens and 7s. Offsuit deuce on the in here. Sean's going to bet 100 into 720. Action over to lock-in here, facing a chump bet of 100 here. Is he going to turn his hand into a bluff here? He's straight mogging this river. Maybe going to make a curiosity call here.
The stream to see it. $100 away.
Is he going to Negranu him here and just pay to see it? We shall see. He's going to toss a hundy in the middle here.
You'll sleep well at night.
Lost a nice steak meal
Let's hope so.
at Maestro's with that $100 donation on the end to Sean. But Sean's a man of action. You want to get action, you got to give action. Sean has definitely been giving action. So if there's ever anybody to make a light call against, it would be Sean. So
I feel like we're going to have one super huge pot before the end of the stream. 3 or 4 way all in. I scoop.
pretty favorable story there for Sean to tell. Maybe he's going to speak that into existence here. We shall see. If Sean makes a hand, he's going to get action. I'll tell you that. He's getting in there, mixing it up quite a bit as Sean. He's definitely going to get paid off when the deck comes his way.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever played with sunglasses on, but I don't know. Perhaps when I play on the stream, I'll do that just for the lulz, perhaps. I used to have a joke where I would say, if you want to tell who's not a professional, it's whoever's wearing sunglasses. Typically, often the case when you're playing poker professionally, playing 3, 4, 5 days a week, you're just not going to want to be wearing sunglasses inside 200 days a year. But often it's typically something more recreational players typically do, is wearing the sunglasses at the table. But you know, obviously people are afraid of giving away any bit of information, and the games are very competitive nowadays. So I think some people just are doing it perhaps for that. But
the kid's misreading his hand. You need to slow him down.
I would bet all the money in the world that river was a queen. Like, I mean, you're gonna have to show me that river wasn't a queen. That river was a queen. You guys are all screwing.
It's okay, it was a queen.
Maybe I'll get some Morgan glasses for my stream debut here. Maybe I'll rock the shades. Maybe I'll order some Mogs here after the stream.
You play every day?
Yeah, I play every day. I play every day.
I'd like to see Bo wearing some blenders, wearing some Mogs. That'd be pretty
I think I'm starting to see why
sick zag for Bo there to be rocking the young hip
I'll
shades. That'd be pretty fun to see.
They were right.
Sean, see if you can cut the cords.
I ain't getting back. Shit's mine, man!
Oh, shit. Jimmy, you put it?
Okay, but
I keep putting here and here, but they never get here.
I can't win 2 of us, and we can't win 1. 2 of us can't win 1.
Remember that all of you were talking about at the end of the stream?
Come on, dealer. Let's go. $50 to ruin this hand. Let it go. 50 bucks for the dealer. Let's go.
This is unspecial.
I just want to beat you one time. I don't think I've beat you one freaking time on the side. This is so crazy.
You're crushing this one.
So hard to beat.
Oh my gosh.
Let me just get quads in there and I'll be happy.
I got a 3 right there.
Let's go.
If you're curious what I mean by Moggin or Mog, just load up your X or Twitter account and the search bar type Mog, M-O-G or Mog, and you'll
I can chop with your
you'll see the kind of shades that Lock-In is wearing there in the 8 seat or the 9 seat there to the right of the dealer.
queen. No, not queen. Never mind.
Big card.
Bit of a trend for the youth at the moment to rock those type of shades at the moment.
Oh, this card has to be a deuce or a 9. This last card. Let's pinch.
I got a jack. Yeah. Wait, 2.
Yeah, it's
2. 2.
Got a super active chat going as always.
Oh yeah, he finally got you on the side.
Just got a message from Phil Locke, Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, yeah, you too, yeah.
Oh, I got a 9.
Another one of my friends and adversaries that I've seen many flops with here at the Commerce Casino, especially at the Parliament Omaha tables. Nice to have Mr. Locke chime in.
He's king 9. He has 2.
Maybe we can share a set of headsets here at some point in the coming days or weeks here at the Commerce.
On the side.
One of my favorite people to have at the table is Mr. Locke.
He's king.
I'm up 2.
I think he's been in the booth a few times here as well. He's one of the great commentators we have in the stable here at Bally Live Poker here at the Commerce. So
I guess so.
Yeah. It's more on the side.
It's always nice to cross paths with Phil Locke. Always a very jolly, fun fellow to be around. So
Yeah, I won 2.
Win 3.
I guess you're sharing mainly. You're gonna win more.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you win this one, you win everything.
But you're gonna win this more often. So you're cheering for this first. Baby steps, right? So you gotta win this before you win that.
Just a break even over there.
You win that comes.
Win first.
I just wanted to beat him at
I
one.
think Phil Locke is one of the people I played with probably when my early on introduction to 2040 Parliament Omaha here at the Commerce. You know, some of the regulars are like Phil Locke and Majid or Magic or, Trinidad, as a lot of people would know him as. But a lot of characters here. Obviously, you can't forget Loy, Asian Loy here. He's a Parliament Omaha legend. One of the better gamblers I've ever brushed shoulders against. Very tough player to play against is Loy. Plays a ton of hands, and speaking of tougher than a $2 stake, that is Loy for sure. He's very tough out at the table. But a lot of awesome characters here at the Commerce over the years that I've got to play with. Hope to see some of them here on the stream at some point, mixing it up as well. Now that we're doing a little bit of focusing on the great game of Parliament Omaha here at the Commerce, so nice to see it on the stream. And per usual, in a game of Omaha, you got tons of people to the flop trying to hit pay dirt here. It looks like we got a 6-way flop here on this hand.
No, not you, bro.
One check.
If you're gonna do it, then I'm gonna do it. Like,
I'm 3-bet.
Thank you, bro.
4 folds, 5 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold. Everybody folds.
Jamie flopping trips and getting a bet through there. She's going to take down some table scraps there with the bet. Nobody went broke taking a profit. She'll take it. She's been stuck like Chuck most of the evening, but that's the beautiful thing about the great game of Parliament Omaha. You can always get unstuck in this game. Nothing worse than being stuck in a nitty no-limit game. That is not the case often in Parliament Omaha.
3 straddles, 40.
Not a game it's easy to lock it up in, that's for sure. You are at risk often in this game. Not easy to hide.
Great commentary.
Do I need a fix?
Was there somewhere?
It definitely fell through your shirt.
They definitely know how fast your metabolism is.
Your cards there.
Okay, I want to spread my cards and go digging for my microphone.
Oh, that's what he's doing.
There it is. See you. Okay, wait, I gotta.
So it looks like we're going to be having Parliament Omaha here once a week. I think it's been 3 weeks in a row here live at the Commerce here, so definitely stay tuned for that. I'm not sure if it's been the same day of the week every time or not, but
Hi, Adam.
hey, Cosmo chiming in. What's up, Cosmo? He was my co-commentary person here a few weeks back. It was really fun to be in the booth with Cosmo. We played tons of
5 players.
PLO north of 1020 cash game wise these last 5-10 years. So we've definitely, I've gone down to San Diego and played down there with him a lot. And of course we play over in Vegas during the World Series of Poker. So it was awesome to be in dueling banjos mode with him a few weeks back here. So I'm sure we'll get that arrangement brought back to life again at some point.
720.
Big flop here for Z. Flopping the nuts here. He's got a jack high straight. He's also got a flush draw to go with it, and he's got a higher straight draw as well with that queen 9 wrapped around that jack 10 high flop. Huge flop here for Z. Of course, we got Locke in there flopping middle set. He's got a set of 10s. He can outrun Z here with a boat. He's also got the ace of hearts as well that he has at his disposal. Perhaps can use that as a blocker here on a future heart run out. Action consolidates to Z and Locke, and now 2K in the middle here. Z's going to bet 1,000. Lock-in still hoping to fill in a full house, but no luck on that 4 river. Not much for Lock-in to do here, but Bemona's fate. He's just got a set of 10s on what's become an ever-straightening board here. Did not fill up, did not catch a heart to potentially bluff at. Lock-in coming in empty on this run out. He's asking for a time extension. He does have an ace as well, which, you know, with that queen turn brings in an ace king high straight, which is kind of what Z's repping here. Obviously, pot gets big and the bet's bigger. You're obviously kind of starting to rep the nuts. And with the ace of hearts in his hand, he's kind of thinking, does he really have an ace king hand? I have the ace of hearts in my hand. So what kind of ace king hand does he have? I have the ace of hearts myself. Z's obviously been mixing it up as well. There's been a bit of a live wire here on this stream, so it's not like he's thinking about calling it off versus a nit, so complicating the matters for Lock-in. Of course, he's only got 2K behind as well. So pretty compelling pot odds for the man in the cool shades. Let's see if he can click the right button here. And he's going to go with it. He's going to see the bad news. He's going to see the flopped straight, the 8-9.
Yep, you can ship it over.
You know, often people with a lower straight might kind of check turn or river there, being fearful of being up against like a king-9 or an ace-king. I think that kind of crossed up Lock-in there. He was kind of thinking, you know, what's he really repping here?
Nice hand, Z. Thank you.
Does he really have ace-king? I have an ace in my hand. I have the ace of hearts in my hand. Maybe put him on some hand like pocket kings. That's kind of bluffing here on that queen turn. Maybe a king-king hand with hearts in it, perhaps.
And he said there's so much in there
that he could be up against, that his 10s will be good against. So interesting hand there between 2 gunslingers.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot in tournaments and stuff.
We've always heard that followed by a call.
Really? Usually that's...
It's always.
Typically won't see people kind of bet flop turn a river there with a jack high 8-9 straight when the board rolls off like that. Typically people at some point might check and try to induce a bluff and turn their hand into a check call. Whereas he kind of merged and just kind of kept bombing away with his straight that kind of got diluted a little bit as the board ran out. I think that kind of crossed up Lock-in there and kind of made him think he was bluffing, because you don't typically expect somebody to be betting 8-9 or king-9 in that fashion. Obviously, king-9 would make more sense to play like that. With king-9, you're blocking ace-king, etc. But ended up working out very well there for Z.
6 calls, 7 calls, 9 calls.
But they already checked out the cage.
1 call.
He already bought and he's playing already.
3 calls.
How do you know if you have a good hand until you see a flop?
Exactly. You'll know. You'll know. You'll know the flop.
Do you want me to give you chips until they bring it?
Okay.
Okay.
She's on mode. 2 checks. 3
That's a flop for Jamie. She flops quads here. She's got the 9-9-8-6. Flop rolls off 9-9 deuce. Definitely has you double checking your hand when you flop quads. She's hoping somebody can pinch off a boat here. She would love to see pocket 10s in somebody's hand. We're not seeing that, but definitely some outs for big boats here. If a queen rolls off, an ace rolls off, a couple people with high pockets here. If Cosmo catches an 8, that could get spicy as well for a full house. Ace of clubs on the end. This could get messy here.
600.
Z with the 2-out shout on the end. This is a tough 2-outer to catch when you're Z. You got to think you love your hand here, getting aces full with this ace river, but up against the quads here, as it turns out. Jamie leading 600 on this river. 600 into 1800, a third pot lead here for Jamie on the end.
It was 150, whatever. It was 150.
This is a real tough development here for Z. He's got aces full with that ace river. Jamie with the quad nines.
That's in there too.
Cosmo does have a nut flush on this river, but of course, you know, paired board complicates matters. But at that pot size, that bet size, I think Cosmo might just play it as a trivial call. That said, he also doesn't think she's bluffing here or being that weak into three people. Good fold there by Cosmo with the second nut flush. Action back to Z. He's got nothing else to do but to raise here. Can't blame him. It'd be a ridiculous call, only being fearful of the quads here. So it's an auto raise here for pocket aces, but absolute graveyard ace here for Z.
What was the bet?
The bet was 600.
I came back at a perfect time because
Yeah, good timing here, Kiero.
when she rips it, it's either quads or tens.
That's definitely what you for sure would think. Perhaps an ace nine, but yeah, I mean, that's definitely, it's hard to be beat when you have pocket aces, but given the dialogue of betting, it's also not a great spot because who's going to be coming back over the top light here? But
Snap call. And she doesn't jam. I think if she would have knew how strong he was, the jam would have made sense.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Good development for Jamie. She's been buried at sea all session here. She's been in the basement all day. Biggest loser. Nice to see a little mean reversion kick in for Jamie here on that 9-9 deuce flop. She's got pocket nines. Poor Z hits a little two-outer on the end there for a lot of damage with that ace. Sometimes it's lucky to not hit the hand you think you want to hit in poker. That's one of those examples. He's asking for an ace and he got it, but he's wishing he didn't get it. Running into the quads from Jamie.
Quadzilla! Quadzilla is like my favorite thing to yell at the table.
It's a nice thing to yell. It's a better thing to get dealt, that's for sure.
I never gotten to yell jackpot yet, though.
I've been playing 20-some years. I ain't never got a table share.
Don't tell me that. That makes me feel even less optimistic about it.
I mean, thankfully, once you get to playing bigger games, they thankfully don't rake for that, which is nice because, you know, those kind of jackpots, it's cool to, you know, hear the stories of somebody winning 70K, but in practice, that's an extra $1 out of every pot that you win. And
the commerce has been...
play full time, it adds up to a fair amount of money over the long run, all that extra rake you pay to get the jackpot. But when you hit it, it's awesome, and it's typically a nice little driver fraction at the lower stakes games. People want to play because of the jackpot. So there's some other reasons that it's a good thing as well. So
they hit, I think. Let me double check. I think they hit 7 jackpots at Commerce this week.
Unbelievable! Jackpots are hot. Get up here.
They hit $317,998.85 in jackpots this past week here.
Jackpots are...
And it was 8 jackpots. I'm so sorry. 8 jackpots.
It is jackpot summer here at the Commerce.
They hit for 40,000 at the 3-5, 10,000 at the 4-8 Mexican poker. Limit Hold'em hit for 50,000. 100,000 for the 2040 limit.
That's pretty nice.
5-5 hit for 50,000. God, so much money.
Nice little found money there for whoever getting those jackpots. We got an interesting hand developing here.
You got lucky.
Great turn here for Gugo. Pinches off at 10 on the turn.
And Z with the nut flush draw. And from our commentator's booth, we could hear the table erupting. Something's going to be coming up.
Yeah, we're in for a treat here, looks like, at some point. Definitely going to see some theatrics, perhaps this hand or the ones to follow here. Heads up to the river, and quads are in the air. 10 of spades on the end. Gugo making quad 10s here.
Unfortunately, it's not like the 10 of diamonds is already there.
Now, of course, this is a good no-limit point out if you're a no-limit player, but of course, the ace, queen on the flop, obviously now you need a pocket pair for a boat, so you do not have a boat. You do not have a boat here with an ace X hand. You need a pocket pair for a full house when there's 3 of a kind on the board. Not much for Z here. Seeing his flop top pair rattle off running 10s. Of course, he's up against ace king, of course, on the flop, but he, of course, doesn't know that. He's probably cursing his luck here on this run out, but he was beat pretty good all along the way, but great run out here for Gugo.
I don't know what I would. No, I would have bet small though. I would have lost.
Action to Gugo now in a 1.5K pot. Let's see what he sizes here.
And then I would have been like, whoop.
The man with the SpongeBob windbreaker.
Yeah. the only flush I wanted to make.
14, 16.
I'm not sure if that's his windbreaker or his nephew's. We shall see. But either way, he's going to win some money in this hand and potentially buy even more of them. Looks like he's going to bet near pot or just close to it here. Looks like at least a stack of 10 whites at the very minimum. He's going to take it down.
See it anyway.
Move.
10.
He shows the 10 at the very end.
The 1x1 cards, they're like, and where's the 10?
It's always funny when people, when you're playing poker and people show you cards. It's the card they don't show is always the key card, obviously. It's always hilarious when people do that little bit at the table acting like they bluffed you. And, of course, it's the card they don't show is the one that made quads or trips or whatever. It's so easy to see through. But it's a fun little table bit that you'll see over and over again if you play enough poker. A big pot will be played and somebody shows all but one card, and it's always... The card not shown is always the one with the goods in it.
That was not a hand.
100.
9 makes it 100.
How much are you playing?
1 full.
I think the guy just ran out with my money, so it's all gone.
What?
3,600 imaginary dollars.
Can I give it 3,600 and then that works? So here.
$100 open here from Lock, and he's got the ace, queen, 8, 4, ace high hearts.
Screw this up, right? And that's
Middle position open.
Yeah, that was from the
Cosmo with a nice little hand to see a flop with here. He's got the Jack 10, 10, 7 double, spades and diamonds.
I make the call because more calls. How do you know?
Get those chips back.
Looks like Z's going to drag in from the big blind here. He's got a double suited hand as well. Hearts and diamonds. Queen 9, 7, 5.
3,600.
Sean in the straddle with the Queen Jack 6, 6.
Check. 4 checks.
4 ways to the flop. Ace 3 deuce. 2 diamonds. Lock-in the lead here. He spikes an ace. He's got an ace 4 as well. He's got a wheel draw to a 5.
The one I had.
With you?
Yeah.
I had ace queen.
Nobody connecting too strongly here. Looks like he might get a bet through. Not easy to get a bet through in Omaha. So much to continue with. But everybody comes up pretty empty here. He's going to rake in a nice little meaningless pot, but rake in enough of those small pots over the course of a session, it adds up. He'll take it.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Straddle on me, 40.
$10, $20, $40. 4-card variety here at Pot Limit Omaha, live at the Commerce. Bally Live Poker, brought to you by GG Poker.
I called you because of him.
We are playing in the what's formerly known as the Arena Bar. If you're an old school Commerce vet, you'll know where the Arena Bar is. That's where this studio is.
It was like highly unlikely that you had quads. If you didn't do that, then I would have just folded right away.
I was telling her I didn't want to make the flush. That was the only flush.
No, I felt like you were trying to like call with a 9. That's why.
4 raises, 150.
But if you just folded right away and she raised me, I would have just folded right away.
I thought it was a world where it was like 9-9 flush, you know? 9-9 flush.
Shot said.
What I'm angry here.
That's true.
You know?
Cosmo waking up with kings on the button. He's going to make it a $150 here. He's got king, king, 10, 4, king high hearts. Bo with a 10, 10, 9, 7. Obviously, we can see that there's no 10s left, so
I had aces.
no set potential for Bo, but he's got a lot of straight
I mean, you can. It's hard for you.
potential there at this 10, 9, 7 hand. He's got double suitedness going as well.
I felt like if I went all in, you're not calling, but for 3,000, you'll call.
Gugo has a little bit of a motley hand here. Queen 8, 5, 3 makes a good fold. He gets out of the way. Looks like it's going to consolidate to Bo and Cosmo here. Heads up to the flop.
Yeah.
King, Jack, 3, 2 clubs. Cosmo flopping the nuts here. He's got top set. Bo has a double draw here. He makes a queen for a straight or a club for a flush. Of course, a pairing club will make a boat for Cosmo. Cosmo secures the bag here on this pairing 3 of spades turn here.
4 bets, 300.
He's gonna bet less than half pot here, 300 into 770. Against somebody playing as snug as Bo has, I don't hate a check back here. Maybe hope that he makes his hand, but ends up getting a good extra bet in. Bo continues here, despite the board pairing. Another pair on the end, pairing Jack, King Jack 3-3 Jack now, double paired board. Front door flush draw on the flop bricks. The Navy veteran checking to the San Diego zookeeper here. He's going to unleash some white chips here. He's going to bet 600. Not much for the Navy man to sail off with here. He's going to find a fold.
Went from second nuts to third nuts. And then I got a little concerned. A little concerned.
Cosmo, the mayor of San Diego Poker, father of, I believe, 2 kids. He's a gambling dad.
What are you drinking?
Perhaps that'll be the name of our poker podcast, Gambling Dads. I don't have a human kid yet, but I do have a chicken and a chihuahua.
A chicken and a chihuahua.
I got a chicken and a chihuahua. That might be the name of the podcast, the chicken and the chihuahua. But
Sean, where's your
recently engaged, so I got a future kid in the mix here, potentially down the road. So
congrats.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I have a cat.
Cats are cool. We got about 6 to 12 outdoor cats where I live. So we're feeding them, and we give them water and stuff, but we don't let them in the house.
Oh, yeah.
But we take care of some cats as well. We take care of cats. We got raccoons, skunks, possums. We got a little mini farm.
You got a real zoo.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm pretty much a zookeeper where I'm at. We got all the wildlife where I am in Los Angeles. Lots of wildlife. All kinds of squirrels.
You give Sean a big pot, he'll show you his titties too.
Butterflies, hummingbirds, I got it all where I'm at. Nice little rundown hand here. Queen Jack 9-8. Jack 9 of clubs here for Sean. He's going to play it as a 3-bet. Gets 4-bet by Cosmo, who's got the aces. And what a flop, 10-8-7. Sean with the deck read here. He flopped a joint here. He's got the Jack high straight. He's got the Queen Jack 9-8 on this 10-8-7 2-spade flop. Cosmo does have the ace of spades. But of course, that's not as relevant as the stack to pot ratio shrinks. Only about a pot size and a half bet or so here between Sean just got 2x pot, 2.5x pot here. So
I think it was the
Cosmo lets go of the aces. That's a bit of an instructive hand here. Had aces pre-flop and 4-bet, but obviously on that middling 10-8-7 board, not great flop there for aces. A great hand for the person calling the 3-bet or 4-bet, and that is indeed what happened there. Nice hand there for Sean. Pretty easy give up there for Cosmo, especially with that 9 coming off on the turn. 10-9-8-7 board. Not great when you 4-bet pre-flop with aces. His side cards did not connect either.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Good development there for Sean.
5 folds. 6 folds. 8 calls. 9 calls. Raise. 1 raise to 140 now. 4 calls. 8 calls.
Panda with the queen, 4 deuce, 3 diamonds. You can make a 140.
8 checks in go.
I don't know what I pulled it out of the drawer.
Cosmo with a bit of a loose tug pre-flop here. He's going to continue with King Jack 7-5 Rainbow. Giving some action as Cosmo. I think perhaps he might have been in the straddle, closing the action.
What time is it? It's
4th spade on the turn, 9 of spades. Nobody with too relevant of a spade blocker. Cosmo does have a 5 of spade, the only person in the hand with a spade, but...
Bro, I'm in the middle of a hand. I'm looking at my 6s. I don't know what to do. I check.
8 checks. One best, 150, 350.
Yeah, you're right. 550.
Panda betting 350 here. No spade in his hand. He doesn't care. He's going to take a shot out of here.
I'm telling you, I haven't graduated high school. You don't believe me.
That's a little less than half pot.
With silver, motherfucker.
Looks like this is going to be a successful probe here by Panda.
Very, very dumb thoughts went through my head.
What time is it over?
I was like, no.
7?
You know what?
7 or something.
Around, we finish at 8 today.
We do?
Yeah.
10, 20, 40 pot limit Omaha.
Wait, you said 8?
Live at the Commerce.
Who cares?
Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a fun one here. Some rare, much-needed 4-card pot limit Omaha action. Looks like we're getting that about once a week on this stream. Stay tuned for that.
2:30. It was late, you know.
Here's a couple PLO sessions in the previous probably week and a half here in the archives that you can scroll back and find as well if you want to watch some more Omaha action after this stream concludes. Of course, in addition to the awesome 2-card no limit content you can find on this channel as well. Z waking up with a nice hand here. Ace, King, 10-9, double suited. Jamie with an interesting little nice ace high rundown. He's got the ace 5-3 deuce double suited. She can connect on some small raggedy flops with that hand.
What time?
1 calls. Remember I said before the end of the night there's going to be a really big 4-way, 3-4-way all in hand.
Uh-oh.
3 calls.
This is the hand? This is the hand?
I think her quad's hand qualified for the big fireworks.
I wasn't in that one and I didn't stupid, so.
Still time.
6-5 deuce, 2 diamonds. Z with the nut flush draw.
What's the pot?
Nobody flopping the joint here. Nobody's got that 4-3. We do have a lot of hands containing a 4 or a 3 in it, but pretty decent flop for Panda. He's got an open-end straight draw with that 7-4. He's got a 6 as well for top pair.
Where's Alexa when you need her? Z bets
1.3K, bets pot here on the flop. Gets a peel from Panda. He's got top pair and open-ended with this 7-4 wrapped around the 6-5. He finds it on that 3 of clubs turn, turns the nuts. Does Panda. Checks through, and it's a costly check through. Queen of diamonds on the end, making the nut flush for Z.
Nut
flush. Nut flush, wow.
And Panda calls it off and sees the bad run out there for him.
Nice hand, Z.
Thank you. And seats 5-1 all in cup.
Z's been racking in the chips all night. He won a huge pot earlier in the session and a 4-bet pot. He had king, king, 3 deuce. Cosmo had the aces. It came 4 deuce deuce. He won, I think, like a 13, 14K pot. It was 4 ways, 4-bet pre-flop. Cosmo bet called it off with the ace, ace, 4 backdoor hearts on the 4 deuce, deuce, 1 heart flop. Did not get there. It's been to the moon ever since for Z.
4 calls, 5 calls.
100?
6 raised to 100. Why must you 8 calls? 9 calls, 1 call.
Sean waking up with the Rockets. Pocket aces. He's gonna make it $100.
5 players. Can you spread those out?
Yes. Keep them weird. Keep them weird.
Jack 9 deuce, rainbow.
2 checks. 3 checks. Check. 4 checks.
Top set here for Bo. He's got the nuts. Set of jacks. Checks through. King on the turn. Now lock-in gets there with his pocket kings. He now has top set. Queen 10 is the nuts, but nobody holding that. Lock-in in the catbird seat here with top set. He's gonna bet 330, win check 2. Bo gonna continue. I would like to see Bo just lead that flop with top set of jacks. With the jack 9 on the flop, there's so many hands that can continue, like a 10-8, a queen 10, pair plus straight draws, that many multi-way. I don't think it's, I think you just want to bet your hand and get some value there. But he's gonna jam this river.
What's the count?
700.
710.
Looks like he's betting 800 into 1200 here. Lock-in, probably concerned about being up against Queen 10. Bo's been playing pretty tight all night, but obviously getting pretty compelling odds. His lock-in, you might just click call here, just per the math of it all, but obviously not a great spot when some guy's leading into you on the river who's been pretty tight all night. You don't expect somebody to be doing this with a set of jacks or set of 9s once the straights come in, or once that queen 10 comes in.
Oh, classic. Here you go. Thank you. Yeah, you can dump it in. Thank you.
Perhaps Bo was thinking, you know what, I'm going to check call anyways. I might as well just bet myself.
You okay?
Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay.
Perhaps that's what he was thinking here, and that's why he just led with it on the end.
You okay?
Yeah, I mean, like,
Ew.
oh, no.
I'm sure you want to get don't absolutely 100%.
I think we're probably going to see a sigh call from lock-in here, but we shall see.
I hear the no. I've been into it.
Yeah, here, I can part here.
He's going to fling it in and love to see the pocket jacks from Bo.
I did that on the I actually did my river and I bit into it. I only had like 2,500 left. I'm down 5.
Now, despite having a set of kings and being worried about queen 10, a lot of people, if there's a bet on the turn with queen 10, are so afraid of a flush coming on the river or the board pairing on the end that people just can't help themselves and just raise the turn if there's a bet when they do have queen 10. So even though he's got top set and he only loses to queen 10, you could perhaps kind of diminish queen 10 being out there, given that perhaps Bo wouldn't have the heart to just play it as a slow play and check call on the turn if he had queen 10. I believe there is a bet by Matt on the turn, so.
Because it comes this way.
Good use of your time, Chip.
Kind of thought he'd maybe perhaps call a little sooner given that, but of course, everything else I said is also true, and you don't expect somebody to just lead there with 2 pair or a lower set on the end as well. You kind of expect them to just check call river, so.
I remember this time to put it in there.
We have to put each other's too, bro. That's how partnerships work.
Nice hand there for lock-in.
You don't need it.
Okay.
Been 2 winners here right now. Z up 18K, Cosmo up 6.5K. Everybody else in the red. Of course, Cosmo was one of the biggest losers early on. He was stuck 5,000. He's on an 11, 12K uptick as Cosmo.
Want to switch?
Wait, what's this card?
It's easy to get unstuck or stuck in Palabon Omaha. The chips fly around. Cosmo's session today being a great example of that.
Don't scare me, okay?
Scared you, but still give me good hand. All right, I'm not looking. I'm going to change something up. I'm not looking.
Game started out, I think it was 5-handed, but the tables filled in as the night has transpired.
Flush! I'm waiting 3 minutes.
I don't think I ever want to flip it.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Flush.
Oh, I gotta have
9
aces.
high
I
flush.
gotta have aces.
9 high flush.
9 high flush. I'm calling it.
Oh, wow.
Game over. Give the middle to Bo.
Ace
9 high flush.
Oh, shit, sorry.
4.
Hey,
Oh, I've got a king, too.
Oh, boy.
Well, I need a diamond. I need a diamond. I need a
I need a
diamond.
5, a diamond.
Oh, ace.
What are you thinking?
Ace
I need a
4.
5, a diamond.
I need aces.
5 diamond deuce.
This is bullshit.
Did I beat you?
5
Did I
diamond
beat you?
to deuce.
I beat you.
Diamond. Sorry, flush. Ah.
You beat me too.
Shit, you beat me. What I just did. You beat me.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, to chip it all to kings and what's
So you get
keep playing.
Looks like we're doing a flip run out here to decide who pays the collection. Obviously, it's often whoever wins the pot.
Yeah, for the time.
They're pretty happy to pay the collection because they're still going to come out winner even after paying everybody's rake. So, bit of a winner's tax, so to speak.
Oh, yeah.
6 or 7.
Okay, it's coming.
You're due.
It's coming. Is that like out of 100 flip? Averaged out to 1 out of 9?
No, well, 1 out of 8 because the late players, so.
So it's coming. The next 3, we have to take one of them.
Yep, we're trading towers.
Let's double down on them.
It's tough to beat Cosmo's lucky hat, though, so.
I know, bro.
Sounds like a good plan. How many flips did you win today? A lot.
Stealth. Where's Cosmo?
Scoop in the middle.
Oh, he's camouflage. I can't see
But
it.
on the sides.
Every single one.
3 versus 1, right? 3 and 1.
No, I haven't won one.
Yeah. I'll go safe with everybody.
Maybe
on
I
the
did
next
win 3.
flip.
Maybe I won 3 flips. My head is. I'm not the one to ask.
Everybody rise for the king.
Playing 8-handed here, 10-20, often 40 pot limit Omaha, live at the Commerce, Bally Live Poker. Brought to you by GG Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. It's been a real treat being in the booth here for this 4-card occasion here. Pot limit Omaha. The game of the now. Back in the day, it used to be the game of the future, but the future has arrived. If you happen to go to Vegas during the World Series of Poker, you will see more pot limit Omaha games than no limit games as far as 10-20 and higher goes. It's a very vibrant game at the high stakes.
It might be.
We got the first part covered.
A lot of reasons to learn this great game. A lot of opportunities out there to make some money playing pot limit Omaha cash games. If you want to play against poker players, play No Limit Hold'em. If you want to play against gamblers,
5 of diamonds up.
play pot limit Omaha. Do with that what you will.
Or 9 of hearts.
Ace 8, 5, 9 turn here, rainbow board. Big turn here for Panda. He's wrapped all around that 8-9. He's got the Jack 10, 8, 7. Nice little raptor hand here for Panda. Gugo has a compelling hand as well. He had a couple 7s in his hand for straight blockers as well as an open-ender with the 10-7, but he got out of the way there. After Z led for 400 with top 3 pair. 6 on the end. Straight fills in for Panda.
Oh my God. I can't beat a straight.
Not what you want to have when you have 3 pair in your hand. Obviously, kind of your opponents are kind of more likely to be straight heavy there, given what you're holding. People are continuing in the hand. It's likely they have a straight draw, especially on a rainbow board like that. Nice hand for Panda. Much needed hand for Panda. He's had the wind at his face all session.
Did you have a straight?
21-30.
Did you have a straight? Nice.
Good trade.
The nuts.
7-10.
7-10?
Yeah, but I folded.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Definitely some aggressive players would have utilized that 10-7-7 hand that Gugo had. It's also pretty nice because he had half the straight possibilities in the hand. You know, 7-8 was a straight. I believe he had 2 7s, but he also had the 10-7 as well for a higher straight draw. So it's kind of a nice semi-bluffing opportunity he had there with the straight blockers in addition to having a open ender to go with it. But he decided to play it safely and duck out of the way, which is another way to do it as well. He had players lurking behind him too, so I don't fault him for the fold, but definitely was an opportunity to get frisky there for sure.
Some light shilling.
Stone cold.
Some light shilling.
This guy.
I'm learning so much about locking.
C5 scam card, please. C2, yeah.
What's the book actually about? You definitely have no clue. I don't even know why I'm asking you.
I think it's something about people who get locked up.
They're really locked in.
Maybe going jail is the true way to lock in. That Suzu of 3 Arrows Capital, he said going to jail was like a great 6-month reset for him. He really enjoyed it.
Oh, I'm sure.
I would go to like Singapore jail for like a couple months. I probably will after they see what I do with this token.
Z flopping the nut flush draw here. 7-5 deuce 2 diamond flop. 6 of spades on the turn. Double flush draw board now. Jamie with the nut. She's got the 9-8. Even has higher redraw potential with her 10-8, 10-9. But she's currently going to use that 9-8 for the nuts here. She's got a spade draw to go with it. 8 of spades makes her a straight flush. She's got a spade draw to boot. Great spot here for Jamie.
That's what I wanted.
Gugo and Z in there with high flush draws. Gugo with the king high diamonds. Z with the ace high diamonds. Jamie makes it 1.6K.
Okay.
Bo with the set of 5s here.
No.
A better flop for Bo than the turn is here with that 6 coming. So many straights filling in with that 6 of spades turn, but Bo's gonna peel one off here to try to fill up here, but he comes up empty on this king of hearts. River, 4.3K in the middle.
What are you gonna do? No hands, no action.
Bo still with the nut. She's gonna bet here.
I'm trying to needle Cosmo, but it's not easy.
Bo's set goes down in flames. He wasn't super deep to start the hand. He wanted to see it to the end. He did not fill up. Looks like Bo is gonna perhaps call it a day. It's been a pleasure watching Bo play. I wish he talked more. He's got the most incredible voice I've maybe ever heard. Got this awesome patent pending kind of gravelly voice, but
wait, are you the one that's doing the commentating? Oh.
Nice to see Bo playing. Hopefully we get to see Bo again.
Rise for the king. Everyone rise for the king. You, bro. Shit, you just don't know it yet.
I am servant to the public.
He's out.
I heard you say it's like Kyro's got a tracking device on me if I walk too far from the table. I was like, that's fucking accurate, because if you're gone from the table for 2 minutes, I usually leave the room and come find you.
I love it. Reminds me of my dad and brother.
You're not allowed to leave the table for 5 minutes at a time. These people didn't drive all the way to San Diego for you to fucking
walk around.
Eat celery.
What is it? Oh, I should have straddled. God damn it.
80? I'll give you a chance.
They can here for a lock and waking up with the ace 10 deuce, ace high clubs. He's gonna jack it up here to $80.
Pico?
Yo, help him out. What is it?
80.
Five ways to the flop here. Lock in with the favorable aces. You got the ace, 10 deuce, ace high clubs, but everything in Omaha is flop and board depending. 9, 6, 5, 2 hearts. Ace is not looking too hot right now. Gugo in there flopping 2 pair with a flush draw. Z with a lot of potential as well. He's got the 10-8-8 with 2 hearts, of course, diminished by the higher hearts from Gugo.
What the hell?
But he's got those straight blockers. 8-7 makes a straight. He's got 2 8s in his hand, so he's got a lot of potential to bluff this through here. Action consolidates to Z and Gugo here. Gugo with 2 pair and the higher flush draw. Gugo now with a 3 pair. Great turn here for him. Obviously still behind the 7-8 if it exists.
What? Oh shit.
Looks like Z is going to check. He had a pretty good, compelling bluffing hand. You see a heart river now. Tough stuff for Z. He's got the lesser flush in a $2,000 pot now. Let's see what Gugo sizes here. And can Z get away from it? We shall see.
800.
Gugo's going to bet 800 into 2K. This may make it tough for Z to get away. He's going to be getting pretty compelling pot odds here. Well over 3-1 on a call here.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
Did the massage lady ruin his back or what?
Yeah, he said his back was hurting.
Definitely going to be beat here a fair amount, but given the pot odds, perhaps
ladies at Commerce.
a worthwhile call click here from Z. We shall see. Gugo came in kind of midstream as well, so there's not as much kind of info here as far as how Gugo is playing. He was kind of one of the more late arrivals.
I like that move.
Tossing his opponent a time chip. I like that move. Would you do that if you're bluffing? That would be, you know, I feel like that's more likely to happen if you're really confident in love and life with the best hand than if you're sitting there with a flush blocker only. Not sure if you'd have the audacity to toss a call chip to somebody, but it'd be a good move. But as it turns out, Gugo's holding the goods here. He's got the higher flush. Tough spot for Z.
You touch ya. I'm giving you the privilege to do it.
I think this one?
Uh-oh.
And what do you know? He turns over the 2 empty cards, turns over the Queen of Diamonds and the 5 of Diamonds. I mean, that's got to make you want to call even more, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, you have to.
I'm flush.
Oh no! Oh no! I mean, you ran so bad. You ran so bad. You pulled 2 that weren't a heart. You have to call.
Great spot there for Gugo. We love to see it.
You ran so bad to not pull a heart there. Oh my God! Not pull a heart.
Damn.
Oh my God!
Wow. Well played, sir. Well played.
That was like a movie, bro.
That was pretty hilarious how that all unfolded. Nice sequence there for Gugo.
That was a movie, bro. He picked exactly the 2 that he was.
And it's obviously, it's nice to see the person winning the most kind of
either of those hearts, so I'm sure you pulled.
get dinged in the hand and somebody that's stuck win a hand, so that even works out perfectly. So that was well done there.
So if you see a jack-eye flush, it's snapful.
Yeah, of course.
Nice little moment there for Gugo.
There's 6 of hearts too, and I probably.
Yeah, 6 of hearts.
Bro, I'm your friend. That's why I let you see it. That's the only.
No.
I'm like, at least he'll pick it. Hopefully he'll, you know. And he picked both diamonds. I'm like, okay, then he deserves to lose.
He deserves. You did. I mean,
punish him.
I mean,
yeah, it's a donation, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Donation to you.
Thank you, bro.
I felt like you needed to eat, so I gave you some.
You pull no hearts there. You just like, yep, take it. It's like you flush over flush me, and I pulled 2.
No, even if he had a flush, I thought it would be like 8 high.
160?
So that's why I was like contemplating.
Raise to 160?
Or like 7 high or whatever.
Alright, we're not gonna screw around there.
Damn, I didn't want to.
Cosmo getting in there with the ace 7-7-4.
If I scan this thing, it's like
A tiny 3-bet here from Sean with the ace queen queen 9. And Cosmo, how you living, bud? Flopping top set with the old ace 7-7-4 flop C. Instantly rewarded. All he has is top set. and a straight blocker. Other than that, not a lot going on for Cosmo here. Got a $100 bet right at him as well from Sean, who's just got an overpair. Only outs he really has are backdoor diamonds. He can pinch off a 2-out queen. Pretty great spot here for Cosmo in the catbird seat here with the zookeeper get up to boot.
Look at your lips over there, like.
Looks like Sean correctly seeing Cosmo twist the Oreo there in the hand. Great live tell there for Sean.
Oh, nice.
Boy, Cosmo looking like an online player of that hand, just putting out all the sense. Good sniff out there by Sean.
Piece of cheese.
Sniffed him out like an old school vet.
On a zookeeper.
No more monies for Cosmo.
C4 raised to 80.
Don't look, Cosmo. Don't look. Don't look.
My man.
Play better. Don't look.
Oh, we good.
And the C5 out.
You're speaking my language.
This should get fun here now. Action is getting shorter-handed, 5-handed. Definitely shorter-handed PLO is a lot more fun than 8 and 9-handed. See a lot more loose play, a lot more guessing games happen the shorter-handed it is. Can lead to some interesting creative lines and pots.
That's a straddle.
It's a little harder to get out of line when it's 9-handed in pot limit Omaha, but ranges can get a little expanded as the hand as it gets a little more shorter-handed. If you're trying to make money, it's kind of hard to be very loose from under the gun early positions in like a 9-handed pot limit Omaha cash game, but
okay.
5-6-handed, obviously, it's a little more fun.
This is exciting.
Cosmo with a nice little Broadway-oriented hand, ace, king, queen, 10, king, high hearts, and pretty favorable flop here, king, 8-4, rainbow. But Gugo spiking the top 2 pair. He's got pocket 5s in his hand, which is not, you'd rather have kind of obviously unpaired cards with the kings and 8s than the 2 5s. But on this board, though, it could be pretty relevant on a 7 or a 6. He'd have straight blockers as well, though he has a lot of showdown value with this top 2 pair, obviously. But
it's not good.
Heads up.
Action consolidates to Gugo and Panda. Kind of thought Cosmo would end up continuing there with top pair and 3 overcards and backdoor hearts, but perhaps I missed something along the way there, bet sizing wise or whatnot. But perhaps Cosmo had some kind of sick read there. I don't know. Thought he would continue to a smallish size flop bet, but I thought, but he got out of the way there, and Panda's in there with the 10-9-6 deuce. Can make a 7 for a straight now. Ace on the end. Gugo catching that 2-out shot on the turn. Caught a set of 5, snuck it by me there. Was in the lead throughout, was Gugo.
200.
600 C1
I hope you have a really good hand. I didn't know you were going to bet dark. And then I felt bad because then I was like, well, I can't call dark or tee these guys up. And I looked at a good hand. I looked at a good hand, yeah. I would have never folded, but I looked at a good one.
All right,
you'll see it on the stream.
Needed context there from Cosmos, trying to figure out what happened there. Something squirrely seemed to be afoot.
Wait, I'm moving just a little. Okay.
And of course, when you run good like Cosmo, works to your favor. He would have had to call down pretty much all streets there with his hand. It would have been in a bad way versus the top 2 and turn set from Gugo. He would have made aces and kings, I think, on the end there with Cosmo, but
Smashing a random hand though. Smashing.
he's been running good in the hood, has Cosmo been. Started off rough, but it's been upward and onward ever since.
150, yeah. Yeah, all right.
Cosmo gonna raise Early position here at the ace, 9, 7 deuce double suited. Hearts and clubs.
I think this is the one.
Adam will approve of this one.
All right, we shall see here.
Be like, yeah, good job. You waited for it. And be like, thank you.
I think I'm going all in on the flop here.
I'd be like, I have been patient. Thank you.
Cosmo's been mixing it up there. He's been near that VPIP leaderboard. VPIP, if you're new to poker, voluntarily put in pot. Basically just an acronym for how loose are you pre-flop, how many flops are you seeing. Obviously, the higher that number is, the more active you are, the lower that number is, the more tight you are. Whenever you see that VPIP leaderboard pop up, just a measure of how loose somebody is, or how tight they are, depending on how you look at it. But just represents the percentages of flops you're seeing. Huge turn here for Jamie. She's got the nuts here. She's got the king jack 9-9. Flopped a straight draw, turn the nuts on this queen turn here. 10-8-6 queen turn, 1,000 in the middle.
Adam will severely disapprove of what I did here.
Cosmo flopped the nuts with the 9-7, but now he's out of the way here. Once again, it worked out to Cosmo's favor. Looks like he slow played the flop, did not compound his error by continuing drawing dead on this queen turn. Ended up saving him money, of course, if he bets the flop. Jamie's not going to fold her king jack 9-9, so it continues to work out for Cosmo, which we like to see as a gambling dad, father of 2 kids. So he's got to put some food on the table. Nice to see things work out for Cosmo.
Did he get an Uber though?
Yeah,
and they were
fellow professional Z in there with top set. He had pocket queens. A lot of action on that turn.
Oh, because they
7 on the end, 4,000 in the middle.
2,000.
Jamie still in the lead here. She's got the turn straight. Continues to be the best hand. Lock in with a set of 10s. Z with a set of queens. Everybody had something to believe in this hand, but Jamie is going to prevail here. Nice $6,000 pot her way. She's been off to a rough start, but she's been on the comeback trail ever since. Nice little sizz heater for Jamie here. Rocking that NASCAR themed looking jacket there. Pretty wild hand, that last one. 2 people with sets. Jamie with the straight. Cosmo flopped the straight.
You're leaving?
Bit of a home game flop and board there. Everybody had something pretty big, but nice run out there for Jamie.
In my mind, I'm like, why didn't you call me? And I was like, oh, right.
Yeah. Oh, so he just turned around and okay.
Yeah, they turned around.
Nice.
He back and got his phone.
Perfect.
If not, I would have had to make a drive up to California or San Diego, down to San Diego.
Yeah, because I'm not going back there.
No, I know, but I would have had to at least.
No, it was fun.
Ship it to him.
You guys just ship it.
Yeah, send it an Uber.
Send it in an Uber. I will ship it to him. 2-day shipping, overnight shipping.
120. Oh, yeah. I'm cheese to $5
I was
chips.
like, yeah, I was like, that's like
I play in poverty games.
poverty games, okay.
500 bucks. Okay, C2, C3, C4, C5 fold. One top, 500. Okay, everybody fold. Understand 9 fold.
Panda waking up with the aces. Ace, ace, king 5. Ace high clubs. He's going to 3-bet to 500. Lock in with the perfect hand to snap that off with the rundown. He's got the 10-9-8-7. Just the kind of hand you want to have up against an ace-ace heavy range. You'd rather have a hand that lock-in has instead of a hand like a pocket pair, like a queens or kings hand. So he's got the perfect hand to outrun pocket aces here, but not a great flop for lock-in. Does have a gut shot and some backdoor straight draws wrapped around that 10-9 jack, but not enough to call a stiff bet. He's going to get out of the way.
You want to drink?
I'm good. Yeah, actually, okay. No, yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Does anyone else want to drink? Young's not drinking his drink.
No.
Go.
Nope.
Go.
Should we put him in on the flip? Should we put him in on the flip? Oh, we're flipping. Oh, exciting. This is normally
end up taking like
you want to keep it here?
20% of the time.
All right, we're gonna.
Can I win one time?
We'll let you guys.
One time is the dealer. One time is the dealer.
3 stacks approaching 20K here. 10-20 off and 40 pot limit Omaha live at the Commerce.
Just side action.
Bally Live Poker brought to you by GG Poker. I'm your commentator Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. There's that VPIP leaderboard. Just means how loose are you pre-flop. Cosmo and Sean at the lead there, about 75% of hands.
I have a chance to double up.
Gugo would get the nit tag here. He's the tightest at the table, seeing 35% of hands.
Like me and flips instead.
Usually I'm real good at flips.
Z, Cosmo, and Jamie all in the winner's circle here. They're all up at least north of 3K. Z, big winner, up 14K.
Oh my God.
I am one of the people that have won. Or
Okay, no more winning for this one.
Really good.
Yeah, Cosmo.
No more.
Now, if you've been watching from the beginning of the stream, Cosmo and Jamie were the most stuck, 5 and 6K at the beginning, but
This is too many already.
they have prevailed as this session has gone on here. They're now a winner.
Oh, you have 4 aces in your hand right there.
From the outhouse to the penthouse, that's been the journey for Jamie and Cosmo.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Spade?
Oh, no.
Always a reversal of fortune here in pot limit Omaha.
I need a queen.
I got a
queen right up.
Okay, I need a
Queen 6 full house over there.
Yes.
I might get a better one.
I win this?
I got fucking king. Google's not even here. King's speaking.
Oh, King, let's go.
Okay.
Finally.
Oh,
3 of them. Let's go.
I got ace jack. I got you. I got ace jack.
I finally win.
Oh, you have all the
How about
kings.
even?
I have pair fours.
A little rebate.
You win?
Okay, he almost won. He came in second place.
6.
I finally won one. Oh, somebody can break that. We can put that one for me, please.
Got it?
Move this
Oh.
like this.
What? Oh, you
Here
keep.
for you to grab.
3 kings. How much am I supposed to do?
You guys got too good at this flipping game. the streak is it. I need to find someone else. Flips.
Right here.
Dude, we put you in on the flip. You made a full house.
And I lost.
And you lost.
I said, anytime I get a deal of $50.
Why else would you call me?
Oh, you had
Saved you the heartbreak.
Yeah.
That's 3 kings in my hand. I was like,
Get the kings here?
3.
You got the nuts on the turn. Ace jack, right?
Okay.
Oh, you had ace jack? Yeah.
Just a good look at that SpongeBob square windbreaker there from Gugo.
Any spade. Don't pair the board.
Giving some free table rubs. Nothing wrong with that. Sean will take it. Free of charge.
Okay. Straddle my C6.
You guys are all invited to my pool party.
Nice. Can I get another crown?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Let me see the menu.
I'm okay on shots. Thank you, though.
Oh, wait. And, okay, can you just give me the cost, please?
Me?
Yeah. Can you raise?
I did.
You're raising?
I am raising.
Raise it up.
Raisins.
Raise
Raisins.
from
Raisins.
Yeah. 980. 6 and 9.
What happened? 3 colors? 2 colors?
Is this the time?
Yo, brother.
Panda with the 3-bet. King Jack 10-6 double. Spicy little connectedness, kind of double suited hand. Not a bad hand to pump it up with a little bit pre-flop. Comes up pretty empty on this ace 6-5 2-spade flops. Third spade on the turn here. Nobody with a flush or anything meaningful. Not even an ace out there. Kind of a bit of a nothing check down pot.
Yeah, I have a 6. King 6?
Oh.
The pocket 8s hold here for Sean. It's going to profit 400 in the hand. Nice to get some found money. Anytime you can get it at the poker table, you kind of give up on the hand thinking you're for surely going to be losing, and all of a sudden you see chips getting pushed your way. Not a bad feeling when that happens. Nothing wrong with some newly found money.
No personal calls during hands, okay?
Okay. C9 folded. C1 folded.
Discount.
Hmm? 5 pairs.
5 ways to the flop here. 5 $40 limps, 200 in the middle, ace 6-4, 2 hearts. Gugo in there with a set of 4s now. He is in the commanding spot here in this hand. He's got a flop set.
Just the weaselly fold.
The Weasley 100 will take it down.
He's going to take it down with the set of 4s. Nobody had much to continue it there. He'll take down a small one.
What's wrong, Matt?
Rocking the Nickelodeon windbreaker.
Every single hand so far. Not gonna add another one to the collection.
This could be your hand.
Yeah, this is the one that you had. This is your one. This is the one.
It's the one.
No straddle? Raise, straddle? No? Nothing?
I can't go, sorry.
$80.
30.
Strong 80. Young Ho isn't abusing me anymore.
Cosmo going to open up with the Queen 9-5-5, Queen 9 of hearts. He's going to make it 80 pre-flop.
Nobody wants to see these cards.
I want to see these cards.
Like a fence.
Yeah, like a fan here.
Yeah, okay.
Fanny.
4 pairs.
Looks like he's going to get 3 callers here. 4 ways to the flop. Jack 8-4 rainbow.
Check.
6 ways check it.
Cosmo does have a gut shot here. A 10 makes the nuts. He's also got backdoor hearts as well. And if a 6 or 7 pitches off, he'll have pretty relevant straight blockers there with the pocket 5. So he's got
180.
some good reasons to continue forth here. Obviously, he's not trying to check down queen high. He's a pre-flop aggressor. He's hoping to thin the field here and perhaps catch a 10 or backdoor hearts or use those pocket 5s as relevant straight blockers. Gugo's going to get out of the way and consolidates to the 2 of the bigger stacks at the table now. Cosmo and Z. Z in there with top pair and a couple overcards. 3 of spades on the turn, 700 in the middle. Cosmo does not get any improvement here with that 3 of spades. There's a lot of cards he was looking to catch. That's a bit of a brick. Way better turn for Z. He turned spades. He's got queen 7 of spades to go with his ace, queen jack. He's going to pick it up with the bet, and Cosmo will relinquish the hand. Nice result there for Z.
Okay,
gonna find out.
You have a dirty stat, James. And the closest one to us.
Oh, damn.
Oh, 90 bucks.
Oh, damn. C4 raise. 140 call, C5 call.
Is that your real name, Cosmo? Or is that just what you
Real
go
name,
by?
my middle name is Cosmo Kiero. My real name is Sean. No one remembers Sean though.
So you just go by Cosmo.
I used Cosmo as like a gamer tag for years, and then when I moved down to San Diego, like everyone that I knew in San Diego just knew me by Cosmo. So
Cosmo is dope.
You like that?
Yeah, Cosmo's a cool name.
Thank you.
It matches you a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
You look like a Cosmo.
Right now he looks like a crocodile.
It's me. Check.
Check it. C4 check.
How much is in the pot?
What are we doing after this? Oh, you're with your family.
I'm heading. I'm on a long drive, long journey. The night is young in LA, huh?
We're going to take it by C9.
Yeah.
What is the name?
400, 700.
Yeah, sure.
Hit the gym, some racquetball, and go to sleep.
What day is today? Tuesday, right?
Tuesday.
What did I order from? Yeah, the waitress Jenny will be here. Oh, there she is.
Hey, how about the orange juice? Is it orange juice is possible for it to be natural, check? Well, the orange, is it squeezed? Yeah, orange is possible.
Everything else is 3 leaf lettuce, iceberg.
Yeah. Samantha. No, I'm joking. Hey.
When are you getting in Vegas tomorrow?
Service?
Just whenever I drive.
You're gonna drive?
Yeah, no.
Jenny, bro, Jenny. If you want her name, just ask me.
I don't even have hotels booked yet.
Yeah.
So like deciding if I want to go. I'm only gonna go if I feel lucky.
Do it. Wow. I'm gonna. I feel the luck. Do it.
You feel lucky?
Oh my God.
I feel lucky for you.
I'm not call this.
We'll exchange numbers after this. So
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let me know. I'll be out there.
165. No, 170. 170, sorry, 170.
Nice spot here. Panda and Z. Ace, ace, king, queen double suited versus the ace, queen, 10-7 double. Two very premium holdings here squaring off. 170 to go, 400 in the middle. Jack 4-3 rainbow. Pretty good flop here for the aces.
I got one.
Jack 4-3 checks through. Deuce on the turn, checks through again, looks like. Panda not wanting to get too involved here just with the single pair of aces. Runs off running diamonds, and he kind of slow played himself into an L there. Z finds running diamonds after it checks through.
I think Wayne wanted something. Wayne wanted Wednesday or something.
Probably could have got a flop win there had he took a stab at the flop. Obviously, it's a little scary playing aces post flop when you don't improve your hand, but the Jack 4-3 rainbow flop, he's got backdoor spades as well. It's pretty decent flop, all things considered, while you're not improving your hand. It's also just heads up as well, so you don't have to worry about, it's not as likely somebody connected strongly with the flop. Opening pre-flop as well, like those two low cards are pretty nice to see. Obviously, you're more scared holding aces when the flop's like Jack 9-8 or Jack 9-7, or, there's a lot more connectivity. Jack 4-3 rainbow's pretty innocuous flop. I think I'd take a shot at it and see bet the aces there, but perhaps he would have got a sticky call there and would have had to earn it out of position as well. Hard to say, but generally speaking, I think I'd take a stab at that flop with aces. Nice spot here for lock, and he's got the ace, king, king 10 double suited to the high side here. Great hand here on the button, no less, as well. Nice spot for lock-in to perhaps pulling the winner's circle here in these final few laps of this 10, 20, 40 Potlaman Omaha game here.
Check. Check.
Everybody check.
Everybody check.
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 How much was it? 810.
In there?
Yeah, 810.
Lock-in betting 360 here on this pairing jack turn, hoping to pick it up. Cosmo in there with kings as well. He's got the hearts to boot here.
I'm locked in.
Cosmo saying he's locked in. I can't blame him. He's got the overpair and the draw to go with it. Does not come to fruition here.
No good. I'm out of here.
Looks like they're both going to chop it up with kings here. I'm a bit of a slow study. I just realized that $sign lock-in
I have kicker problems. Give it to me.
is what they call a crap coin in the crypto industry. That's a bit of a sanitized way to reference it, but looks like that's a coin he's speculating in is the $sign lock-in. So I'm sure if you type that into
What are you waiting for?
Twitter X search bar, you'll see a bunch of stuff on that. So
How do I know if I have a good hand until the flop comes, right?
I don't really dilly-dally in the crap coin sector, so.
Mic check, mic check.
That eluded me at first for a second. I thought it was just some kind of play on words of the locked in, are you locked in or not deal, but the $sign at the beginning should have tipped me off, so
what was
pardon me, lock in, for not properly shilling the lock in earlier, but
orange juice.
Some people take the short bus to the casino. That's just all I'll say about that one. My bad on that.
Because on the menu it says it is, and then I asked
It's fresh out of the can.
yeah. Fresh from the cheapest thing we could buy from the store.
Oh, she said yes, she approved it.
We got a $50 no limit game tomorrow, but we also got a really exciting game on Thursday. We have Yo Viral. He's going to be playing on that game on Thursday. He played one of the most memorable hands, probably in World Series of Poker history. Heads up for a bracelet. Absolutely insane hand.
Of course you can. You blind.
And for that one, I think we have Phil, Locke, and Wayne in the booth. That'll be a real treat to see those two old school gamblers with the headsets on there for that one. That will be a really good watch there as well. So
I didn't need.
Look forward to sharing a microphone with Phil Locken here at some point. That's somebody I got a lot of history playing cash games with here at the Commerce, and somebody I've become friendly with off the field as well. We both traveled to a similar home game in Wichita back in the day. It was like a quarter 50, 10K buy-in game. Shoot, maybe a decade ago at this point, but Phil Locke's a very swell guy. He's been an awesome person to get to know over the years. I look forward to hearing his commentary in a few days here, so stay tuned and bookmark that one.
Blind raised?
No, why? Why? I'm not blind and I don't want to raise. I'm barely hanging in there.
If you haven't seen that World Series of Poker hand with Yo Viral, definitely pretty quick Google search will lead you to water on that one.
I'm just enjoying this experience.
But heads up for a bracelet. I think there was like a 6 or 7 bet. Crazy hand that decided a bracelet. He was unfortunately on the losing end of it. He didn't click call on the very end. He had like jack high up against like 10 high or something. But he was on the precipice of maybe like the best play in the history of the World Series. As it turns out, he ends up being on the losing end of one of the more interesting played hands ever in the World Series. But definitely check that hand out. And once again, tune in to see him play on Thursday. So
excellent.
Second card?
It's always the last card that makes you
One of the most insane hands I have ever seen. So definitely you want to give that one a watch prior to Thursday's game. Although they may play a clip of that perhaps during that stream. But unbelievable hand.
Check.
Every time I show you, I
Big flop here for Jamie. Flopping the second nut flush. She's got queen 9 of clubs on this king 4 deuce all club flop.
Check.
She got spooked off of a second nut flush earlier on in the session when Cosmo got a little frisky with the ace high blocker on the flop, got her out of the hand. They were both deep in the hand. It was 5 or 6 ways to the flop. Gugu, I think, had a queen high diamond flush as well that Cosmo ended up
A similar flop like this, like 3 months ago.
deciding not to unload the clip against. I think wisely so. I think Gugu would have called it off with the queen high flush, but
To see the turn, and I pulled the ace of clubs.
he got Jamie out of the hand, but
And I'm like, yo, yo, buddy.
he did not try to get Gugu off his queen high flush. I think that was probably a good decision there by Cosmo. That was probably in the first hour or two of this stream.
It's a hard card to pull.
How do you like your first stream so far?
It's fun.
He fucking loves it.
I would have loved it either way. I mean, like, experience is great.
How do you like your first blowjob?
honestly,
Pretty goddamn good.
honestly,
It's pretty goddamn good.
100.
70.
He did get a bit of a sour taste. Speaking of pretty early on, Cosmo got stuck 5K on that 4-way 4-bet hand with aces. Went up in smoke for him, got stuck 5K. Jamie was stuck 6K. They were both stuck the most, but hours later, they are in the winner's circle. It's Jamie and Cosmo, but was off to a bit of a rocky road there for them early on. Nine, 7, 4 rainbow flop.
I'm gonna guess this is not one of those times.
Z flopping top 2 pair with a king, 9, 7. Gugu, he's got an overpair of 10s, but no backdoor clubs. Not a lot else to go with his overpair of 10s. He does have some useful straight blockers if he utilizes them on a straight turn, but other than that, pocket 10's not super compelling. A lot of ways to get outrun here. No additional equity for him, but potentially could use those straight blockers if he decides to, if a jack or a 6 pinches off, for example. But he's going to fold to the turn bet from Z. He's going to take it down. Big turn there for Z. Picked up spades as well.
What'd you have, Young?
A 2-pair with a flush draw.
Nice.
Puzzle piece.
I just had a nice hand. That's it. Looks so good.
I used to watch Rugrats all the time when I was a kid. I used to watch Rugrats all the time when I was a kid.
How old are you?
I like that.
Nickelodeon.
Oh, damn, you don't look like it.
How old?
I thought you were like maybe early 30s.
Oh, my man.
How old? How old?
Young man Cosmo.
Yeah, I like that.
Cosmo likes to hear that. Generally, if you're a Pot Lip Omaha player, it adds some wear and tear on your exterior. Can add some
Gambling keeps me young.
non-highway miles. You can look a little ragged as an Omaha player. That's a lot of rivers to sweat. But look at Cosmo. He's just got that glow going, that perpetual glow.
I'm training for when I become a dealer and I go broke at this game.
Five players.
Not smart enough to deal. I need to find another option.
9, 6, 4 rainbow flop.
I never learned how to do that.
I still haven't learned how to do it.
It's impossible.
We bet 100.
Pot.
Young.
My favorite hand, 11.
How old is he?
I know, 69.
Jamie with top 2 pairs. She's got the 9-6 or the 69 for the culture.
Sex number.
Either way, she's going to take it down. See that poker bitch patch on her jacket. That's her online handle. But she's in a lot of these Omaha streams here in Los Angeles over the years. Nice to see Jamie in the game. She's a lot of fun. And I'm assuming that's some kind of, I'm not sure if those are all racing patches. Maybe they have nothing to do with racing. It's definitely kind of like one of those NASCAR-inspired racing type of jackets, but perhaps those are all poker patches probably. But cool jacket she's got there. It's not easy to outdress Cosmo to your left, so anything probably looks pretty sharp in contrast to Cosmo's get up. But
Let me tell you what happened. Huh? I came back from Vegas on Sunday.
Scan?
Where I want to play.
It was, okay.
Card dead. It was just a rough night. But I stayed in there and I played.
15 is basically playing one hand every 10 times you get dealt in. Yeah.
That's pretty low. 9-4, 8-2, 3 hands. Like, it was horrible. You guys would have watched it.
4 ways to the flop. Ace 8-3 rainbow.
What 100 hands or something? No, but it's 100 hands. Like, so it's
like 30 hands an hour, basically.
Yeah, somehow Sean's pair of 8s are in the lead here. Nobody connecting too much. Actually, pardon me, I overlooked Panda's Ace X here.
Man, I wasn't feeling well either. Worst sunburn in my life.
That's why I don't like Hold'em, because like people like that don't really like run bad, like they fold all the time. Like you can never play. But in PLO, people usually end up playing hands.
It's very, very bad. How bad? Like pretty bad.
Running spades for Sean here. Panda finding the wheel on the end, unfortunately for his stack.
Too high would have been the way you described it.
His wheel made Sean a flush. A lot to smile about for Sean in that one.
I'm dealer, right?
No, I need to change.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Oh, no, there you go.
Oh, I thought we were doing
All right, another side.
Yeah.
Put that there. Listen,
How much you want?
Bro.
You have to win. How could the both of us not win?
Z, Cosmo, and Jamie, big winners here, up 15, 6, and 3K respectively. 3 people stuck north of 5K at the bottom there. Lock-in Panda and Sean. Short end of the stick so far, but a lock-in change in a hurry here in Potlam, Omaha.
Oh, yes.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, my.
For the first 3 hours, it was Jamie and Cosmo who were the most stuck, so
Again?
things can change in a hurry.
Dealer, look.
I threw mine out there.
Maybe I did.
Follow the arrow, dealer. Follow the arrow.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, I'm gonna run this up.
Scan it. Straight flush. In my hand.
Flip yet.
Me.
3 cards.
Me.
Me.
Everyone?
Oh, we're definitely not getting a flush.
I'm all right.
No, you did good one.
I'm all right.
That looks good.
I think it's this one.
You have the best out.
Okay.
You have the best hand right now.
You're open-ended.
Boom, I got it.
Diamond.
Flush.
King high flush. King high flush. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
They're doing a pre-flop flip here to decide who pays what looks like I think will probably be the last collection of the night here. Handful of orbits left here in this 1020 off and 40 pot limit Omaha. Night of cards here live at the Commerce. Bally Live Poker. Let's see who pays the rake in this hand.
What a first card right there.
You have kings, you win.
You want it again?
With a flush.
Oh, you have flush, actually.
No flush, no flush.
Not flush.
We got there?
What's it like just to spend one day running like Cosmo?
We're getting closer.
Straight flush.
Just from the flips, you won like 17.
Cosmo making the nut flush.
You win. You have the nut.
Did you get
This is not an anomaly, chat. This is every day.
Cosmo might be the best collection player I've seen. I feel like he's been on the winning side of a lot of these run-it hands.
Paired with strong costumes, and I can't overcome that.
Flip master.
Looked like shades of Woody Harrelson there for a second with that hat on.
Blind re-raise?
Raise. And X-ray vision though.
Honest. I like it.
What I have before I get to
it.
That's why I raise.
So it's a blind raise, not a re-straddle?
And a blind re-raise.
I raise.
Yeah. Oh, I like
raise with a blind re-raise.
No. I can't. I'm too broke.
I'm not sure if that's another crap coin he's delving in or what the shilling purposes are for the Honest brand hat here, but
raise, not a straddle.
Perhaps he's just advertising that he's an honest broker. I don't know. We shall have to ask him afterwards on the details of what that hat's about. Kind of want to see him rock the hat with the shades. Maybe we'll see that combination here before it ends.
You know, it goes multi-way.
Yeah, it could be bad. It didn't work out well.
I torched 180 on that last hand.
It didn't work out well.
I had a good hand that one. God, I had a good hand.
I'm in.
8 calls, 9 calls. 1 call. Oh, 1 raise to 180.
It's a good raise.
Everybody will call. Nobody's folding.
You know what?
4 calls.
Nobody's folding.
6 calls.
Give out the yellows.
Okay.
I don't even know my hand.
I don't either.
Panda with the 3-bet here. Ace, 8, 3, deuce. Ace high spades. Bit of a Randy pre-flop 3-bet here from Panda, giving some action.
9 check.
I will go all in if possible.
Pretty great deck read, though, when the flop rolls off Queen 10-3 with 2 spades.
I wish I didn't tell you to look.
Flopping the nut flush draw. He's got the bottom pair of 3s as well. Can run off trip 3s, nut flush. Pretty great flop. About as good a flop as you can hope for when you hold an ace, 8, 3 deuce with 2 spades. But diminished quite a bit by the top set of lock-in. Obviously, any pairing spade will make lock-in a boat. So, and obviously Gugu has 2 spades in his hand as well. So Panda trying to catch a bit of a skinny spade flush here, all things considered. Lock-in a great spot here, over a 3-1 favorite with the set of 10s. Hoping for an honest run out here.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
From the dealer. We shall see. 3.5K in the middle. Lock-in been stuck all night. This is his chance to turn it around. We shall see here. Pairing queen on the turn. Locks it up for lock-in. Much needed result there.
Oh my God. I think I had Queen 7. That's serious.
Last thing I need, Cosmo.
I think no.
Lock-in, locking it up with that pairing queen. That might make him approach evenish on the session so far. Although perhaps the $ lock-in coin is up big so far on the afternoon. I haven't checked my coin market cap leaderboard or whatever the heck those crap coins are listed on. But either way, hopefully his speculations
we could keep playing.
Go north here, just like a stack did that hand. Picked up about 1,600 profit in the hand. Nice result there for lock-in.
This one.
10-20 often 40 straddled pot limit Omaha live at the Commerce.
Oh, it was me, but I forgot.
Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media. Thanks for tuning in today. It's been a wild, fun day of Pot Limit Omaha 4-card action. Pot Limit Omaha, the game of the now. More Pot Limit Omaha cash games, 10-20 or bigger. Every World Series of Poker that I've been to than the No Limit variety. Lots of punters at the Pot Limit Omaha games. Lots of PLO games spread all over the country. The game has definitely picked up a lot of steam. Starting to get shown on these poker streams as well. It's a cool thing to see. Lock-in running hot here. He's got another set, this time a set of 8s on this 9-8-4 club flop. Cosmo with a pretty nice hand here. He's got a straight draw and a 7 high club draw. A bit of a raptor with clubs here.
Anyone want water or anything?
This could get interesting here.
You want anything, my love? Ooh.
Sean has a top pair and straight draw as well. 3 players all connecting pretty well here on this 9-8-4 2-club flop. 2,000 in the middle. Lock-in raised it to 400. Cosmo with the 3-bet. He's going to make it 1.4K. He's going to be pretty happy to see that lock-in does not have a higher flush draw. His clubs are live. Often not going to be the case when you have a 7-high flush draw, but when you run as good as Cosmo, your 7-high clubs are live. So he's got a lot of outs here. All of his straight outs, all of his club outs. He's up against the middle set here. Pretty fair fight, as you can see the equity percentages go. Good spot here for lock-in to get unstuck here. He's been buried at sea all day, but he just had a nice hand with a set of 10s hold, and here he is again in the line of fire here, this time with a set of 8s up against a lot of outs here in the hand of Cosmo here. He's got the Jack 10-7 with 2 clubs wrapped around this 9-8 2-club flop. Big moment here. Final few orbits of this 10-20 game.
That's going to be a question.
It looks like lock-in folds the set of 8s here, perhaps worried about being near dead against the set of 9s.
Got him. Show me 9s. 9s.
Of course, if you're lock-in, he's probably thinking I could be near dead to a set of 9s, and I'm barely doing well versus a double draw. I guess that was his calculus there.
The rest of the deck.
Unbelievable. What a hand there for Cosmo.
That's a sick fold.
Yeah, right?
I was sitting here like...
Pretty wild. I mean, obviously, if he could see Cosmo's cards when he sees the stream, he's going to hate that he folded because he, you know, indeed had really good equity in the hand, and he hates to fold away all that equity, but obviously he was kind of fearing being up against pocket 9s.
2 monster draws there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Set.
No doubt about it.
What's up, Adam? Great job today.
Hey, appreciate that.
Really fun listening to you during the show.
Thank you.
Hank the Tank, what's up, everybody?
Hank the Tank in the booth.
Jumped off of graphics. Now here joining Adam.
Yeah, it's been a fun. It's fun to see 4-card on these streams here. It's a very Omaha's an awesome game. Obviously, most people come into it with a 2-card background, but same as me, I played 2 cards full time for about a dozen or so years, and it's a different game, but a lot of the skills translate over if you transition to Omaha. A lot of your card sense and general kind of instincts will still bear fruit in this game, but there's definitely a few extra things to learn as well. So hopefully watching streams like this can kind of improve people's visibility to the great game of Omaha.
It's a great game.
Absolutely is. Jamie flopping an open-end straight draw. She got the ace-queen 5-3 wrapped around that 6-4, pairing Jack on the turn. Jack 6-4, Jack 2 diamonds now. Jamie picks up a diamond draw to go with her open-end straight draw. Another pair on the end, pairing 6. Pocket 8s. Kind of walk between raindrops here. Of course, he had a nice little wrap to go with this pocket 8s, but ends up getting a good run out there for Z. Bit of a small pot. Could have got a lot bigger. I think that was kind of a shutdown card there on that pairing Jack. I think both players are a little concerned about being up against trips there and not wanting to get bet off their hand and go on check, but nothing wrong with raking a pot here at the end of the session here. A few hands left, 10, 20, 40, pot limit Omaha.
There's been some great pots tonight, Adam, and just seeing these players with so much history.
Absolutely.
Big shout out to Sonny for bringing these players to the Live at Commerce stage.
Absolutely.
It's really fun to watch.
It is. It's really fun seeing pot limit Omaha play out. Everybody kind of has seen so many no limit streams, of course. It's nice to kind of twist the Rubik's Cube slightly a different direction and see the Omaha version of it. So obviously if you did something like Raz or Badoogie, you'd be totally clueless as a no limit player. But obviously Omaha's adjacent enough to where it's pretty easy to follow even if you're a no limit player. So
you can get it.
Absolutely.
No limit.
Absolutely.
Like I'm Armenian with Greek and Lebanese. My dad Lebanese, my mom has Greek.
There's like a big Chaldean population, and I thought you said El Cajon, so that's why I was.
Nice hand for lock-in. He's got the ace-queen, jack 8.
Lebanese Jake.
Ace-high clubs. He's got 3 clubs. Sean with a nice hand. Don't blame him for 3-betting this. Ace-king, jack, jack, ace-high spades. He's going to 3-bet out of the blinds to 300.
I know Gugo.
Yeah, I just know people that...
We're going to see a flop here. 10, 10, 4, 2 clubs.
In a good way, maybe.
Pretty nice flop for lock-in. He does flop nut clubs here.
Other than that, I don't remember.
Sean's going to check his pocket jacks over to lock, and he's going to bet 230. Small bet here. He's going to drag in Sean with the overpair of jacks. 5 of diamonds on the turn, double flush draw board now. Jacks are still in the lead because you see the equity percentage-wise, but if you start facing a lot of pressure, obviously you could be very well up against trip 10s or a boat here, and your equity could be considerably lower than the 68% we're seeing right now. So would not be shocked to see him check full jacks here, even though obviously it looks like a terrible fold the percentage-wise, but obviously when you're playing facing those bets with pocket jacks, you could be up against a 10x, you could be up against a higher pocket pair, and you're basically drawing dead. He just happened to be up against a different part of his range there, but pretty standard check fold there with pocket jacks. A nice take down there for $ lock-in.
What time is it?
No easy way to play him, even in pot limit Omaha.
There's a lot to be concerned about, as always. But pretty easy for jacks to be beat there, either by virtue of being up against queen, king, ace hand, or any 10x. So a lot of hands can diminish jacks pretty easily there.
Usually no. Commerce does not really know the PLO.
Yeah?
It used to be.
I haven't seen it run in a while.
But it was full of the most miserable people you could ever imagine.
Except me. I'm not miserable, sir.
PLO here, you're saying?
I was one of the regulars in that game, but yeah, it went for a long time. It's currently on a hiatus, but I think they're going to restart the bigger Omaha games up here shortly at the Commerce. So stay tuned for that.
Positive reg, not a misreg. A pause reg.
I'm a pause reg, exactly. I'm not a misreg. No doubt about that.
I've been so patient.
It's Cosmo Razor pot.
So we got a spicy little hand here. Ace 8-7-6. Cosmo with the ace high diamonds, but Jamie waking up with the aces here. Ace, queen 3. She's rainbowed though. Perhaps she could play this a little slowly. Stacks are really deep here, so oftentimes when you're super deep stacked with kind of raggedy aces, you can just play it as a call pre-flop.
Absolutely not.
Because obviously your hand's not going to flop super well. Not going to have a lot of great board coverage when you have ace, queen 3, rainbow, and stacks are super deep here. So nothing wrong with playing a little possum with your kind of meh aces here and just playing it as a call pre-flop when there's a lot of meat on the bone left behind here. So I don't fault Jamie's just call here pre-flop. That might seem odd from a no-limit player seeing aces just call here, but that's not too unorthodox, to be honest, given the stack depth here. Obviously, if you had a really short stack, it would be terrible just to call. If you have a short stack, you want to just get in a lot of your money pre-flop and just get in on a lot of flops, but that's not the case Jamie's facing here on this hand. 8, 5, 4, 2 hearts, 9 of diamonds on the turn now. Nice turn here for Cosmo. How you living, kid? Turning, flopping the nuts here with the 6-7.
And did you see him check the flop?
Yeah, I think I missed that. I was too busy kind of giving a little PLO tutorial, and I kind of lost. It was kind of a quick acting hand. Looked like I checked through pretty quickly here, but yeah, it looks like Cosmo wanted to kind of camouflage his hand a bit here. And it looks like it's going to work out really well for his case. He's got a very well-disguised straight here with the 6-7.
9, 8 folds. Good fold. I got tricky.
He did get tricky there.
Tricky.
Every time I look at the river, it gives me the nuts.
No way.
Every time I look at the river.
What was
Adam, are bucket hats like the new poker thing now since Phil Ivey took that bracelet down?
Phil Ivey's definitely really good at making things popular and look cool, but I'm not sure Cosmo's pulling it off as coolly as Mr. Ivey is, but I think Cosmo's obviously doing it a bit for effect here. But
all the right ways.
I do see it's like a ventilated hat. It looks like it's mesh on the top. I saw on a zoom in. So, but Cosmo's always a character at the table, so not shocked to see him wearing a costume today.
Trying to get a little run good recipe.
Hey, it's working out so far. He got buried early, but it's been upward and onward ever since for Cosmo. So
yeah, bro. Yes. Okay. I was at a poker table in Vegas, and like half the table was telling me Tyson would have won, and I'm just like,
no. If Tyson catches him, yeah, maybe.
Jake Paul was minus 170 betting line.
Would you bet John McEnroe against any like really good college tennis player right now?
I don't know that.
I mean, I don't know how old he is. He's like in the 60s.
Nice little double paired hand for Sean. 10-10-3-3. As I mentioned earlier, if you have a double pair hand, you're about
25%
to flop a set. but not on this occasion. He's coming up empty, ace, queen, 5, 2 diamonds, but he's going to continue fourth here and take a shot at it. May work here. Cosmo's got a double gut shot. He can catch a 10 for a Broadway straight or a 3 for a wheel, but he's going to get out of the way. Obviously, straight draws aren't as great when there's a flush draw on the flop, and especially when you're facing a pot-sized bet. He just gets out of the way there. Nothing wrong with that.
Dude, no, I mean, Jake Paul's a good boxer.
He's a good athlete, bro.
He's a good boxer. Like, he doesn't get enough credit for being a good boxer. Like,
because of his past, maybe.
Yeah, people are like, oh, he's a YouTuber. He's not a YouTuber.
He's a very, very smart guy.
He's a professional boxer. Like, he is, yeah. Beaten good boxers. Like, I mean, he's a good boxer.
Hopefully we get to see that match. I think it's postponed last I checked. I think Tyson had some health complications. But, yeah, that would have been an interesting event to watch and perhaps
skills like that on
gamble on.
People will transition very well to the boxing ring.
Fuck that. I just want to sit and pick winners.
Always a lot of talk of sports betting and general gambling at a poker table. Kind of what makes playing poker fun. There's a lot of interesting conversations at the table. Often a lot of sports talk, gambling talk.
Cheap. Oh my God.
9, 3, deuce, 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
Sean flopping 2 pair here. He's got 9s and deuces.
10 million market cap, 8 million market cap.
What is? Looks like
66% discount if you get in now.
He's talking about his $ lock-in crap coin, I will call it. There's a different term for it. I could probably say that cuss word on the stream, but I'll keep it somewhat PG. But put that $ lock-in in your Twitter search box, and you'll see all the relevant info if you decide to throw some poo against the wall there and gamble.
This is why we study.
We got some fun last hands coming up, Adam.
All right.
Want to say,
so I'll get locked in for that.
Such a great job today.
Appreciate it.
And,
thank you.
You know, commentating PLO, it's no easy task.
It's a lot of cards to read.
A lot of cards in your brain.
Yeah, it's tough.
And you crushed it.
Oh, I really appreciate that. That's very kind. Thank you so much.
Brother.
Sign of a misspent youth, I think. Played too many cards these last 20 years of my life, but it ends up coming in handy in a few areas, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So you can get merch. You can get merch, all the merch you want.
Look forward to seeing what's on the horizon here. Looks like we got a bit of a tease here, a couple compelling hands as we lean to the tape here on this final lap or two of what's been a pretty interesting session of Pot Limit Omaha. Very curious to see what unfolds here. So we got a bit of a tease that some fireworks are pending here. Very curious to see what unfolds. Offsuit 5 here, bringing a heart draw now. Jack, deuce, deuce, 5 of hearts. Makes Sean a full house. Nice little 2-out shout for Sean here. Pinches it off. He's got the full house. Cosmo flopping a top pair. He's got the Jack 10-9. He's got a top pair of jacks. No other additional equity to go with it. But of course, Sean is taking shots at a lot of pots. Cosmo getting frisky here. He's going to raise it to 400. Perhaps hoping to get maybe like a queens or kings hand to fold, or maybe a better Jack X hand to fold here. I don't think he's targeting trying to get a 2X to fold here. Unfortunately, he's running into a turned full house he's not expecting to see here at the pocket fives. 1100 in the middle now. Running hearts, 9 of hearts on the end. Cosmo does have a 3 of hearts in his hand. Is he going to go for it here? Probably realizes his Jack isn't good.
I don't know if I should repot.
Cosmo probably hates to hear that.
Call or fold?
Oh, okay.
All of them are options.
He's hoping he clicks that last option, the fold button.
Because the deuce was exposed. So if he's got a deuce, he knows I don't have a deuce.
He must be in love.
Oh my gosh, I think Cosmo might be spitting out some Corona here in a second. I cannot see Sean folding a full house.
Wait, when was this deuce exposed?
Cosmo the sharp.
It makes sense that he would flop Jack's full.
I think Cosmo's wishing you would have noticed that deuce being exposed. It makes his bluff a lot less likely to work. Obviously, not going to matter with Sean having pocket fives here with the full house, but
the 1100 is super calmy.
Bit of a net roll call here I think we're about to see, I imagine. At least it's going to be fun to see Cosmo squirming in his seat here a bit. He's going to get called, of course.
Slower, you have Jack 9.
No, bro, get out of here.
Cosmo with the Jack 9. He's got the full house blockers with the Jack and 9, but
okay.
Oh, that was the triple option. Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
he's hoping to fold out, I guess, maybe some kind of higher pocket pair, maybe a deuce X folds from somebody that's more conservative with the run out. But a fun hand. We appreciate Cosmo for sticking his deck out there.
I actually didn't know that.
So I can't put him on the tutor, you know?
Oh, nice end, Sean.
Nice.
Cosmo turning his top pair of jacks into a bluff. We'd love to see it.
I couldn't know myself.
Almost worked, bro, but again, too stuck to fold.
There you go. That's it.
Nice to have some bluffs in your range. Cosmo's showing he's definitely capable of firing off and bluffing, so maybe that'll work in his favor if he can make a nice hand here as we round out this session. 10-20 off and 40 pot limit Omaha. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble. It's been a fun one here tonight. Looking forward to the fireworks here as we close it out. Cosmo giving back some winnings there with that bluff into the full house of Sean. King, Queen, 2, rainbow flop.
Check.
9 checks. 3 checks. Check around. 5 checks. 6 checks.
Check.
8 checks. 9 checks. 3 checks.
Pairing king on the turn, checks through. Queen on the end. Double paired board now.
Alright, that's 120.
2 queens, 2 kings, and a deuce.
8, 9 folds.
3 folds. Go ahead and move.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
10-20 off and 40 pot limit Omaha. Awesome, beautiful new studio built here in what was formerly known as the Arena Bar, perhaps a place you tip back a few cold ones after a session here at the Commerce. It's on the hotel side where the high stakes games used to be spread back in the day. Now on that side it's table games near the hotel side, but this is where the studio is, formerly the Arena Bar, right across from where the cage is on that side of the casino, closer to the hotel side. Awesome studio. You're getting a nice look at there. It's got a cool little rail section behind it, some additional seating.
190.
It did pretty well with it. Looks a lot different than it used to when it was the Arena Bar, I'll tell you that.
8 folds.
Things are changing here at the Commerce. Look forward to seeing
No one called?
the return of Pot Limit Omaha here out on the casino floor. It's on a bit of a hiatus at the moment, but I assume it's going to restart at some point here. Make sure you stay tuned for Thursday's game. We have Yo Viral playing No Limit.
3 checks.
Played one of the most famous hands in the history of the World Series of Poker a few weeks back, and we got Phil, Locke, and Wayne in the booth for that one, I believe. So we're in for a real treat on Thursday. We got a 25-50 No Limit game tomorrow as well. So a lot of great poker content continues to be unleashed on this stream here. Ace, King, 3, deuce turn. Cosmo just has top 2 pair and the nut straight now, so tough living for Cosmo here. 1.6 in the middle. Maybe he's going to get some of that bluff money back instantly here as the poker gods touch him in this hand.
4 bet, 1,000.
Does have to fade Sean's queen high hearts. He's going to bet 1,000. Will Sean give him a $1,000 tug here? We shall see. Looks like he is going to pinch off 1,000. He's going to call. Queen on the end, no flush for Sean. Cosmo secures it. Nice little win here for Cosmo after bluffing off those chips a few hands prior to Sean. Now he's on the other end of it. Nice reprieve here for Cosmo. Just got relieved of a couple thousand a few hands prior, but just like that, making a monster hand versus Sean.
4 bets 1,000.
He's going to bet 1,000 into 3,600. Of course, Cosmo just gave Sean a lot of action when Sean turned a boat and Cosmo turned his top pair of jacks into a bluff. If you want to get action, it helps to give action. Perhaps that might help Cosmo's cause here. Sean having aces and queens on this river, he was gunning for that queen high flush draw, but obviously making aces up makes it a lot tougher of a fold for Sean, especially after the guy just torched off 2K chips to you a couple hands prior. Probably pretty tough for Sean to fold given this $1,000 bet in the 3,600, given their history and Sean's proclivity to continue in hands, but we shall see here. Cosmo with top 2 on the flop turns that wheel on that 2 turn.
Oh, they're showing it out there?
Sean picked up hearts, makes aces up on the end. He makes a fairly trivial call for the bet size, in my opinion.
God. Oh, 5-4, wow.
Nice,
The blessed life.
The gambling dad picking up some lunch money for the kids.
Get that green.
In hand 104 there. A nice result there for the zookeeper.
I mean, my
the Zoolander from San Diego, the mayor of SoCal Poker.
Yeah.
Jonathan McGowan, a.k.a. Cosmo Poker. 0 for 12 at the World Series, but he's running hard on a pistol here tonight.
Last hand? Hey, I'll straddle.
We can't continue to play. Sonny, if we were to play more, we can like 30 more minutes?
Yeah, like 5 minutes.
That's close enough.
Hey, if these people keep playing, I'll jump in. That would be fun.
Pot.
Oh.
Pot.
If not, you might have to, maybe I'm going to get to jump in here in a week or two, it looks like, so that'll be fun. I'll probably be rocking my KC Royals jersey. I'm a big Royals fan. I'm KC everything. That's where I'm born and raised.
Fuck, it's the last hand. I want to keep playing.
Nice hand here for Sean. Ace, queen, jack, 10. Queen high diamonds. He's going to 3-bet to 330. Can't blame him for that. Gugo waking up with the ace, king, king, 4. Ace high clubs.
We're getting in there last. I think Cosmo's like a 50% favorite here.
Cosmo with a bit of a loose peel here, 7-6 deuce deuce. But when you factor in how he's running, he might be an equity favorite, perhaps, once you account for that. But huge flop here for Gugo. He's got an overpair of kings, ace high flush draw.
You probably played the most hands today.
Sean with a pretty compelling hand as well. He flops top pair.
People's champion.
You're for sure VP champion.
And an open end straight draw as well. He's got a lot to continue with. Not much for Cosmo. He's got a raggedy club draw and a gut shot to the 8, but
you play in San Diego every day, and I can come play with you every day, buddy. I think it's time to move.
We don't want to move.
Every day.
Sean going to move all in for 1.2K. Can't blame him. Catches a 10 high flop with an open end straight draw. Should be a trivial call, or maybe Gugo plays it as a raise. Either way, he's going to continue with this hand.
What you?
13-10.
Action back to Cosmo. He's got backdoor hearts as well, but he's got a bad end of a flush draw that can be dominated easily, a straight draw that can be dominated easily.
They never make it easy on the keeper.
1,000.
I imagine he's going to get out of the way here unless he wants to just get in there for the culture, but I don't think he's going to here.
I'm gonna fold probably the backdoor winner. That's for sure what's gonna happen there.
Yeah, I'm sure Cosmo's going to pinch off a deuce for running hearts here. We shall see. Let's see a deuce to tilt Cosmo. That'd be fun. Oh my gosh, and it comes off 2 of diamonds on the turn. You're channeling my Nostradamus there. Holy moly, what a spooky turn card. That would have been insane if Cosmo would have called that. Come on, Cosmo, play the rush, buddy. Quit being a net.
Obviously.
Makes a boat on that pairing 10. Cosmo would have had an epic way to end this session. He could have been the Undertaker in the hands. Would have stacked 2 players on his way out with a heap of chips, but instead he knits it up and folds his double draw.
I had clubs in my hand.
Had a flush draw, had a straight draw, had a full house draw as it turns out, and he gets out of the way. Come on, man.
Sean, my hand is 7-6 deuce. There you would have won.
Unbelievable.
Is it over?
You're playing every hand.
I was
should see every river.
Have some conviction in your heater, Cosmo. Come on, man.
Called. I was like, oh, God.
Have some conviction.
Bad call? No, right?
No.
That is rough.
I mean, I just
Play the heater. Play the rush.
Like overpair, no flush draws.
Lock in would have continued with that hand. He's locked in.
Get like a pocket 2.
Dealing in crap coins. You think he's not going to continue there? Come on now. Unreal.
We can straddle from anywhere we want, right?
Yes.
It's been an eventful day here at the Commerce, live at the Commerce, Bally Live Poker. I'm your commentator, Adam Johnson. I go by Comedic Gamble on social media.
10 minutes.
Thanks for riding along with me today. It's been a hoot here at the Commerce. 4-card PLO action. Thanks for tuning in. I will see y'all next time.